For this analysis, we treat no policy scenario as the baseline for our scenario. And the fourth scenario and the last scenario is the net zero 2060, where we are assuming post NDCs, the emissions will decline linearly from 2030 to 2060, and the energy demand and the technologies advancement are driven according to the emissions constraint, economy-wide emissions constraints that we provide. And for all of these scenarios, we assume the population of the kingdom is going to grow around 60 million by 2060, and the GDP will grow to 8.5 trillion reals in 2020 prices. So the first highlight from our analysis is that achieving net zero GHG target would require increasing the kingdom's ambitions of reducing emissions. As we can see from the chart, the no policy scenario or counterfactual scenario has the highest emissions, reaching 1,345 million tons of CO2 by 2060. And in the current policy scenario, the gain from the policies that have already been implemented are continuing will have in the term a gain of 20% emission reductions by 2060. However, if we continue with the same level of NDC ambitions, that is emission decline of around 1% annual emission decline, kingdom will miss its net zero target. In NDC continued scenario, which is the orange line represented here, the kingdom shows a residual emission of around 430 million tons of CO2 equivalent. What it means is in 2015, and the second gray bar shows where the emissions will reach in the no policy scenario in 2060. And the waterfall chart basically shows how each and every sector is going to contribute. So decarbonizing electricity sector, which is shown in the shades of yellow here, will play the key role in setting the momentum for declining emissions in the kingdom. So adding renewables and CCS capacity to the gas generation, which is going to be the main base load generation for the kingdom, will be the main source of decarbonizing the electricity sector. If you'll notice, there is the second variable, it's called as demand reduction. This is mainly a demand reduction in the building sector, which is the second sector, which is you might say that the building's contribution is very small, but the second bar is shown here. It is only the fuel switching in cooking which is happening, the phase out of all the fossil fuels, LPG and kerosene, small amount of which is being used. But the actual reduction in building sector is around 55 million ton of CO2 emissions, which is captured into the source, the electricity generation here. And when we come to the industrial sector, energy efficiency measures and adding CCS capabilities to the industries like iron and steel, petrochemical sector, and cement is going to contribute into reducing industrial emissions. Replacing the use of hydrocarbons for the feedstock use is going to be a challenging task for the kingdom. Moving on to the transport sector, the contribution comes from the continued fuel efficiency standards, vehicle fleet electrification, and modal shift to the public transport. Along with that, demand reduction is also going to play a key role for reducing emissions from the transport sector. At the same time, reducing other GHG gases emission is also going to be critical for the kingdom. For example, reducing methane emissions and fluorinated gases emission, which are used for refrigeration and cooling, stopping the leakage is also going to contribute a lot. In conclusion, we can say that due to hard to abate sectors and heavy transport modes like shipping and aviation will make it mandatory for the kingdom to have some kind of carbon removals. In our analysis, we see that around 370 million ton of CO2 equivalent carbon removals will be needed in 2060 for the kingdom to reach the net zero target. So to end, I would say that the kingdom the first message here is the kingdom will need to increase its ambition from the current NDC levels to be in line with the long-term and net zero target, and enhanced policy supports for example, increasing penetration of electric vehicles, increasing public transport share, increasing use of hydrogen for the domestic use, not only for exports, is also going to play a critical role into the journey. At the same time, scaling the R&D and investments into technologies like CCS and direct air capture will drive down the cost in the long term and which will help the kingdom in finally reaching its ambition of net zero target. Given this context and the similarities between the regions and between the region and the countries in the MENA region, there is a lot to learn from each other. And I would like to hand over to my colleague Al Johara here, who will moderate a panel which will discuss what will it mean for these countries to achieve, to convert their visions into realities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Puneet, for the very informative presentation. Definitely leaves us with important messages to reflect on during our panel. I would like to now invite to the stage our esteemed panelists. We have Dr. Steve Griffiths here. Please join me in welcoming Radia Saidawi, Faisal Al-Gruni, and Dr. Mohammed Hijazi. Okay, so before we start our panel, let me start by maybe introducing our esteemed panelists. We have with us today Dr. Steve Griffiths, the Senior VP for Research and Development and Professor at the Khalifa University for Science and Technology. Dr. Griffiths is also a board member and member of several research and energy-focused committees and council in the UAE. We have with us Radia Saidawi, the Chief of Section in the Climate Change and Natural Resource Sustainability Cluster at the UN Economic Social Commission of West Asia. She has extensive experience in energy, sustainable development, and climate change policy. We also have with us today Faisal Al-Gruni, Senior Specialist in the Sustainability and Climate Change Deputyship at the Ministry of Energy in Saudi Arabia. Faisal also represents the kingdom in various international climate initiatives, including the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration Initiative under the Middle East Green Initiative. We also have Dr. Mohammed Hijazi, the Director of Climate and Sustainability Program at CAPSARC. Dr. Mohammed has extensive research experience focusing on climate change research, adaptation, mitigation, and integrated assessment modeling. It's my absolute pleasure to be moderating this important panel today, focusing on MENA's net zero emissions journey and how to take that from vision to reality. I just want to note that we will have some time at the end of the session to take questions, so please prepare your questions, and inshallah we'll get to that. I think Puneet have shared with us some really interesting highlights from his presentation, highlighting the need for increased ambition and also the growth and net zero trajectories based on different scenarios specific to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But we can maybe expand the discussion to a more broader context looking at the region. And maybe I can start with you here, Steve. If you can maybe give us an idea on where the UAE currently stands in the context of its net zero target by 2050, what's the current level of emissions and what's the sectoral contribution in that?
Well, thank you. I was very interested in the presentation. UAE and Saudi Arabia have quite a bit of commonality in the way we're approaching net zero. The only difference that's significant is there's a 2060 target for Saudi Arabia, 2050 target for the UAE, but nonetheless, those timelines are far out. For both of the countries in the Gulf, and I think all countries around the world, 20 per year of greenhouse gas emissions. The split of those emissions is roughly 75% CO2, 25% methane. We don't want to forget that methane is also a very important greenhouse gas, particularly for oil and gas producing countries. And the balance will be the other greenhouse gases, but the main ones are methane and CO2. Now, when I talk about the challenge, and I come back again to the GCC, our economic structures are part of the issue that we face. And so I've done quite a bit of work in the UAE with our administration. 40%, roughly 41% of emissions are coming from the industrial sector in the country. Then there's the power and water sector, which is roughly 30%. Transportation is still important. It's about 20% of emissions. And then the balance you have from agriculture, you have from waste, and you have from buildings, not the electricity consumption of the buildings, but the buildings themselves. So we are very heavily entire emissions profiles, CO2 and methane together. UAE and our industrial sector and power and water. Now the industrial sector, that's where oil and gas production comes into play. We'll get 40%, roughly 41% of emissions are coming from the industrial sector in the country, where we will be differentiating by leading roughly 30%. Transportation is still important. It's about 20% of emissions. And then the balance you have from agriculture, you have from waste, and you have from buildings, not the electricity consumption of the buildings, but the buildings themselves. So we are very heavily entire emissions profiles, CO2 and methane together. UAE and our industrial sector and power and water. Now the industrial sector, that's where oil and gas production comes into play. We'll get 40%, roughly 41% of emissions are coming from the industrial sector in the country.
It's a regional level. In the North African context, maybe, where do countries currently stand in terms of
aluminum, we've got iron and steel, we've got lots of cement, lots of construction happening.
It's our long-term decarbonization strategies.
Entire emissions profiles, CO2 and methane together. UAE and our industrial sector and power.
Maybe to indicate that when you speak about the MENA region, you have quite heterogeneous region. So we started by the net importing countries and those oil and gas producers, mainly in the GCC, but also in the North Africa, like Libya and Algeria, and somehow Egypt as well. And you do have the LDCs, and those fully, also in the Mashreq, fully dependent on oil and gas import. But they all share, I would say, a similar level of vulnerabilities when it comes to the water scarcity, land degradation, and impact of climate change. But also, they also share certain, I would say, vulnerabilities in terms of high dependence on fossil fuels. And inefficient, I would say, business model that still needs some work on it. Now, in terms of the net zero, if we exclude the GCC, none of the countries in the region, be it in the North Africa or the Mashreq or the LDCs, did announce the net zero, since I think the entry point is more on the energy security part, but not decarbonization. So sometimes we speak about long-term strategy for decarbonization. Certainly, this was part of the objective for Enfini, maybe an opportunity in order to unlock certain resources, specifically in the climate finance agenda. When it comes to the energy security, this was a high priority. Some examples, I would say, starting by Morocco, which is certainly you have the highest, I would say, ambitious, I would say, target when it comes to renewable energy. Some examples. And they will make it by 2030, certainly. We see already the progress and the largest progress that they made. In addition to that, the work they are doing in terms of addressing the energy efficiency across sectors, specifically the industrial sector and transport sector, be it also electrification, specifically on public transport, but also in terms of the industry looking to the circular economy, but decarbonization through energy efficiency, but also circularity, and obviously introducing renewables. And in addition to that, they still have hydrogen as a pathway for, among the pathway for, I would say, for decarbonization, but it's still not the results that beyond what they said by 2030 already achieved so far, like the case of Jordan. And you do have others who have other factors, although they put targets a little bit high in terms of 10 or 15%, like Libya, for example. But the conflict and the instability is not helping to even put in place the policies and regulations. In addition to that, you do have another issue, which are mostly the target of sustainability when it comes to achieving SDG 7 and 6, an integrated approach. So you still have the countries, in addition to those in conflict, but those in the LDCs, like Mauritania, Somalia, Comoros. These are countries that still now, I mean, we're speaking about access to clean cooking, and we have an issue of access to electricity. So certainly renewable energy, combined with solutions, or even put in place the policies and regulations. In addition to that, you do have another issue, which are mostly the target of sustainability when it comes to achieving SDG 7 and 6, an integrated approach. So you still have the countries, in addition to those in conflict, but those in the LDCs, like Mauritania, Somalia, Comoros.
So we've heard remarks from Steve, Radia now on how different it is really in terms of the current
energy, combined with solutions.
And as Saudi Arabia currently embarks on its net zero journey, what, from your point of view, is there an optimal pathway towards net zero? And if so, how does that look like?
Thank you very much, Johar, for your question. So I guess when you say optimal, really, in what sense, right? So optimal, it could be measured in many different ways, right? So what I would say is that in the exercise that Puneet has showcased earlier today, we looked at one particular pathway of how the country could achieve net zero, right? But the reality of the matter, there are typically multiple pathways, and one would have to explore the various pathways and try to understand their implication across a multitude of other dimensions that are critical for the kingdom, right? So it's not only that we need to solve the climate crisis, we need to worry about energy affordability, energy access, health and well-being, air quality, water security, food security, economically speaking, the economic competitiveness of the various sectors within the economy. So there are multitudes of issues that one would have to take into consideration. And typically the way these analyses are done, you often look at what if we don't allow this technology to come in, and you start to understand for the kingdom to achieve their climate ambition, there are going to be technologies and solutions that are going to be in every solution space that you go after, and those become the no-brainer choices that one would have to explore early on. And we see from recent announcements over the past several years, the initiatives moving toward decarbonizing the power sector with massive investment in renewables and the efficiency improvements that we've seen over the years. Some of these are, the best measure of abatement is the emissions you don't produce in the first place, right? So, and renewables, moving liquid fuel out of the power sector makes a lot of economic sense as well. So there are a bunch of activities that are going to be part of every solution space. But I think this is just a glimpse of how it could look like. I would want people to take this as the optimal solution for the kingdom. I think this is more of a starter for a dialogue where you work in not only with the policymakers, but also with the stakeholders, with civil society to better understand how is this going to impact people on the ground where some of these policies will affect their bottom lines and their well-being as well.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Maybe I can pass it now to Faisal. I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is currently adopting the circular carbon economy as a carbon management approach, and this has been endorsed by the G20 in 2020 as well. But through the lens of your work on the circular carbon economy, regional collaboration initiatives, and also the Middle East Green Initiative, what kinds of clean technologies or energy technologies do you think are essential to kind of achieve the best pathway for net zero?
Yeah, thank you, Al-Jahra. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this panel with the esteemed speakers and a great moderator, of course, as well. To answer your question, let me first of all give a brief on what the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration Initiative is. This initiative is the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration is to create a dialogue for regional countries to explore collaboration opportunities in order to achieve climate ambitions. Now, on the essential energy technologies that are required to achieve MENA climate ambitions, we've asked ourselves this question during the very first phase of preparation for this initiative back in the beginning of 2022. And to have a clear answer, we've done a couple of things. First of all, we've conducted thorough NDC analysis of all MENA countries.
Of heavy industrial emissions, power and water sector emissions, and start to think about where we will be differentiating by leading in the climate solutions to get to net zero. Besides oil and gas, we'll talk later, we've got aluminum, we've got iron and steel, we've got lots of cement, lots of construction happening. So my own research is in these areas. I'm quite excited about what we can do and looking forward to sharing with you some thoughts on decarbonization opportunities as we proceed in this session today.
Thank you so much, Steve. Radia, let me maybe move the conversation towards a regional level. In the North African context, maybe, where do countries currently stand in terms of their level of emissions? Are there any examples of countries that have actually set net zero targets or long-term decarbonization strategies?
Maybe I will not speak on the GCC part since this was already covered, but just maybe to indicate that when you speak about the MENA region, you have quite heterogeneous regions. So we started by the net importing countries and those oil and gas producers, mainly in the GCC, but also in the North Africa, like Libya and Algeria, and somehow Egypt as well. And you do have the LDCs, and those also in the Mashreq, fully dependent on oil and gas import. But they all share, I would say, a similar level of vulnerabilities when it comes to the water scarcity, land degradation, and impact of climate change. But also they also share certain, I would say, vulnerabilities in terms of high dependence on fossil fuels. And inefficient, I would say, business model that still needs some work on it. Now, in terms of the net zero, if you exclude the GCC, none of the countries in the region, be it in the North Africa or the Mashreq or the LDCs, did announce the net zero. Since I think the entry point is more on the energy security part, but not decarbonization. So sometimes we speak about long-term strategy for decarbonization. Certainly this was part of the objective for Infini, maybe an opportunity in order to unlock certain resources, specifically in the climate finance agenda. When it comes to the energy security, this was a high priority. Some examples, I would say, starting by Morocco, which is certainly you have the highest, I would say, ambitious target when it comes to renewable energy, but also factors in terms of energy efficiency. We speak about 52%, and they will make it by 2030, certainly. We see already the progress and the largest progress that they made. In addition to that, the work they are doing in terms of addressing the energy efficiency across sectors, specifically the industrial sector and transport sector, be it also electrification, specifically on public transport, but also in terms of the industry looking to the circular economy, but decarbonization through energy efficiency, but also circularity, and obviously introducing renewables. And in addition to that, they still have hydrogen as a pathway for, among the pathway for, I would say, for decarbonization, but it's still not at the, I would say, it's not competitive enough in order to, and doesn't have the market yet in order to work on that. However, you have other examples that in the region, in the Mashriq region, like Jordan and Egypt, who also did tremendous efforts, that they set certain targets which already you see the results, that beyond what they said by 2030 already achieved so far, like the case of Jordan. And you do have others who have other factors, although they put targets a little bit shy in terms of 10 or 15%, like Libya, for example. But the conflict and the instability is not helping to even put in place the policies and regulations. In addition to that, you do have another issue, which are mostly the target of sustainability when it comes to achieving SDG 7 and 6, an integrated approach. So you still have the countries, in addition to those in conflict, but those in the LDCs, like Mauritania, Somalia, Comoros. These are countries that still now, I mean, we're speaking about access to clean cooking, and we have an issue of access to electricity. So certainly renewable energy combined with solutions, although solutions like the LPG would help to address the access gap, but they would not help as much to achieve the net zero, because we be it on 26 to 70, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Radia. Maybe I can pass it to Mohammed now. So we've heard remarks from Steve, Radia now on how different it is really in terms of the current status across MENA region, in terms of the level of emissions, the sources, even the economic priorities, economic structures of these countries, energy security being a critical element here. So we know that the net zero trajectories or pathways will definitely be different across MENA. And I know we've seen the presentation by Puneet. You're also part of that project. And as Saudi Arabia currently embarks on its net zero journey, what, from your point of view, is there an optimal pathway towards net zero? And if so, how does that look like?
Thank you very much, Johar, for your question. So I guess when you say optimal, really, in what sense, right? So optimal, it could be measured in many different ways, right? So what I would say is that in the exercise that Puneet has showcased earlier today, we looked at one particular pathway of how the country could achieve net zero, right? But the reality of the matter, there are typically multiple pathways, and one would have to explore the various pathways and try to understand their implication across a multitude of other dimensions that are critical for the kingdom, right? So it's not only that we need to solve the climate crisis, we need to worry about energy affordability, energy access, health and well-being, air quality, water security, food security, economically speaking, the economic competitiveness of the various sectors within the economy. So there are multitudes of issues that one would have to take into consideration. And typically the way these analyses are done, you often look at what if we don't allow this technology to come in, and you start to understand for the kingdom to achieve their climate ambition, there are going to be technologies and solutions that are going to be in every solution space that you go after, and those become the no-brainer choices that one would have to explore early on. And we see from recent announcements over the past several years, the initiatives moving toward decarbonizing the power sector with massive investment in renewables and the efficiency improvements that we've seen over the years. Some of these are, the best measure of abatement is the emissions you don't produce in the first place, right? So, and renewables, moving liquid fuel out of the power sector makes a lot of economic sense as well. So there are a bunch of activities that are going to be part of every solution space. But I think this is just a glimpse of how it could look like. I would want people to take this as the optimal solution for the kingdom. I think this is more of a starter for a dialogue where you work in not only with the policymakers, but also with the stakeholders, with civil society to better understand how is this going to impact people on the ground where some of these policies will affect their bottom lines and their well-being as well.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Maybe I can pass it now to Faisal. I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is currently adopting the circular carbon economy as a carbon management approach, and this has been endorsed by the G20 in 2020 as well. But through the lens of your work on the circular carbon economy, regional collaboration initiatives, and also the Middle East Green Initiative, what kinds of clean technologies or energy technologies do you think are essential to kind of achieve the best pathway for net zero?
Yeah, thank you, Al-Jawhara. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this panel with the esteemed speakers and a great moderator, of course, as well. To answer your question, let me first of all give a brief on what the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration Initiative is. This initiative is one of the initiatives under the Middle East Green Initiative, which was announced in October 2021. And the objective of the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration is to create a dialogue for regional countries to explore collaboration opportunities in order to achieve climate ambitions. Now, on the essential clean energy technologies that are required to achieve MENA climate ambitions, we've asked ourselves this question during the very first phase of preparation for this initiative back in the beginning of 2022. And to have a clear answer, we've done a couple of things. First of all, we've conducted thorough NDC analysis of all MENA countries. And this was very beneficial and gave us a great insight on the country's ambitions. But we didn't stop there, and we've gone the extra mile. We've conducted bilateral meetings with all MENA countries. So from these 19 bilateral meetings that we've conducted, we were able, first of all, to verify our finding from the initial NDC analysis that we've conducted, and we were also able to understand the priorities of MENA countries. And this was very informative for us. We've learned a lot of things. For example, some countries in MENA regions are already pioneers in renewables, like Morocco. Others have truly excelled in energy efficiency, like Saudi Arabia. For other countries, clean hydrogen is the way to go. And for some other countries, CCS is indispensable to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors, and of course, in addition to the oil and gas industry. So this variation that we've noticed, we figured is a great collaboration opportunity for MENA countries to exchange knowledge and experience. Now, when we talk about MENA countries as a whole, the essential clean energy technologies, I would say, as His Royal Highness, our Minister of Energy always says, is all of the above. And therefore, we believe that the Circular Carbon Economy Framework is a great approach to support MENA countries to achieve their climate ambitions.
Thank you so much, Faisal. Really inspiring work that you do at the Regional Collaboration Office. Steve, let me maybe shift towards the GCC or the UAE context specifically. The UAE economic structure, like many of its neighbors, is very carbon intensive. The country is needed as a hydrocarbon exporter as well.
Net zero puts us in a place we need to follow the traditional trajectory for all countries. We got to make sure that the power sector is decarbonized, we electrify as much as possible. Energy efficiency needs to be in place. That's almost a prerequisite for any country going toward net zero. And then you start to look beyond what we know is viable today with the levels of prices we're seeing in solar PV and wind and the like, and that's decarbonizing industry, decarbonizing transportation beyond light-duty vehicles and such. Now, in the UAE and the Gulf, what I've adopted and I embraced, I thank Saudi Arabia for their leadership on this, is the notion of a circular carbon economy. Because what I just said about what needs to be done is the first step of the 4 R's of a circular carbon economy. reduce. So anything around efficiency, renewables, electrification, it's there. Then you start to look at where the UAE and the countries in the region need to move ahead in those hard to abate sectors. We just talked about the UAE having 40% or so of emissions coming from industry. Then we start to talk about what we do about CO2, and we start to think about what we do with these other energy vectors which are now coming forward, like hydrogen as well. Very exciting there. So in the other 3 Rs, in the UAE, what we're thinking is beyond 2030. So 2030 will be going toward electrification, renewables, and the like. How we're going to utilize this framework to look at the full decarbonization. So on one side of it, I do think that there's a great opportunity for the very near term to start to look at sectors where carbon capture has to be brought in. So we're going to capture the CO2. For now, we may use enhanced oil recovery, may reuse the CO2. As we get more sophisticated with knowing our geologic resources, we may store the CO2, which will allow us to remove that completely. Sectors like refineries, right? There's certain operations in refineries I've studied. Today, you need to capture the CO2, and then you need to do something with that CO2 productively. That's going to be an opportunity for us to start to decarbonize a sector that's very important for us. The iron and steel sector, likewise, one of the vectors that comes into the circular carbon economy, hydrogen. Today, of the industries that we're trying to go very quickly with is the iron and steel sector, because we know as natural gas and direct reduction of iron starts to get displaced by hydrogen, we're going to decarbonize the entire iron and steel value chain. So between 2025 and 2030, in the industrial sector, we're going to essentially leverage the framework of the circular carbon economy to bring hydrogen into the picture and start to take a very carbon-intensive process of iron and steel making into something more sustainable with increasing shares of hydrogen in reducing the ore that comes in, the iron ore that then goes on to steel. The arc furnaces, which produce the steel from the ore, we're going to be hopefully having clean electricity provide that power. We look at some of the opportunities in cement and concrete. Again, that in the UAE, that's in the industrial sector, that is one of the most difficult industries to decarbonize because it accounts for about 10% of all emissions. CO2 capture because of process emissions is one of the only things you can think about today, besides going into new chemistries and what have you for cement and concrete, that allow us to decarbonize. So we are now working with the cement companies to see how they can start adopting carbon capture. I think that will be another very important play near term to start to move the entire industry towards something more sustainable as carbon capture becomes more economical from the capture side as well as the storage side. And we know if we want to store in certain geologic resources or use CO2 for EOR. The other surprising area of decarbonization, which still fits in quite well with circular carbon economy, but is not every country's industrial challenge, is aluminum. When I tell people that 10% of all emissions in the country are from aluminum production, they say, that's unusual, I don't hear about aluminum as much. What can you do with aluminum? Well, aluminum is very electricity intensive, so they say, just go to clean power. I say, that's good, except we have about 6 gigawatts of gas-fired turbines on site doing aluminum production. So what do you do about that? Do you just say the entire infrastructure already in the aluminum sector is going to be shut down and we're going to go to a grid connection and go with renewables? Probably not. So we're looking at hydrogen firing in the turbines, co-firing with gas, going potentially to 100% hydrogen over time. Again, the hydrogen vector is part of CCE, very strongly leveraged in what we may do with the aluminum sector. All that will be toward 2030. So the playbook, renewables, electrification, energy efficiency, sectors that are hard to debate, trying to get those going. And beyond that, the best opportunity, which maybe we'll elaborate later, is what you do in sectors which are not ready yet even for large-scale demonstrations, although they're quickly going in this direction, aviation and shipping. So if you really want to leverage circular carbon economy, you want to take the CO2, you take the H2 input, and you do something value-adding with that. My work do a lot, UAE, Saudi Arabia is upgrading and continuing evolving its airlines. We have big airlines, Etihad and Emirates. Sustainable aviation fuel will be the only way in which you can get large numbers of passengers cost effectively, more than 5,000 kilometers, 4,500 kilometers, at any point projected in the future. That's going to require fuels which are energy dense. I can tell you there's not enough biomass right now to serve the entire long-haul aviation sector if we're going to decarbonize that sector robustly by 2050. So we will need power to liquids, CO2, H2, coming together, CO2 transformed to carbon monoxide, go through traditional process we have today like Fischer-Tropsch to create these fuels for aviation, and likewise with shipping. A lot of discussion now about bunker fuels transitioning, so at some point in the future we may see ships going primarily on propulsion from methanol or ammonia, great opportunity for leveraging hydrogen, CO2. So I'd say our pathway will be one you'll hear about from many others in the region, but it's a little different. One is it's not all about efficiency and power. It's about these hard to abate sectors. And two, circular carbon economy. How do you make that work near term with industries hard to decarbonize? How do you make that work long term for economic advantage?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Steve. Mohammed, we've heard from Steve on the importance of maybe adopting a lot of the measures under the CCE and tackling decarbonization measures also for hard-to-abate sectors. But when we talk about moving from vision to reality, how important is the role of removals in this conversation? And if you can maybe highlight some of the highest potential technologies that could contribute not on a GCC, but also on a regional level.
Well, maybe I'll focus more on the Saudi context and the GCC and my reflection. And so based on some of the work we've been doing at CAPSARC, it's going to be super expensive for the region to achieve their climate ambition without the role of removal. So that's going to be a parcel of any solution space that we end up pursuing as a country to achieve our climate ambition. And as such, I think ensuring that we are pushing the envelope and trying to reduce the improve the know-how and reduce the cost of these technologies is going to be super critical to put us on a trajectory where we can actually do it in the most affordable fashion. When you've heard from Puneet earlier about some of the, if the abatement potential in the various sectors, and given that Saudi has a very energy-intensive economy in terms of the petrochem, and we've heard there are a lot of similarities to what Steve was talking about in the UAE context. And those are going to be these residual carbon or CO2 we're going to need to compensate for this using removal technologies. And obviously there are limitations on what removal technologies will play in a particular climate like Saudi, and trying to explore those options, deploy these options, so we understand and better improve our understanding of the know-how, how resilient these options are, how costly they are, where can they be deployed at scale, and so on and so forth. But given the fact that we will end up with a sizable amount of residual emissions, I think removal is going to have to be a part of the mix for sure.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Maybe I can pass it to Radia now. I mean, you've shared earlier with us some of the main differences across MENA in terms of economic structures, and we can't really address MENA as a bundle. We need to really address these differences when we talk about climate efforts. But when it comes to the least developed countries within the MENA region, what are some of the political or economic or technological challenges they face, and how can these countries realistically achieve a just transition?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there was a lot of discussion on this platform on the socio-economic development, specifically for those who do not have access to electricity or clean cooking. But specifically, if you speak about the region, just to indicate that although in the LDC, they still have countries who have huge, I would say, resources that are not unlocked, like Mauritania, for example. We'll see this month the launch of one of the largest, as announced, hydrogen project. If realistically this will be done, this is another story. But technically speaking, it's also the country has also resources in terms of natural gas that were also not unlocked. And this kind of country was given an example of Mauritania because similar also to other countries like Somalia and Yemen, for example. Then you have an issue of the lowest rate globally in terms of access to electricity, and urban-rural divide, a huge gap that we are speaking about 80% minimum between them. And at the same time, you have an issue of social economic development of these countries. The other aspect, that's complete lack of infrastructure, which basically, even if you put, we did mention the CCE as a framework when it comes to the decarbonization, but also how to really vet all your economic development and create all jobs and all of that. So certainly, as a matter of fact, this is applicable even if you are not oil and gas producing country. But in this kind of countries, what you have a lack of infrastructure, you have a lack of access to finance, less than, I would say, 6% that goes to the LDCs among the 5% that goes to the MENA region, globally, if we take the, under the umbrella of climate finance. So in addition to that, to the investment, you have an issue of, which are institutional. So you need to build the capacity of the institutions. You need to put in place the enablers in terms of policies and regulations and ensure that they are enforced enough. And specifically, if we take the LDCs, you have an issue also not only about the infrastructure, but also the infrastructure is not just that's lead to the energy sector, the water sector, lack of investment in countries who have an issue of water, but they don't have the possibility to invest in desalination, for example. But in addition to that, they have a lack of access to education, health, and all this element. So this is when we take it from the electricity aspect. Clean cooking also, and we did a session on that, looking to the potential expanding the program of the kingdom to certain countries in the region. Looking at clean cooking, even in urban area, you have a huge gap compared to the global and regional average. And with that, this is impacting the health, impacting women, impacting the kids. So you see this integrated approach, and that's the situation. You cannot talk about decarbonization or net zero in a situation you have an issue of really survival and human rights approach that's not applicable in there. So the priority in that is that to support the capacity building, number one, policymakers and involved all stakeholders to ensure that the enablers in terms of attracting private sector is there, but more importantly to vehicle and advocate that this kind of countries need really support in terms of climate finance, and although they did mention that in their NDCs, in order to show good willingness to the global agenda, provided that the finance is provided.
Thank you so much, Radia. I think Faisal, Radia highlighted a lot of the challenges faced by countries in need in the MENA region. I mean, a lot on climate financing, on scaling up institutions, and like really building up capacity in these countries. From the CCA regional collaboration, which I think is a really interesting and really high potential platform to address these challenges in MENA countries. Could you please tell us how can this initiative support each country in achieving its net zero pathway or journey, let's say?
Yeah, sure. So the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration Initiative is, as the name suggests, a regional initiative that capitalizes on the Circular Carbon Economy Framework. The Circular Carbon Economy Framework looks into the emissions in a state of their sources and tries to manage them either by avoiding them, abating them, or removing them. This can be achieved by the 4 R's of the Circular Carbon Economy: reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. So for the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration Initiative, what it does is that creates a dialogue for all MENA countries to sit in one table. In this table, we have representatives from all MENA countries with people from NGOs, policymakers, academia, in addition to think tanks as well, and others. This dialogue creates a fertile environment for sharing success stories, challenges, opportunities, and ambitions related to climate change. With that, we've seen the first year of the regional collaboration, 2023, has been very successful. We've seen a lot of collaboration that have been done with the entities that support this initiative. So the challenges that we've faced and we've figured out from the NDC analysis we've done and the bilateral meetings we've done are 4 main challenges that Radia has slightly shed light on. First of all, the first challenge is relatively obvious, which is financing and investments. But there are other challenges as well, which can be easier to tackle. The first challenge is the technical knowledge building. We found that even for the higher TRL technologies like energy efficiency, for example, some countries in MENA region need to support the technical knowledge building in these technologies. Another challenge that we've found is human capacity building. People need to be trained on clean energy technologies in order to implement them successfully. The last challenge, which is really important, is policy dialogues. Without policies, even if you have technical knowledge building, human capacity, and investment or financing, it would be hard to achieve decarbonization targets. The opportunities is, of course, for countries that have experience in the region to support the countries that have less experience.
Thank you. Maybe, Radia, I'm sorry, back to you on this point, building on the topic of collaboration and what Faisal just said. Like, how can partnerships, from your point of view, and collaboration utilizing schemes such as the CCE regional collaboration or other international available collaboration platforms to help really countries in need, and how can these countries benefit in the best way possible from these financing or capacity building schemes?
I think in order to talk the work always, because we do mention the collaboration, but we don't effectively, and we see it in different platforms, including the MENA Climate Platform. Just to indicate that the collaboration that, as we see it as a regional commission, first that stakeholder engagement, and we have the advantage to have this platform, and we have the capacity, obviously, to make it neutral, because we, as a UN entity, but also as a think tank organization within the UN system, but more importantly, to bring the global organizations to the issues of the region. And this is where, for example, we've done it on the minerals, for example. We are doing it also in which minerals is cross-cutting and in all the countries. And at the same time, we're doing it in the clean cooking, for example. But the thing that if we bring the discussion on the CCE, which we believe, and we did work with the team of the Ministry on the circular carbon economy, is also on establishing, we will have a center established in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on advancing emissions reductions. The purpose is also to work on the different pillars of technology, policy, finance, and obviously the reverse knowledge when it comes to the business model that works within the region or elsewhere to address that. But more importantly, also to have the different stakeholders engaged on that, building on the partnerships. Now, the partnerships also comes to, it's really specific, because you have the partnership when it comes to unlocking finance, and for this we have the platform Climate Finance that we are doing with the Islamic Development Bank, other banking institutions. We will have the forum of matchmaking in Dubai next month, which bring project pipelines that we identified. We build their capacities, because as mentioned by Faisal, you need really to build the capacity to show how to present bankable project. And this is the critical issue when it comes to NDC implementation. So the NDC's implementation, good targets, but how to have the project that fit to this target, this is the real issue. And then we had to build the capacity, prepare for this bankable project, and do the matchmaking to unlock for the resources. This is one aspect. The other aspect that we try to do is also to advocate for the CC, but on cross-cutting sectors, specifically bringing the agriculture, the water, but also the energy. And the other aspect that I do mention also, it's like, well, maybe there was mentioned the inefficiency with one of the pillars of reducing, the first pillar of reducing the use of energy, is related to how to tackle one of the specific sectors, which are the building sector. Sometimes we don't speak about that, but within the region, it's number one, if I exclude the others, but it's number one in terms of addressing the building stock. And the work that we are doing is with different stakeholders is really working on regulation, working on best practices that exist in the region, like Tunisia, for example, that has a tremendous effort in that, and how to do reverse knowledge, but also to put certain mechanism to really upscale the investment at scale, not as what we have it now. So the building sector is a focus, and with that also we work with the MDBs like Islamic Development Banks and others in order to see how to work at different levels of the different stakeholders in the building sector to unlock resources, but more importantly to enforce regulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Radia. Mohammed, maybe a question to you. We talked about where we stand today, the targets, the challenges, and the opportunities. My question relates to the urgency level specifically. How fast do we need to act in the kingdom, but also on a regional level? In other words, what could be the impact of early versus delayed action on long-term net zero strategies or decarbonization plans?
Thank you, Aljura. Maybe I'll have two sides to the answer here. Maybe come at it from two different angles. Maybe let me come at it from the mitigation side of the equation. And we actually have another assessment that also work that my colleague Puneet and working with colleagues with the U.S. Department of Energy, where we're looking at some assessment along the same lines, where we wanted to quantify, given the policies that have been put forward in the country, right? You know, we've been able to quantify, let's say, what's the abatement, how much emission saving have we achieved as a country based on all these initiatives. But if you take the hypothetical scenario that Puneet was talking about, and supposedly these did not come into existence, and you start to look at your abatement, you know, like options, and you say, if we were in that trajectory and we did not have these policies in place back in 2015, 18, 16, whenever they were enacted, and you look at the cost of mitigation for the country, what we see is that only these actions that we haven't obviously looked at all policies, but we looked at what we thought are the core one where we have data we can actually quantify them quantitatively. And what we've quantified is that 40% reduction in the total cost of mitigation is achieved because of these early action. So there is a lot of saving in terms of being able to be on a more affordable trajectory with the early action. Now, let me come at it more from the impacts and adaptation side. Yesterday, we had a report that we launched along with colleagues from KAUST and from Aon, looking at the impacts over Saudi Arabia. And
working over the last decade in all of these contexts. We have local offices in all of these contexts and all of the other countries in the region. And our expansion over the last decade of programming on energy transition for a crisis, for stabilization of communities and for recovery. The establishment of dedicated UN trust funds actually to help with crisis response and recovery in many of these countries. And a significant, important component of that is then also on the energy element. So just to give you a few examples, for example, in Yemen, we have a very successful, innovative program of the last decade on expansion of solar solutions for powering schools, clinics, irrigation for many of the displaced communities, so that to address expanding levels of disease, food insecurity, and the stabilization and recovery of livelihoods, basic dignity and livelihoods for communities. Same in Lebanon, an expansion over the last number of years of our energy programming, low carbon solar solutions, decentralized solutions in a way that can really help stabilize power access for SMEs, again, for social services such as schools and clinics. And in many of these, and in Palestine and West Bank, actually, very, very significant progress over the last decade in terms of uptake of renewable energy as well, and other parts of the region. So this is a critical element of the energy transition for MENA specifically, is to see how we can scale up measures, technologies, finance, et cetera, in a way that doesn't leave anybody behind. And this is critical for the region so that this gulf between the haves and have not in the region doesn't continue to expand, as it of course is. And I think that there's a significant role not just for grants, and which it's largely focusing on grants and humanitarian assistance, but also there's very important cases of bringing in the role of the private sector and IFIs as well. So we're working very closely, not just with the World Bank and KfW and other large MDBs, but also with private sector partners that want to actually do the same, expand their role in the energy transition in a way that can help communities of the region combat poverty and recovery from crisis. Another very specific example, through this process, we also launched over the last few years the first waste-to-energy facility, for example, in Yemen, through partnerships with the private sector and this large-scale financing.
Countries, they have different development levels than the rest of the MENA region. So they face different types of issues, and the solution mechanisms that you're going to involve are going to be definitely different. So thinking from the perspective of addressing the investment gaps and financing gaps, obviously the GCC economies have a well-established position, given their wealthy sovereign wealth funds and the more developed financial institutions and integration to the rest of the world. However, there is definitely on the way going forward, there's definitely going to be more and more needs of private finance, because this is $1 trillion or trillions of dollars of journey that we're talking about. Turning to the relatively middle income and low income MENA countries, obviously there is going to be some early needs of financial support in the form of potentially concessional finance or blended finance. But let's just be frank, the size of these options, they are extremely important. They can definitely seed and bring more interest from the private investors and financiers. But in the long run, to address the issue, we definitely need a more long-term solution where basically the local institutions need to incur this financial development to bring more private finance from the global markets. So last word, there's definitely potential for a lot of regional cooperation, and there is a lot of it is currently happening. There's EpiCorp, there's the CCE fund coming along. And there's a lot of investments, for instance, from the PIF in the rest of the region. However, for a long-term solution, if we want the emerging sustainable finance to be the solution, not actually a barrier for developing countries, one definitely needs to develop the local institutional and regulatory framework. That was probably a little more than 1 minute, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, just maybe one example of how, when I think about how diverse this region is, from North Africa all the way to GCC, with so many differences around financial sector, around banking sector, around technologies, around levels of poverty. Just on carbon markets, because we couldn't go into the details, I also personally feel like carbon markets could be an important source of financing that this region needs. And this region doesn't necessarily need bilateral transactions with other global partners. This region can do a lot within itself in bringing in financing from one part of the region to another part of the region to enable these transitions. Thank you all very much. I've really learned a lot from this session. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. Let's close this session with a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
some best practices and opportunities for anticipatory action to build resilience.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. And I think I'm the lucky one to speak last because everything has already been noted. So I think I'm just going to focus on trying to reflect on lessons, but also the challenges from WFP perspective, but also in collaboration with all the different entities, of course. I think when it comes to early action or anticipatory action, it's where the agenda on climate is, there is the climate action where we're dealing with something that has already happened, but we're also dealing with something that is yet to happen. And the question is, how much do we know about it? And the more we know about it, the more we can be ready. And I reflect here on what Margaret was talking about in terms of the early action for the disasters with the climate or otherwise. But when it comes to climate, there is, of course, like a life-saving component, but there's also a cost component. And more importantly, there is the knowledge component. If we know what we're getting ourselves into before we have our backs to the wall and have to act now, then we can really structure what is useful, what needs to happen when. And of course, make it more efficient financially. So I think this is in essence, this is what anticipatory action is all about. And then it becomes an issue of how it connects to everything else. So when we look at climate disasters, but there are also the climate impacts. And this is where our anticipatory action agenda splits into whether it's shocks or stressors. So on the one hand, we have the climate impacts of rainfall disruption or increasing temperatures. And on that agenda, we, as WFP, and again with all the different partners, we try to take a bit of a no-regret approach, where we are saying, okay, if the rain is not coming at a certain time, then we need to advise our farmers through extension services that already exist in the country on how to irrigate or how to make sure that, like His Excellency was saying, using the existing resources in the most efficient manner. So this is where it comes to being a planning on information. This is the climate information service part of it. And it's the last mile where we actually reach to communities and can speak to them about what is needed on their end to adapt. But then there is also, of course, the DRR component or the more emergency component. And this is where we try to use the anticipatory action tools and models to trigger early action on specific shocks. So this can be in the form of, like WFP does, cash-based transfers, for example. So it can be by restructuring the timing of the transfer so that it arrives to the people before the disaster actually happens in terms of flood or drought or like something we know will come. But we're also working on our social protection systems to make them more shock responsive. So again, we're trying to link up with existing systems on the government side because this is institutional after all. So we have to work with their systems, but then make them more shock responsive. So I think in this area, I'm reflecting again on what colleagues have already said, but I think part of it is also maybe on challenges, I would say. And we talked about data, and we also had a question on that. It is a problem. It's a big problem. And when you look at data, we look at both sides of it. So we need data to know what to do, but we also need data and evidence generation to prove what we have done. And in both, again, WFP, together with so many partners, are trying to figure it out. So what we have seen in our experience is that, yes, there is innovation and technology needed, but there is also underutilization of existing technologies and models. So what we're trying to do is to make sure that we are using whatever is existing to the best of its ability and then see what else is needed to enhance it. And again, that's both on the models and the forecasting, but also on the evidence generation, which takes me to my last point around the finance issue. And I think, again, many points were raised. We do have a problem with preparing the proposal in a way that the financiers want, but we also have a problem of some of the financiers not seeing it except as a monetary value. And I think bringing these two together speaks to a little bit on the evidence generation, again, like proving that what we are doing is useful, but at the same time is a cost-saving measure. So from a financial perspective, it is seen as something that is beneficial for monetary value efficient, but also sustainability and human saving efficient. So I think this is, again, what WFP is trying to do in the financial bottlenecks. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think you said it well. Before we wrap up and go to final remarks, I'd like to see once again if there's any new questions coming in after we've now discussed financing in more detail. And preparation upstream. I see a question in the corner. Yes, great.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the speakers for these informative sessions. It is really useful. I think all of the speakers agreed that the integration and holistic approach is necessary to combat the climate change in terms of water, energy, food nexus. I believe there is another very important component as well, which is the transfer of technology. Because without the technology, we cannot meet and address the climate change. So as the speaker from international agencies, what role you can play in order to make sure that the advanced country transfer the technology to the other countries and to other nations? Thank you.
Oh, excuse me? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. And I think transfer of technology, knowledge sharing, capacity building are extremely important enablers in addition to finance and deployment of financial solutions. This is extremely important. I will just highlight an example of how we try to achieve that in an environmental context. I would like to point out to the G20 global initiatives on coral reef. Basically, the global initiative tried to address the issue of coral reef degradation and restoration. We lost around 30% of the global coral reefs, and we actually set to lose more moving forward, significantly more. And we might even be threatened to have a coral reef totally disappear, later in the century if we don't reverse the cycle. And we found that there is a lot of goodwill initiatives, a lot of work, but the technology is not there. The innovation is not there. So really, the Coral Reef initiative focused on technology developments and knowledge transfer. So the way we set it up, it's really, first of all, created a network of institutions where actually innovation ideas are supported with two conditions. First of all the knowledge is publicly, so that nobody will take the technology and try to really, create financial values, because we feel that really the value achieved by working on coral reef restoration is immense. And we, as at least the platform itself, its job is to really share knowledge. Another thing, we had to put another condition. Whenever a developed country come up with a proposal, there has to be partners with developing or least developed countries in the proposal, so that there will be no monopoly on knowledge, so that a proposal not accepted by a developed country unless the institution, if an institution stationed in a developed country and had a proposal to the global platform, one condition for acceptance is to establish partnership with institutions in developing or least developed countries, so that we facilitate the generation and transfer of knowledge. So I'm sure there are many other examples, and then all the knowledge generators are open source. So I think I agree with them. I'm sure there are so many other modalities in knowledge transfer. When there is, let's say, development projects, there should be also some knowledge transfer components, capacity building components as well. So just I wanted to pinpoint an example to just support your point that knowledge transfer, innovation technology, leveraging innovation technology is very important.
Great, thank you. Any of the other speakers?
Yeah, I think I can just add one point to that. Is again, part of the learning we have seen is that the transfer has a component of co-leading from the national government and the communities. So if there is a technology somewhere, but it's 100% new, it's very difficult to transfer it, because it's not part of what the communities are already using or what the institutions are already supporting. So part of the successful knowledge transfer examples we've seen, like the example of the Coral program, is that it has to have a base, and then you're trying to enhance it through the knowledge transfer. So you're adding to something, and then if you don't have that base, then it's about the institutional capacity of the very basic ideas, and then a stakeholder consultation on which models work for you, what kind of information do you want to collect, and how you want to use it, and then we select the transfer accordingly. So I think this is also part of the conversation that should happen on the national level, to select what systems are more aligned with the planning of the national government, and then going for a transfer on a need basis, and not just select a model somewhere in a country and say we want to adapt this here without looking at what is already existing, because then we're imposing, and usually a lot of resistance or misalignment happens. So that's also part of our experience on that front. Thank you.
Yeah, I think to complement the previous speakers, and also I want to highlight one point that His Excellency Osama mentioned. The best practice business models are important. I think quite often, if you want to save time, the technology cooperation is an important one. It's part of one of the 6 pillars of the food security and food system transformation I mentioned earlier. So on one hand, you have the technology cooperation. On the other hand, we have a number of solutions that work, that exist. So we can scale those solutions, and the knowledge sharing helps to avoid that in other countries people start developing like if it's the first time. So how this type of forum or other events can help us to share those solutions so that others can leapfrog and avoid the same mistakes. So that's the second point. The third one, linking to the development banking sector. Quite often when we work with a lot of development banking sectors in the countries in our member state to help green their pipeline or the portfolio of projects, they are not interested into hiring a lot of technical people to develop those projects or get them market ready. They know how to do the banking part of it, but to go from ideation to get the project market ready, that technical assistance needs to be done somewhere, and that requires funding. So quite often, when we help countries translate their NDCs or the development plans into investment plans with flagship programs, which are market ready, quite often you have investors ready to go for it, but they need to be market ready. So on the other hand, I think my last point is more on making sure that we if I take the case of the SEEDs, the small island states, there are many regional development banks or global development banks which are not interested into small size ticket projects. $10, $15, $20 million, they will say the transaction cost is the same as a $200, $500 million. So aggregation becomes a solution for small island states, which means that we can bring together a number of projects to reach a certain scale and make it attractive to the private sector. I just want to add those 3 points to the financing parts. Yeah.
Great. Oh, hold on. You wanted to come in?
Yes. Okay. I wanted to just reflect on the question on data and link that also to the question on technology, and just to reaffirm the importance of having sound data, because we have to have informed decision makers, so that when we ask our decision makers for particular interventions, policy, governance actions, they have to have the data and the information on which to base this. So just to reflect on linking that to utilizing also existing platforms that we have, like South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, which includes peer-to-peer exchanges, transfer of technology and best practices, so that we don't have to always be starting from scratch, and we should not be, because there are several other countries, regions that are implementing sound practices, utilizing technology, and we should be able to share this information. So we're still sometimes operating in silos, either within our own countries or within sectors, and we have to really come together with a more integrated approach. Just linking that also to the SDGs, while we have 17 SDGs with individual names and numbers, they are integrated actions that are required. So we have to really rely on each other in this. But just to reaffirm, sound data and utilizing, as Excellency said, various partners, including academia. The academic institutions have a wealth of data because they have research students constantly probing and investigating boundaries, and we have to integrate the academics more in the decision-making process and have access to data that's standardized and data that has been verified and has the integrity that we need.
Great. Dr. Bradley?
Yeah, thank you. Just to come in there. So I think there's a couple of elements. I mentioned that as MDBs we cover different sections of the value chain. So one is in knowledge generation. So where we work in knowledge generation products, it's usually where there's a need to understand the topic better and or overcome barriers and or scale a market. So I gave the example of Takaful for climate resilience. So this is an area that we saw where there's potential for this market to be bigger, for support to be expanded. So what we do is that we work with, in this case, another public sector partner to try and understand this. What are the barriers? What are the opportunities? And then I think a point that Dr. Osama made is once that product is done, then that's a public document which can be used by anybody to understand the topic better. Then the other thing that I mentioned was what we have is reverse linkage mechanism, which is a bespoke product which is set up to facilitate exchange between countries. So if you have, for example, Saudi Arabia has experience with revegetation and on large scale, and another country X also wants to explore this opportunity, then we can facilitate this connection between the governments in Saudi Arabia, for example, and country A, B or C to help, as the other colleague mentioned, not reinvent the wheel, but then build on those experiences. So I think these are some examples, practical examples, but I think there's always more that can be done for dissemination and capacity building, and also integrating knowledge from the bottom up, I think, as other colleagues have talked about, as always we can do more. Thanks.
Great. And I can just add from the development bank side that many of our projects across the different development banks include capacity building throughout the design of the project. And the idea is to ensure that the information is there, the best practices are applied through different forms of technical assistance, as well as now the lens, and it's very important, integrated into all projects of climate co-benefits. So while it may be
for joining us for this exciting event. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of our organizations, colleagues and friends, CAPSART, Clean Air Task Force, the Global GCCSI Institute, and the Clean Energy Ministerial. I'd like to start off by thanking the hosts of MENA Climate Week, Saudi Arabia, and also comment on how energizing it is to be a part of this event and see the momentum being generated for the region to bring climate focus to the forefront and drive action and innovation to advance climate and decarbonization solutions. My name is Olivia Azadegan. I am the Energy Transition Director here in the MENA region for an organization called the Clean Air Task Force. Our mission is to accelerate and drive the global energy transition through solutions-orientated, pragmatic policy. We're a group of experts, scientists, industry experts, and thought leaders who spend a lot of time thinking about how do we drive the energy transition as fast as possible. And our conclusions have led us to be the first environmental organization to argue we need to commercialize all low-carbon energy options and climate abatement solutions as fast as possible. That includes carbon capture and storage, nuclear energy, hydrogen, ammonia, and solutions for transport beyond electrification. CATF is honored to be welcome here in the region to engage with decision makers, thought leaders, and colleagues to discuss the complexities of addressing the climate challenge and sharing opportunities for the region to advance a full range of solutions to position it for leadership in a net zero world. Carbon capture and storage is an essential tool for decarbonizing difficult to electrify sectors, including heavy industry that have few or no other mitigation options. Steel is one of the fundamental building blocks of modern societies, used in countless applications, and it's an important part of our economy, and the industry faces considerable technical and economic challenges as it seeks to reduce the CO2 that is related to its activities. Cement is another building block for the energy transition, but again, it is responsible for 2.5 billion tons of CO2 annually, and most of these emissions cannot be abated through the use of clean energy sources. The producers of cement, iron, steel, and certain chemicals have inherent CO2 emissions in their production processes and energy requirements, and this accounts for approximately 1/5 of CO2 emissions globally. Carbon capture and storage is therefore the only solution that we currently have to fully decarbonize these industries. CCS provides a proven and scalable solution for addressing greenhouse gas emissions from these industries and makes CCS a critical tool for the global climate solutions toolbox. Decarbonizing these sectors is going to require rapid growth in CCS projects and significant build-out of CO2 transport storage infrastructure in the coming years. We need to deploy carbon management technologies as fast as possible in order for the world to reach our collective climate goals and net zero emissions by mid-century. And with that, I'd like to hand over to my esteemed colleague, Mohamed Abu Zahra, Head of MENA at the GCCSI, for this exciting discussion on driving decarbonization in the cement and steel sector. And just one final note, we also have another event taking place after this one on CCS financing that is taking place in the Action Hub at 12:45. Thank you, Mohamed.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being with us today on this panel. Last day of an exciting week. I thank the organizers and the host for the whole MENA Climate Week. And if I may ask people in the back, if you could little bit move to the front so we can see each other. It's a huge room with many lights, so it will be great to have you closer. So please join me first welcoming our panelists for this session. So I'll start with Majid Al-Usailan, CEO of City Cement. If you could join me here, please. And then Chris Dickory, Deputy Director, CCUS UK. Rahama Shamsi, Senior Specialist Energy Decarbonization, COP28 team. And JF Gagne, Head of SEM Secretariat. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Let's have a seat. So when we talk about cement and steel, we call them from the start hard to abate industries. And with the word hard, we want to try to understand today how hard it is to abate these hard industries. So we will dig deeper into cement and steel, see how CCS can play a major role in decarbonizing these sectors. We're interested in learning more from the industry, the government, looking at projects, technologies, and policies, and so on. So I hope together with our esteemed panelists today, we'll be able to answer some of these questions. So in terms of the flow of our discussion, we'll have some introductions and discussion with our panelists. I would love to keep 5-10 minutes at the end of the session to interact with the audience. So we'll try our best to keep the time well, to give you the chance to ask some question for our panelists. So let me start with you, Majid, and talk about the role of City Cement. You are a leading cement company in the country and the region, and want to see your views on how do you see CCUS playing a role in cement sector in general and decarbonizing the cement sector, but also for City Cement specifically, and how that fits with other decarbonization options like in alternative materials, electrification, or other options you are looking for.
Indeed. Thank you, Doctor. And thank you for the host and organizer inviting us to such important and critical panel. I mean, from a cement perspective, definitely carbon is embedded in the whole processes. You're emitting CO2 from the reaction of the raw material and the combustion of the fuel. And looking at the macro level where, you know, the cement industry globally is emitting around 8%, and considering that Saudi is part of Paris Agreement, so definitely you have to do something. Let me just put it this way. City Cement's story is a bit different since it's a company, you know, within the Saudi Arabia, which mainly heavily depending the industry was depending on fossil fuel. Early in 2014, there was a tough, from a business cycle perspective, business life cycle, drop in demand, tough competition, fragmented market. I mean, and we know for a fact, considering that, all of these ESG is coming to be even, add more pressure, how honestly we can decarbonize and how we can decommoditize, how we can think out of the crowd and try to, build an advantage. Then we start, looking at our energy mix in general. Before going to the CCUS, I think there are a lot of prerequisites that you have to consider. You have to lower your carbon first, and then you can go to that level. Even as per the ICC, CCUS can come up to the picture in 2030, and we'll come to that later on. But we started looking at our energy mix, what can be done. We set our pathways, we looked at our levers, what is our under control. I mean, when you look at the stages of carbon in the cement or hard to abate sector, especially in cement, you have kind of emissions which is under your control, which either come from the reaction of the raw material of the fuel combustion, which represent around 70% of the emissions in cement. Then the next stage is your captive power or generating power, whether you are connected to the grid or you're generating your own power. And the third one is the supply chain and logistics. So when we looked at to substitute partially our fossil fuel, then you have to tap into, for instance, waste management. Since then, at that time, the supply chain was cracked. There was no regulation, missing, a lot of challenges. So, this would require to build a capacity in terms of decision maker, and we capitalize on the entrepreneurial background of the company in order just to move forward and take the risk. So we tapped into the waste management, we start dealing with landfills, we start sorting the process, and eventually we start using alternative fuel. We invested in clean energy and waste heat recovery in order just to make it better. In 2014, we started with one type of alternative fuel with a very low thermal substitution rate. In 2020, we are up to more than 5 different types of alternative fuel, boosting our thermal substitution rate to a very high level of degree. Within this journey, we work closely with most of the concerned regulators, trying to build an ecosystem. And lately, we span off all of those activities as a waste management. We set a company, and today we are in a partnership with one of the large investors, which is SIRC, the Saudi Industrial Recycling Company under the PIF. So I would say, today, the ecosystems start to complement. When you look at the government at the highest level, carbon neutrality pledge, going to decarbonize the whole thing. And it's well described. We have to look at the country fuel mix. You have to reduce or you have to have more renewable energy. You have to reduce your hydrocarbon dependency. And you have to go to waste diversion. Cement industry in general, can integrate nicely with other sectors and other industries to complement this idea, especially the waste diversion. From a waste perspective, you can't just recycle everything. You can, the application of waste to energy and in terms of fuel, this will help definitely a lot. After closing such prerequisites, lowering your carbon. By the way, I think in we set 2019 as a base of our carbon footprint. We already applied for the carbon credit scheme, VER, in Europe, before even lately, it's been announced. And we were super happy by the announcement of His Royal Highness in COP27 of the credit scheme here. And I think during this panel, this conference, His Royal Highness announced even the CDM mechanism for credit carbon in general here. So this will help a lot. Today, definitely, it should be much smoother. With the new regulation and pressure on cement producer or hard to abate, they have to, cement companies can't just rest on their laurels and just continue producing as per the normal way. But on the other side, you need to have the right enabler Today, the initiatives when it comes to even, the liquid displacement fuel program, this is a huge initiative which would reduce a number and huge millions of carbon from the emissions. So we have to do it gradually. We are so proud to be a champion, a reference, a role model in the industry, and we need the support definitely of the whole ecosystem to make this happen.
Yeah, thank you, Bajra. I think it is well understood that we need the enablers, we need to build business models, and we need to look at all decarbonization options. So it's a toolkit, not only single solution that could help decarbonize cement industry or the other industries. And Chris, I want to turn to you and talk more about these business models and scenarios. Like the UK government has done lots of framing on how to include CCS in the industries. What are the business models? What are the approaches that will be used to help enabling the industries to key into a technology like CCS? So if you could brief us on how that's done in the UK, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the invitation and for the great welcome here, and it's a pleasure to represent the UK government. So, a bit of background, the UK government set a net zero target for 2050 in 2019, and that's enshrined in law. We published our net zero strategy in 2021, which set out the different...
Could you just bring the microphone closer more? Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, is that clearer?
Yeah, I think it's better, yes.
Good. We set out the net zero strategy in 2021, which was based on the Committee for Climate Change's advice. And the Committee for Climate Change is an independent body in the UK, independent experts, and they say that CCS is essential, not an option, to achieve net zero. So that feeds through into UK policy, where we are seeking to decarbonise industrial clusters. We're looking to deliver 2 clusters by the middle of this decade and a further 2 by the end of the decade, with an ambition to capture 20 to 30 million tonnes by 2030. And that's across all different applications, which includes industrial emissions, including cement. It includes power emissions from gas-fired flexible power plants. It includes bioenergy with CCS, and it includes potentially direct air capture and hydrogen production, so a whole mix of different technologies. We've got a funding pot of 20 billion to start the sector, which has been agreed by the government. And we've put in place a policy framework which has a set of business models for the different applications of CCS, and they are different business models for the different applications. And one of the key lessons that we've learned in developing the business models over a 15-year period, actually since we've been making CCS policy, and we've learned a lot of lessons through that process, is that breaking the chain between the transmission and storage element of the system with respect to financing and the capture plants is really crucial to drive investment. And management of cross-chain risk through protecting investors from risks that they can't control across the chain is a really key lesson for business models that we've learned. So we have the business models in place. There's an industrial carbon capture model, which is it's a contract, what we call a contract for difference, which is a payment between a reference price that's set by looking at the carbon price and then what we call a strike price. And it's a payment that covers over 10 years for an industrial facility like a cement facility, the CapEx, the OpEx, and the rate of return that's required for investment associated with the carbon capture element of the plant. So you're retrofitting a plant onto an existing industrial facility, and you need to cover those extra costs associated with CCS. So we believe that's necessary to drive investment. And it is driving investment interest in the UK. So we're in negotiations with 8 capture projects at the moment, one of which is a cement plant in the northwest of the UK, and 2 transmission and storage, what we call clusters, so transmission and storage systems. So that's one on the east coast of the UK and one on the west coast, one of which is an old oil and gas field, which is a depleted reservoir. And then on the east coast, it's a saline aquifer, so is a new reservoir that we're using there. So we'll also look to expand those clusters, so we're going to deliver a further 2 by the end of the decade, and then we're going to publish a vision that looks at what what's a more market-based framework beyond 2030? So the initial business models are what we call first-of-a-kind business models to incentivize investment in technologies that are not yet proven at commercial scale. So the technology works, but the commercial model needs to be put in place by government. And then the question for us for that 2030 beyond vision is how do we develop a more market-based frameworks using carbon pricing and competitive allocation to drive the scale of investment that's required. And I would just say that we think in the UK we're well placed to make success of CCS with 78 billion tonnes of potential storage that we have in UK waters, which is hundreds of years of emissions that we could store in the North Sea. We've got experience of the North Sea oil and gas industry, and of course the need and will to achieve net zero. So there are some real parallels with other countries represented here this week.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I think when we look at enablers, we look at incentives, we look at policies, regulations, and how things will be framed in an overall integrated business model. And I want to ask you, Hama, from the COP28 team point of view and your engagement there, what are the key policies and regulations you guys see that is needed to really integrate and push CCUS more effectively in the hard-to-abate sector or in the heavy industries in general?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abu Zahra. You know, coming from COP28, these sectors are traditionally called hard-to-abate, but we've consciously chosen to move away from that terminology. We call them heavy-emitting sectors, right? Because they aren't hard to abate, they're just expensive to abate, right? And I think that our colleague from City Cement can attest to that. We've spoken to many producers from all across the world, from both steel and cement, and they all want to decarbonize. Nobody doesn't want to decarbonize. But you come to them and you tell them, show me your commitment and show me your ambition, and they can show it to you. They have strategies, they have plans, they're laid out. You know, they'll present it to you, they won't publish it because they cannot do it right now, because it's expensive. CCUS is expensive. CCUS, however, is essential to decarbonize steel and cement. These two sectors roughly account for around 16% of greenhouse gas emissions. In countries that are developed, they're a much smaller proportion. However, in developing countries, cement, concrete, and steel are integral to development. They are the foundation and skeleton of all of the cities and built environment that we live in. So the need for these products will only increase as we move forward, right? Especially with accelerated development of global south countries, of areas such as the GCC, India, China, for example. The need, demand, and production of these products is only going to increase, but we know that we need to bring down emissions. So CCUS is integral, specifically in cement, where around 50% of the emissions comes from the raw product itself, from the process emissions. The limestone has carbon embedded in it, and in order to activate it for cement production, it emits that carbon. So we know that CCUS is essential. However, again, it is expensive, and these products have very small margins already, right? Cement, I used to work in the railway industry in the UAE, and I used to negotiate with the cement producers. And you know, they'd come to you and say, you know, even a single dollar affects their whole costs and the price of their products. So it is the role of the government to support these producers by doing things such as laying out the regulatory framework that would allow for the build out of carbon capture, transport, and storage infrastructure, to look at things such as joint infrastructure, right, where you bring the cement and the steel producers and jointly build out the infrastructure to reduce the cost to any one player. So that is a role that the government plays. The government also has a big role in ensuring that there are solid and trustworthy carbon accounting mechanisms. So another feedback that we've been hearing from producers is that, okay, we will invest, we'll look at it, but we do not have any framework in place for carbon accounting that is agreed in the economy. We don't have any framework for MREV, monitoring and valuation. So, you know, it's these things that needs to give them the confidence and the faith to invest in things such as CCUS and bring down the cost for the economy as a whole. The government has a very big role to play in things such as, again, that joint infrastructure I mentioned, such as Norway's Longship project, right, in which they're building an open access carbon capture facility that anyone would be able to use and plug and play. You have, for example, Heidelberg Cement will be the first producer to actually use this and store about 400,000 tons of cement annually. This is major because this will essentially be the first carbon capture in a cement plant globally. But we do know, and I think Jean-Francois will tell us a little bit more from the SEM perspective, that we need to increase those numbers significantly by 2030 to meet our net zero targets and achieve the Paris Agreement. So, in essence, what I'm trying to say is carbon capture is essential, it's necessary, however, it's expensive. And these sectors have minimal margins as it is, and they're integral to the global economy. The global economy cannot function without cement and steel. So we cannot push the responsibility and all of the costs on the producers themselves. Government has a big role to play to make sure that they are able, willing to do it, and it doesn't affect the economic viability and the commercial viability of these sectors.
Yeah, I think it's the challenge with many of these industries is, as you said, the margin they have to play with is very small. And that's where we see a role for the government and the mechanisms for facilitating funding and support could help. Like we saw how IRA has moved things for CCS in North America, and more and long-term type of mechanisms are needed. Then CCS, if we keep just saying it's expensive, we need to try it, we need to build it, we need to facilitate the deployment if we want to get these costs going down. And I think for facilitating the deployment and discussion, the role of organizations like Clean Energy Ministerial, JF became instrumental on bringing governments around the table and start the dialogue. What are the mechanisms? What are the policies? How we can do that together? So if you could brief us on what are the mechanisms you guys work around, how SEM is functioning in pushing these clean energy, CCUS, and decarbonization solutions from different angles and linking government with industry and so on.
Yeah, thank you, Mohamed Wahamed, and thank you for the invitation. And I think, I mean, at the bottom, the rationale for what the SEM is trying to do is that no organization, no unique sector has the tools to do it all by themselves. So at the bottom, we can only succeed if we all work together, if we all collaborate. And that is what the SEM was engineered to do. We are a collaborative platform. We are driven by governments, but we were designed to bring in all stakeholders together to be able to identify what are the key challenges that need to be addressed, what are the best practices in terms of achieving these best practices, and how can we form action groups that can basically work together to achieve those targets. The platform is actually made to be flexible and nimble, to make sure that we tailor each of the solutions to the nature of the problem. And what we want to do is to do exactly like we're doing here, is basically bring the different actors to talk to one another, to see how they can work together to be able to spearhead action and take down the barriers of where we're going to go. We do this under two dimensions. We have a ministerial dialogue, which allows all stakeholders to hear directly from the...
Bring the microphone closer.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So for all stakeholders to be able to hear directly and have a dialogue with the high-level ambition makers. And so just like we have here at the COP28 presidency, being able to understand what is the direction we want to go in so that the stakeholders can have a clear path in terms of what needs to be achieved. But at the same time, a dialogue goes both ways. The SEM can bring information back to the decision makers in terms of what is happening, giving them ambition, giving them a certainty that they have the tools they need to be able to address some of their challenges. And we bring that information through what we call our work streams, which are groups of people who have the means and the will to be at the spearhead of, taking down those barriers. They consist of industry, financiers, international organizations, governments, just like we have on this panel and like we'll be having later on in the finance discussion, to be able to make sure that we not only understand each other, but we can work together and be complementary in what we're doing. On the industry decarbonization specific aspects, so we work through sectors. We have actions in power sector and other areas. We have a full section that looks at industrial decarbonization, realizing the importance of it. And we work on different levers. So of course we work to bring solutions forward. This panel is a perfect example. CCUS is key. We've heard it. We all know it. There is a breadth of experience out there in terms of how you roll out experience. There is a lot of technical knowledge in terms of the solutions and where they need to go. So we work on bringing these people together to be able to actions the deployment of those technologies and making sure that they are available to be able to deploy. We look at this at CCUS, but in all aspects of the supply chain aspect. We look at clean fuels, we look at entire supply chains. So we have work going on in terms of freight and logistics and making sure that the whole industrial supply chain can be decarbonized. And we also work on the people aspects, skills needed to be able to take these new technologies to the next level. But we also work on the demand side, because that is one of the things that I think we've heard today is CCUS in itself is needed to decarbonize, but it does not support industrial value itself. What it does is provide a societal value about decarbonizing the goods that we need to be able to enable economic development. So it is a public good, and what we try to do is create a demand for that public good. And we have one of our initiatives that is called the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative that looks at creating the demand, notably through a program which we call the Green Public Procurement Program, putting standards in place to make sure that there is demand for that low carbon good so that an industry can see the business value, the market share improvement of investing into those technologies. So there are multiple ways that we bring the different stakeholders to be able to understand what are some of the key barriers that we are trying to achieve and how can we work together to put all the pieces together, because each of the segments has one piece of the puzzle. The key is having the whole picture and putting every piece together, and that's where we try to play our role.
Yeah, and I think we cannot agree more that how complex the whole energy transition and decarbonization is, and there will be no single industry or government who are able to do it completely in their own, especially if it's kind of like deviate a little bit from day-to-day business for that industry. So I'll explore more with you, Majid, on City Cement. You are a cement manufacturer. You're not a CO2 capture company or a power plant or a decarbonization entity. So how do you see and value collaboration? What's happening to bring other partners with you guys to work on these type of concepts for CCUS implementation or evaluation or other aspects of decarbonization where partnership is essential and important?
Yeah, definitely. Let's just agree on that. If it's not feasible, it's not sustainable. It should make sense, huh? To make it sustainable, it should be commercially even feasible. Then let's try to look at the whole value chain of CCUS or carbon in general. I think we have to invest heavily understanding if there is a proper, mature value chain. With the same concept I just explained, you know, with our trial and other types of lowering our carbon footprint by alternative fuel, whatever, alternative energy. I mean, CCUS, you want to first of all make sure that there is a capacity of the decision maker, which it comes from the investment perspective. Then when it comes to the technology capacity, so the equipment, the technology, the etc. And then, you know, the competency of people. Even if you tackle all of this, I mean, let's look at the downstream. With all of those quantities that will be captured, if you don't have a proper downstream, differentiate different, you know, that the carbon will be, or whatever being captured is a feedstock of other businesses which add value, and then you create the circular carbon economy, I mean, it won't really fly. So I think that the gentleman just put it rightly. It's expensive, and it's expensive because yet there is not a real mature market, even when it comes to technology, by the way. And I've visited a couple of cement plants who at a pilot level, I mean, there is a number of, you just count them, you can count them on your hands. I mean, a couple of pilots among the worlds of CCUS. So the technology itself is not, it's not that mature, it's not proven. All that it should be scalability. So I'm saying just not to chase rainbows. No doubt, if you apply a proper CCUS, it's a leapfrog in lowering your carbon footprint. And you know, at a certain point, you can lower whatever you can't lower, but you can't go to zero carbon without considering the CCUS. This is crystal clear. But I mean, how to do it? No, we have to do the prerequisites first. And then, you know, I'm just trying to recall an example of the country. I mean, we had the largest CCUS ever in the world. When the petrochemical industry just born out of after Aramco, when the oil sector was, you know, flaring all of the gases, you capture all of these carbon and come up with, I mean, look at the concept. You come up with a valuable industry, which is the petrochemical, has a value, can contribute nicely to the economy, then yes, it flight. And I think this is billions of carbon. But, you know, at that time, it wasn't counting, huh? But I mean, with the same concept. So you have to just make sure that it is proven technology, there is a completed value chain, huh? And then you will need definitely other stakeholders, such government or whatever, to subsidize partially, but for how long? So, and I think R&D should heavily invest on the downstream, where all of those carbon can go.
Yeah, I think I take from your points that we need the concept of circularity, and that will support the value for the carbon. So it's not just a cost, it is part of an integrated solution. Now, when it comes to the technology and the maturity, that of course varies based on which technology and where things are. So for example, when we look at the operational project, most of it are currently going to the low-hanging fruit, higher CO2 concentration, because it needs to be feasible economically. But maybe the cement sector is still at the backside of like larger scale projects are not there yet.
True, but Filhami, doctor, we have an entirely fledged department in the Ministry of Energy looking at these next generation technology, and we have a pilot. The industry, the local industry, cement industry, has a pilot in NEOM, by the way. It worked out a bit because they managed to arrange an off-taker. I mean, for how long? So it's a very small scale. So just to
yeah. And Chris, I want your views on that as well. When we look at the different industries, the way like different industries will move towards CCUS at different speed and scale. Again, there are different reasons. What is the type of source of CO2 they have? What are the incentives? So how are things in the UK? Which industries you see like moving faster than the others? Any specific motives or reasons for these industries coming forward?
Okay, so first of all, what I'd say is I agree that CCS comes at a cost to private actors, an additional cost. But I would say if you want to achieve net zero in the UK by 2050, it's part of a low carbon, low cost pathway on a societal basis. And so that requires government policy to intervene to address those market failures and address the coordination problem. So on a society-wide basis, I would say it's part of a low cost trajectory to net zero, because in some sectors, cement being one of them, there are no alternatives. So if you hold that assumption firm, that you want to achieve net zero, it's part of a low cost trajectory. So then, I think in the UK, the way we see it is we set clear ambitions to try and drive investment interest. So the 20 to 30 million tons by 2030, and we've got a 6 million ton of industrial target by 2030. So that includes steel, it includes cement, it includes fertilizers, chemicals, and oil refining. And we're also looking at delivering as much as potentially 10 gigawatts of power CCS, that's gas-powered CCS, by 2035, and 5 million tons of greenhouse gas removals by 2030. That includes bioenergy with CCS and potentially direct air capture as well, and then 10 gigawatts of hydrogen production by 2030, which is split between what we call green hydrogen and blue. So half of that might be CCS, maybe a bit less, we'll see. So they're the kind of objectives that we have. And then we have a policy framework that incentivizes the investment in those technologies through subsidy. So I think it is crucial that I agree with the point that we need to subsidize these technologies in the early phase. And in terms of the projects that are coming forward, what we're seeing is a lot of interest from cement is one of the key sectors in the UK. We're in a negotiation with a cement firm for a project in the northwest. We're seeing a lot of interest in hydrogen production, and again, 2 plants at least in the first phase on hydrogen production with CCS. We've got 1 power plant in Teesside that we're in a negotiation with. That's a new gas-fired power plant with carbon capture as well, and then also energy from waste. So that's the combustion of waste and capturing the emissions associated with that. So we're moving ahead on each of the sectors, and they're all coming forward at a pretty reasonable pace. But I think it's because we've set that clear ambition to drive investment, but also the right policies to mitigate and allocate the risks in the right ways that shields investors from the risks they can't control, but also exposes them to the risks they can control. So, for example, technology risk and construction risk are risks that the developer is exposed to. But if you're a capture plant, the access to the transmission and storage system, which is owned by a different company, you are shielded from the delays and outages for that system. So there's the management of the cross-chain risk there, and that's a really key lesson that we've learned that's required to drive investment. And that's why I think there is that interest from all of the different sectors, because we've managed to mitigate that particular risk.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have responsibilities coming from the industries and the government to facilitate that, but Rahama, that needs to be backed up with these international climate agreements, negotiations, and what's happening around COP28 or COP every year. So how do you see in practice like initiatives supporting the deployment of CCUS coming up? How these international agreements considering or looking at CCUS for the hard-to-abate industries as well?
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed. You know, so I work for the COP28 UAE presidency, right? And I think we all know the role of the COP. We also know a lot of the frustrations behind something that is negotiated, right? Trying to get 194 member states to agree on a single text, right? Consensus-based. It's not even majority-based. But we do understand the importance of that still, right? Every day working in this sector, you hear terms such as 1.5 aligned. You hear terms such as the Paris Agreement, Paris aligned, where every country now has to submit their nationally determined contributions, their net zero targets. For the UAE, it's 2050, UAE, it's 2050, Saudi Arabia is 2060, right? So every country knows which way we need to go. But we also understand that the negotiations may be slower than we need to go. We need to move faster, we need to accelerate. And this is where I work. I work in the non-negotiated outcomes, on the presidential action agenda. We're actually taking the lead of the UK in COP26, where they actually announced the breakthrough agenda, which looks at sectors such as steel, and this year is actually releasing the cement breakthrough. And we also have our colleagues in the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation, which essentially are activating these targets that we need to get to. The CCS initiative under SEM, for example, is looking at placing specific targets for different industries for carbon capture facilities in certain plants. We also have, for example, as Jean-Francois said, the IDDI initiative led by UNIDO, which has the Green Public Procurement Pledge, which pushes for green demand, right? Because these companies come and they say, okay, we'll decarbonize, but the product will come at a premium. Who's going to buy it off me, right? So the IDDI under cement ensures that the government plays that role and ensures that there will be an off-taker at the end of the tunnel. You also have the First Movers Coalition under WEF, right, which was led by the Special Envoy for Climate Change, John Kerry, which seeks to do a similar thing, but for the private sector. You have the Carbon Management Challenge, led by, as well, Canada, UK, and the US, with members such as the UAE and Saudi, which is pushing for countries to have a common target for carbon capture and to ensure that carbon capture is included in countries' net zero plans and their long-term strategies. Because frankly speaking, and this is from my own experience in my conversations, there's a little bit of skepticism around carbon capture. A lot of people see it as a band-aid, right? But I think based on our conversation here and us being professionals working in this environment, we know that it is necessary. As Mr. Majid said, you can lower emissions now, but you'll never get to zero without carbon capture. So it's all of these initiatives that need to bring it towards the private sector, towards the policymakers, and towards government to show that actually carbon capture is essential to meet the targets agreed in the negotiated arena, the Paris Agreement, to reach net zero, to keep 1.5 alive. It is again, essential to galvanize the world using these international initiatives. And I'm sure Jean-Francois will share some more with us on this, because I'm actually a very big fan of SEM. One of my first conferences that I went to upon joining COP28 was the Clean Energy Ministerial Senior Officials meeting. This is actually where I met the SEM team and was very impressed, because it's a group of countries coming together and saying, we understand we have the negotiations on one side, but what can we do more? What can we do extra? You have countries such as China, and China stays quiet a lot of the time in these international conversations, but we know based on our own conversations with them, they're doing a lot on CCUS. They have pilot programs across steel, across cement, and they're doing all of this work, but you don't hear from it without these international initiatives and coalitions and movements. And I think going back to the Breakthrough Agenda, we also work very closely with them because they set priority actions for these sectors, right? So you have a lot of different initiatives, a lot of different things, but then government comes and says, okay, there's too much happening. I don't know what to focus on. I don't know what to do. So the Breakthrough Agenda comes and brings everyone together and sets the priority actions for that year. For example, for steel, one of the biggest things is standards, right? Because steel is a globally traded commodity, but it's also a very competitive industry. It's essential for a country's competitive advantage, right? So you'll always have countries that are very hesitant to touch their steel industry because it's, core to a lot of countries, specifically developing countries and even developed countries. So there is actually work undergoing through the Breakthrough Agenda, UNIDO, the World Trade Organization, to bring together and agree on common standards that would allow for these countries to decarbonize, but on a level playing field, to make sure that it's fair, to make sure that one doesn't have a way of calculating that maybe the others don't agree with, and then, there's trade issues that come with that. And in terms of the cement industry is a little bit different than steel, which also makes it a little bit harder, is that cement and concrete is a localized industry. It's not traded. Very minimally it's traded. Every country in the world produces its own cement and concrete, which means you need to look at it from a different lens. And this is why we work very closely with the Global Cement and Concrete Association, the GCCA, which has actually released a global net zero roadmap for cement. But they even understand that that's not enough. So they actually go in on the ground, country by country, and develop roadmaps for those countries, right? So it's, again, a lot of these different issues and problems arise based on the tensions, right? Because these industries are so essential and integral to the economies of these countries, they usually are afraid of doing anything or touching it, right? But then it's these international initiatives and it's setting these priorities that actually allows them to say, okay, if we move into this together, we can do this, and we can do this in a way that makes sure that it's fair and there's a level playing field for everyone.
Yeah, I think what we're hearing, many initiatives, Carbon Management Challenge is something we support, and we rely that it should and could make a difference at COP. And I think bringing other countries, other economies into the table at the discussion and to engage them is very essential. And Jeff, I want to ask you, you had your SIM meeting in India, next one is going to Brazil. How do you see emerging economies coming aboard? How you support and facilitate engaging these countries in the dialogue around decarbonization and CCUS?
Thanks, and that's a very important part of what we're trying to do. I mean, the SEM is a platform that is open to anyone who wants to be, a leader, who wants to be able to be part of that enacting change. As you've said, our membership is extremely varied. We have the largest developed economies. We also have all the members of the BRICS. We have, regional representation from Latin America, from Asia, from the Gulf region here. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of our key members, part of our steering committee. We have the UAE also as part of our members. And their involvement is actually in many, many different levels. So some of our members are involved directly at the steering committee level, which means they guide the overall direction of where the summit is going. And again, that is a mix of developed and developing economies to make sure that we can see every aspect. And then all our members are all part of our initiatives and our work streams. But we also invite others. So basically, while there are 29 SEM members, there are actually 55 member countries who participate in our different initiatives. So as I said, we are open to anyone who wants to enact change. The role can also vary. So you have some of those initiatives that are co-led by both developed and developing countries. In the IDDI that we were talking about, that is co-led by India with the UK, Germany, and Canada. The CCUS initiative is co-led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the UK and others. And so being able to take where there is leadership, where there is a strong value and an intention to advance the situation and showcase that leadership and share that leadership is a key aspect. The way we work is under a framework that we call our 3 I's. So the first I is what we call insights. It's about sharing knowledge. It's about making sure we understand the best practices. And again, the dialogue between developed and developing economies is extremely important in that context because the best practices really depend on the context. It's a very different challenge to try to decarbonize an economy with a lot of existing infrastructure versus trying to attract investments into a whole new set of infrastructure. And those two have different opportunities and challenges, and that dialogue in terms of learning how the best practices apply to one another is very important. There's also quite a different in terms of how the economies are structured. State-owned enterprises are a very unique opportunity that some countries have. So being able to understand each other's opportunities and challenges is how we make sure that the advice, the knowledge that we bring forward, and the coalitions that we bring together are really suited for the context in which they are going to be priced. That's what we call through impact. So it's bringing people together and having the right coalitions. The third I is what we call inspiration. So we are focused on those who will be doing the action, but we realize that climate change is a global challenge. We need everyone to benefit from that work. And so we partner with other organizations like UNIDO, like the World Bank, IEA, IRENA, many others, to make sure that the progress that is being spearheaded by our SEM members is also available for others to follow suit and basically take on those pathways. And we also work very closely with high-level political fora to make sure that that knowledge, that progress, then helps in terms of resetting the ambition. This year we were very lucky for the Indian presidency to also be hosting the G20, and so we co-located the two meetings, which really helped in showcasing how the political ambition setting mechanism can benefit from the understanding of what action is happening and vice versa. We're working very closely with the COP presidency to be able to replicate that in the UAE so that negotiators actually can understand that some of the challenges that they might see are actually already being addressed, and they can focus on setting the ambition for even fast-tracking that work. So it's through all these mechanisms that we make sure that all the challenges, all the contexts are really being looked at. We don't do most of the work. Our job is to bring the people who actually have that full view together, and that is as important in developing as it is in emerging and developing economies to make sure that the entire world has the tools it needs to be able to accelerate the clean energy transition.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I don't want to keep the discussion here on the podium, so I want to, since we have time, I want to pose my questions and turn to the audience. So if we have questions from the audience, would like to give you the opportunity before we are so tight on the time. So we have a question here. Noura? Yes, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the esteemed panelists, very insightful discussion. I have a question on the utilization of carbon. What is the market capitalization of that? And are we going to reach a stage where geological storage of carbon dioxide will come with a price tag of a foregone revenue?
You want to take utilization?
I have the same question.
You have the same question. So anyone can answer that question. Maybe Chris, you want to comment on that? Or?
So look, from a UK perspective, our priority is to reduce atmospheric emissions, and so we are proposing what we call CCUS, carbon capture and usage and storage, but our initial focus is entirely on geological storage. I do see a role for usage in the UK. We have some industrial applications for CO2. I think the CO2 needs to be incredibly pure in order to use it for food and beverages and these kind of industries. But the industrial demand for CO2 at the moment is relatively small compared to the atmospheric emissions that go up in the air from the industrial clusters. And so our focus in the early stages is absolutely storage. But I have seen some impressive plans and some ideas this week for some of the usage in the region here, such as using it to cure concrete and so on. So in areas where there's a lot of economic growth, maybe there's more room for using CO2 as a valuable commodity or product. But certainly in a sort of developed nation like the UK, the demand for CO2 is relatively low, so we're focused on storage.
Rahma, you want to comment on that?
Thank you. So the utilization of captured carbon, right, is going to be, we're not 100% sure how big of an impact it would have, right? But we do know that there are certain uses in the decarbonization of other sectors already being proposed for the use of that carbon. For example, CO2 can be used as a coolant, right? Rather than the refrigerants we use now, we know that CO2 is a natural coolant that can be used. CO2 can play a role as well in certain nascent technology for cement and concrete production, right? Using it in the activation itself as well. And it can also be used in the production of things such as sustainable aviation fuel. But all of these things right now are in the R&D and research phases of the utilization. Sequestration has a bigger role to play now, but again, the longer you can keep the captured carbon out of the atmosphere, the better, because then it gives us more time to accelerate decarbonization on other fronts. So even if you are utilizing that CO2 and that captured carbon, which will eventually be emitted into the atmosphere, you are keeping it down here for longer while you accelerate the other levers.
Yeah, I think it's a very important question. That's why I emphasized that we have to understand the value chain properly. I think instead of just focusing on pushing the technology, let's spend more time and effort and money and the R&D to understand what to do with all of this, considering the very, very little small demand currently going on carbon. But on the other side, I think, and that's what's important, honestly, even for cement, I'm very comfortable, very confident that, when you look at the pathway being orchestrated, designed here in the country, considering a systematic, scientific way in lowering the carbon. I mean, they went after the efficiency, which is a very important pillar to lower it before going there. And they set, a governmental body, which is SEEC, Saudi Efficient Energy Center, to match the benchmark of utilization of energy. Then they went into substituting your fuel. They set the regulation. We have today MOAN as the regulator to set, all of the standards, building the waste management supply chain, and, with the right enablers. Then you can go to the next generation technology. And they start looking at, the energy productivity of the country. I mean, those movements give that you are moving at the right direction. You just need a champion, someone to take the first move. And honestly, here in City Cement, we want to just, conduct the same concept that we did in alternative fuel in the next generation. Soon we'll be signing an MOU with a startup, NCC US, which claim they have a very unique technology in capturing more number of quantities of carbon, which certainly may make it a bit feasible. So definitely we're there, but we need the regulator to understand that it's a way. And as per ICC, I mean, it will just kick on into 2030. So yeah.
I think if I could quickly also comment, at the end of the day, we are talking about carbon management and carbon value. So if there is a utilization solution that could avoid the carbon from going to the atmosphere permanently and could generate a business model and a circular value for the carbon, then why not? At the end of the day, I think the problem is with the emission, not the source of the emission or what I do in the emission, and that's my views. So we need to look at all the toolkits of carbon management, from carbon capture, from a source, direct air capture, mix, utilization, storage. But the important thing is not to present them as competitors, but to present them as toolkits altogether. Jeff, you want to comment something?
I was just going to try to say, I think, again, that question is important, but it also relies on the context. And as was mentioned, there's first a question of how do you reduce emissions at the source, and that will dictate how much you actually then have to deal with. But ultimately, we talked earlier about the value and the need to put a business value to the COCOS concept, because the governments can help in terms of taking on the early costs of it, but when you look at the scale, it needs to be privately funded. And so it's when we actually get that value for CO2 that we will be able to see. Some of it might actually be reused industrial products, others might actually be stored, and it will be a market-driven decision of what goes where. You can see it just like a reverse of the energy aspect. Like right now, we extract energy from the soil, we transport it, and then we produce goods with it. Sometimes we don't extract energy from the soil. We take it from waste from industrial products to do the same thing. So you can see the CCUS as the same thing, but reversed. Sometimes that CO2 may come back as a feedstock. Others might have to go back into the ground. The ultimate driver will be what is the value that society, puts on that CO2, so that businesses can then find out the best business model to be able to provide that value in the best business way.
Yeah. Do we have one more question from the audience? Okay, Fahad. In the front here.
My question is for Mr. Shamsi. I think we've seen the UAE leadership as the COP28 president, and especially with the G20 and the call to triple investment in renewable energy. Do we see something similar happening in CCUS to help galvanize investment in that field?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I did mention the Carbon Management Challenge that is being led by the UK, Canada, and Norway, that the UAE is a part of. So they are currently working on setting what that target is, and we intend on having something to talk about at COP28. So to answer your question, you'd have to come to Dubai in November 30 till December 12 to get that answer.
Yeah. I think we have a couple of minutes left. So if we, to summarize and look at the hard-to-abate sector and mostly on like cement and steel and others, what I heard in the panel, we need the collaboration, we need the government, the industry, and other organizations to come forward together. And an example of that, what we as a co-host out of the 4 organizations tried to conduct in this event is really to bring the dialogue together, bring the governments and the industry, and try to understand, okay, what do we need to turn CCUS into a business model, fully integrated, then we can drive it long term without the need for government support for many years to come. So I think the discussion will never finish, and there will be always questions that we can argue about. Please join me thanking our panelists, and I thank you all for being with us on this session on the last day of MENA Region Climate Week, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. شكرا.
exactly where the carbon dioxide goes underground. And you can see the plume of liquid CO2 spreading out under the caprock and getting embedded into the rock around it. So it's behaving exactly the way they expect it to behave because, you know, our sedimentary engineers understand the subsurface so well. On the right is an artist's impression, but I'm hoping within a year, I won't just be showing artists' impressions of this. This is a facility that is being built as we speak in Texas, which will be capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and injecting it back underground in the Permian Basin. So this is the next stage where you go beyond removing from point sources to recapturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And it's very important to emphasize, we were talking about this earlier, this is a future technology very much, because, not because we can't do it, we need to show that we can do it now, but because it makes much more sense to capture carbon dioxide where it's concentrated today, and then only when we run out of sources of carbon dioxide that are nice and concentrated does it make sense to spend the extra energy required to recapture it from the atmosphere. But it's very important that this is happening. It's happening because the US government has provided very strong incentives under the Inflation Reduction Act to make it happen. And that's they are thinking ahead. They realize they're going to need this technology in the future, and that's why they're deploying it now. And I do think it's an area where I think Saudi Arabia's universities, and I hope I keep agitating for this, I think the UK universities need to be stepping up and getting into this field of direct air capture. And it's an area where I'm hoping we'll be able to cooperate in the future. You know, as I say, within a year, we should have, you know, all things going well, a 500,000 ton per year plant operating in Texas capturing CO2 directly out of the atmosphere. And the reason, of course, that's important for the future is that for certain uses of fossil fuels, like aviation, there's no way of capturing at source. You'll have to recapture it from the atmosphere. To come back closer to now, we have coming up the COP28 in Dubai, and we need, you know, in order to further establish the circular carbon economy principles around the world. By the way, one thing we were talking about, how your question about how we can get more people to adopt the circular carbon economy. One thing you'll discover is don't always insist people call it the same thing. So the Americans seem to have decided to call it carbon management. I'd be relaxed about that. If they want to call it carbon management, that's fine. You know, check what they're doing, and it's basically the same thing. So the idea that, you know, basically you're balancing carbon flows at the Earth's surface to achieve geological net zero. And if we could achieve at COP28 a commitment, and this will definitely be discussed, but who knows where it'll end up. But if we could achieve at COP28 a commitment to phase down and where circumstances allow, and I think it's important because we have very different circumstances in different countries, it's important to include that qualifier, where circumstances allow, phase out unabated fossil fuel use. That would be a fantastic achievement of COP28. And it's something that it would really be quite inspiring for that, the decision that we're actually going to stop fossil fuels from causing global warming, to come from a COP in the Middle East, in the region where for so long people have sort of seen this region as, you know, the problem. And if finally the decision to move on, to actually solve the problem using the tools we have available, if it came out of the COP being held in this region, there's something quite fitting about that, something quite inspiring. So I'm hoping, but as you know, with these international negotiations, it only takes one country to say no, so who knows what's going to happen. But, you know, I think you should watch this space. If you're going to COP, talk about it. Talk about the importance of getting global agreement that we phase out unabated fossil fuel use. And there's plenty of people saying we don't like the word unabated. We just want to say phase out fossil fuel use. We've had that conversation. I'm not going to say it again. Okay, you know where I am on that one. And but if we are going to do this, one thing's clear, we've got this word unabated, which is doing a lot of work in this sentence. And so we need a global conversation, an inclusive conversation, about what abated must mean to be consistent with our climate goals. So what does it mean to fully abate fossil fuel use? I've got a view, you've got a view, Tamir's got a view, everybody's got a view. And we need to have a conversation to make sure that we all agree on what that must mean to meet our climate goals. And that's something, again, I think that could be another signature achievement of COP28, would be to start that conversation. And I'm hoping the likes of CAPSARC and indeed KFUPM will be involved in that conversation going forward. Because, and this is, I'm just sort of wrapping up here, what we need to ensure is that no country has to make that horrible choice between using their fossil fuel resources and ending their contribution to global warming. They should be able to do both. They should be able to use their, if they choose to use their fossil fuel resources, they should have the technology to do so without causing further global warming. Because I know that at the Africa Climate Summit that happened a few weeks ago, there was a lot of tension between delegates there saying, you know, you Europeans are coming here telling us to leave our gas in the ground, and yet you're asking to buy our gas, you know, so what's going on here? You know, we need to develop the options for countries. So the countries like Namibia, that's just discovered a vast amount of gas offshore, have the technologies to make use of that gas without driving the world to unsafe temperatures. That's a crucial goal for COP28. Finally, just to wrap up, just to remind you, again, to quote Sheikh Yamani from the 1970s, the Stone Age ended before we ran out of stones. This is what he said: the oil age will end before we run out of oil. And this is my addition to it: global warming must end before we stop using fossil fuels. I'll leave you to think about that. Thank you. And over to you, Thamir.
So we'll hand it to Dr. Thamir. We're running out of time, so you're good.
Everyone loved the debate here between abate and phasing fossil fuel. So again, we prepared actually very heavy materials for the index, and but again, we are not lecturing here. This is an interactive platform, and we would like actually to hear from you. So I would like to go through this content. I don't know how, but in 10 minutes, let's try this. Five minutes? Okay, come on, Ali. Okay, how many person here in this hall heard about the CCE index, the Circular Carbon Economy Index? I know. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So and how many know about indices in general? Index, Tralima Index, SDG Index, the indices that we hear always in the news. So, perfect. So we can actually have a ground here to start with. So, well, I will not go through all that, of course. Again, in very simple words, what's the composite indicators or indices? It's a simple tool to simplify multi-dimension concept or phenomena to a single value. So a policymaker, stakeholder, experts can actually consume that value and create decisions and actually go deeper in some stages in that results. For example, if we want to, a policymaker want to know about the status of education system in a country, he will need to look at the infrastructure, the students' performance, teacher qualification, etc. A lot of multi-dimensional information need to go together, but we can simplify that in a scientific way, almost scientific way, but again, because composite indices actually debated between experts and academia that have own opinions about how the indices work. But in the policy-making world, it's very popular. Here's a few examples on few indices: Environmental Performance Index, Tralima Index, SDG Index, that is available and well known. Why we are using index? Simplicity, holistic insight, policymaker can quickly grasp. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen because I can't really see there, but quickly here we can actually compare indices and results between countries and region and inform decision making, because again, we are using tools that quantify these indicators or multi-dimension concept that will translate it to numbers. So basically, the circular carbon economy, why we are using this, why we have the circular carbon economy index. First is to promote the understanding of the CC index. What's the CC index? What's the 4R? What are the technology? Why we are using remove? By numbers, it's easier to consume these facts. Also, create common language around the CCE metrics. Again, we started with the debate, the science behind the concept, and how different actors actually look at the concept from different perspectives. When you have a common language around these metrics, it's going to be easy to communicate between experts.
Event with the World Health Organization, WHO, regional office for the Eastern Mediterranean, as well as in close coordination and great support from the UNFCCC colleagues. The interlinkage between health and climate change is well established within UNFCCC processes. The convention itself recognizes and highlights health as one of the three categories of the adverse effect of the climate change, along with ecosystems and socio-economic systems. Also, there is a growing recognition of human mobility linked to the climate change, particularly in relation to the loss and damage and also adaptation work streams. Human mobility, including displacement, is recognized as one form of non-economic losses. Concurrently, migration can be an effective adaptation strategy if it takes place in a safe, orderly, and regular manner. By enabling people in a climate and hazard-prone areas to move to safer locations and pursue their lives with dignity. The Paris Agreement request and request the parties to respect the right to health as well as the rights of migrants. The climate change affects everyone, but its impact on the individual is unequally distributed. Migrants and other mobile population face greater exposure to health risks of climate change because of their pre-existing vulnerabilities linked to their mobility patterns and status, as well as the specific working condition in the destination countries. The nexus between climate change, health, and human mobility require further discussions and attention in the climate change discussions. I am, together with WHO and other partners, is spearheading this discussion and promoting the better understanding of the nexus. So today's session is one of such platforms to have a discussion and explore this nexus. This session brings together parties and non-party stakeholders to deliberate on the health impact of climate change on vulnerable segments of the society, with particular focus on migrants and mobile population in the MENA region. The session aims to highlight the initiatives and good practices of inclusive health policies and systems and practices in the region, while also discussing the remaining gaps and challenges. The session consists of two segments. First, we would have the high-level video sessions, speeches, and also presentation, followed by the second segment, which is the technical panel discussion. So without further ado, we would like to start with the first segment. First, we would like to show you a video message from our regional director, Mr. Othman Berbesi. I am regional director for Middle East and North Africa. Mr. Berbesi joined IOM in March 2003. Since then, he has held various positions across multiple IOM portfolios, including Chief of Mission of IOM Libya and Senior Regional Advisor for Middle East and North Africa at our HQ in Geneva. So now, if you could show the video of Mr. Berbesi, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, please first allow me to apologize for not being able to attend this event in person due to an urgent commitment that I have to attend to in Cairo. And thank you for joining this event during the MENA Climate Week in Riyadh.
Groups in the world, I'm not saying governments or countries, but we can see that the top 5 countries are European, Norway, Netherlands, Germany, United Kingdom, Switzerland, are score high in all the technology. If we can look at the performance only, and this is one of the benefit of the composite indices, it's you are actually looking at the total score, but again, if you want more context or perspective behind the result for a certain country, you compare that through the sub-index and with the reference group. And that's what we look at here, the performance and the enabler. So some countries actually perform more on the performance and have less score in the enabler dimensions like technology and finance. There is a huge gap for all countries in that. Only the top countries actually have a good score in the technology and finance and then investment, which if we look at the GCC countries, this is one of the outcomes, is that they need actually to focus on these pillars to actually perform better in the performance or in certain technology and activities. This is an example of how we utilize actually the result and make it meaningful to your exercise. Here we can actually look at it through the income groups. And just a few pictures on the index. Please, if you just Google CCE index, you will actually find this is tools that you can actually download the data, the raw data. We have tools that actually you can change the values. For example, we can map Saudi policy. This is just an example that we have target of that amount of renewable, 50% of electricity come from renewables. We can actually plug this and see the simulation or the scenario of how Saudi will actually perform in the future. And you can actually take that and compare that with other countries if we have a stable growth of score for these countries. Here, there's some publication. So we are deep dive studies on region, on specific countries, and on certain themes. And also, we are currently working with the World Energy Council and the Tralema Index, so to actually experiment with the Tralema concept. They have the Tralema Index, and we plug that with the CC Index to actually give different dimension on security and resilience and energy equity, beside how this will actually interact with the different technology and activities within the CCE. Sorry, I will finish, I promise, but this is important. So we are actually mapping the GCC countries. So we have the 6 GCC countries here. We have the main activities or the core technology and activities under CCE. We can see that the GCC countries actually are have quantitative targets and mention these technology or targets, so qualitative and quantitative targets for those countries. We can see United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia actually are very active, are very competitive, and good competition in this area, and Qatar as well. You can actually utilize the index to create scenarios out of these. Out of the updated NDC targets. Here we just give you an example on on the mentioned targets with baseline and not baseline. So this is up to you. And here, conclusion. I will go through this. I can share the slide later if you, for anyone to. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are we taking question now? Or?
No, if you have any questions, you can reach out to the speakers later on because we're really running out of time. But I would like to thank you all for coming today, and let's have a round of applause for our speakers. Okay, that sums it up. Thank you so much. So if you did not check out for your certificates, please check out with Mr. Fares. Thank you.
So now we would like to show you another video from Dr. Ahmad Mandahari, Regional Director of WHO Regional Office for the Eastern Mediterranean. Dr. Al-Mandahari is a native of Oman and has made a substantial positive contribution to the development and modernization of Oman's health system. As WHO Regional Director, Dr. Al-Mandahari has worked to develop and realize a vision of health for all by all in the Eastern Mediterranean region.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. I thank you for joining this climate change and health session of Regional Climate Week in the Middle East and North Africa. We gather once more to address the climate crisis, which challenges the survival of humanity. We have a responsibility to our planet and future generations, and must do our utmost to tackle this global threat for their survival and prosperity. The climate is already changing, and this emergency is a daily reality. As we witnessed this summer, the impact of climate change is increasing. Most recently, Libya suffered devastating floods in the aftermath of Storm Daniel. Climate change and health is a strategic priority for the World Health Organization. Today, 1 in 4 deaths can be attributed to preventable environmental causes. WHO estimates that climate change kills an additional 250,000 people every year. Rising temperatures, extreme weather conditions, air pollution, wildfires, and compromised water resources, land and food production increase the incidence of chronic diseases and adverse pregnancy outcomes. It fuels the spread of infectious diseases. Climate change has reduced the volume of groundwater in the occupied Palestinian territory. This is likely to increase the prices of agricultural products, particularly those relying on irrigation. Estimations suggest that 7% of farmers in the territory have abandoned their lands because water has become too costly. Between 1980 and 2022, precipitation in the southern and eastern Mediterranean region decreased by 8% per decade. Precipitation is projected to decline further in these countries. But while some countries lack water, others face floods, and in fact, precipitation will increase in the Arabian Peninsula. The World Bank estimates that up to 132 million people will fall into poverty by 2030 because of climate change. By 2050, climate change will have displaced about 1.2 billion people. The health consequences of climate change have economic implications. Our health systems must be resilient and ready to respond to the anticipated climate-related emergencies and population movements. We must make sustainable changes now for lasting positive impact, especially for the most vulnerable groups, women, children, and older people. But this has a cost. The government of Egypt pledged to cut emissions by 25% by 2030, which will require 50 billion US dollars. We call for more commitment so that all countries and territories in the region can take urgent action. Distinguished guests, the United Arab Emirates will host COP28. WHO will bring delegates for Health Day on 3rd December 2023. This will be a key opportunity to advance the Human Development Agenda on climate change and health on the global stage. Let us be agents of change for humanity and advocate for our regional vision, health for all, by all.
So now we would like to invite Dr. Ahmad Swaidan and Dr. Aru Zankawi from the Ministry of Health of the Government of Kuwait, who kindly joined online. Dr. Aru Swaidan is a public health senior specialist and chief technical advisor to the Assistant Undersecretary of the Public Health at the Kuwait Ministry of Health. He has more than 15 years of experience working with Kuwait Public Health Administration with a doctorate degree in epidemiology. Dr. Aru Zankawi is a public health physician working in the Environmental Health Department at the Public Health Administration in Kuwait. He holds a master's degree in public health. He is a member of the National Committee for Climate Change and Health Adaptation, as well as a member of the Climate Change and Health Vulnerability and Adaptation Assessment Team. As our regional director mentioned, IOM had a great honor to collaborate with the government of Kuwait just 2 weeks ago through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to organize a Gulf sub-regional workshop in Kuwait on the interlinkage between climate change, migration, and health, under the auspices of His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs in Kuwait. Dr. Aru Swaidan and Dr. Aru Zawakani will speak about the impact of climate change on vulnerable population and the Kuwaiti government initiative. Both doctors, we hope you can hear me.
Good
Wonderful.
morning.
So the floor is yours.
We can hear you.
We can also show your presentation on the screen from our side.
Sure. Should we share our presentation? Our screen?
We can share from our side if it's your prefer, but if you prefer to share from your side so that you have a control, please feel free to do so.
Sure. Yeah, maybe it's better to share from your side, and we'll go from there.
Sure. And if you want us to move to the next slide, if you can say next, and then I will move your slide.
Excellent. Good morning again, and thank you for having us join in this meeting. We are honored to be here and to give this talk. I'm Dr. Mohammed Swaidan, and thank you for introducing me. And my colleague, Dr. Ali Zankawi, will also be presenting part of this presentation. So we'll very briefly talk about climate change and health of vulnerable populations in the region. Can you please go next? So overall, we'll talk about climate change in general in the region, given Kuwait as an example. And then we'll talk about climate change and health in general.
Yes.
And then in the next section, Dr. Ali will be talking about Kuwait's efforts and progress in vulnerability and adaptation assessment, and then go through the gaps and challenges. Next. So Kuwait, like many of the countries in the region, we are living in a very hot climate, and that could vary between hot and arid at times of the year to other areas that are hot and humid that are along the coast. And this puts us in a very particular position in terms of climate change. Next. And one of those issues is the rising temperatures. So based on the predictions, in better scenarios, there's an expectation of 1.7 degrees Celsius increase in mean annual temperature. And in worst case scenarios, there is a 6.2 degree Celsius increase. Next. Not only the mean temperature is of concern, but also the number of days where the mean temperature is high and we have heat waves. And that in better scenarios, we have 70 days on average per year. And in worse scenarios, we have 260 days per year. And this basically highlights the importance and the critical risk that comes from temperatures in our region. And this is Kuwait as an example, but other countries are also affected by these high temperatures. Next. As you know, we have seen this recently more and more over the past decade or so, because of the change in climate, because of the increased desertification. There are more days where we have dust storms and dust in the air, and we have these events. Next. And we are a developing region. We are our urban environments are becoming more dense. We have more people becoming more urbanized. The population is growing. And as a result, having that combination with climate change will increase the need of air conditioning, increase the need of indoor temperature cooling, which also raises the risks of urban heat islands in the area and especially in the cities, especially that most of our countries are becoming more and more urbanized, and that affects the city areas. Next. This is also the torrential rains, the flooding has become more and more commonplace in the past years, and we've seen that in many of our countries, and how this can damage the infrastructure, how it can cause injury and risk to human life. Next.
Liebeck. I'm a senior director at the Clean Air Task Force. For those of you who don't know the Clean Air Task Force, we're a global climate organization focusing on overlooked solutions in the US, Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. I just want to thank you all for joining us, and I want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this unparalleled hospitality here and the incredible conversation we've had this week. I think what's really important about the conversation this week, as we're at our last day today, is really the insightfulness and the unparalleled nature of a diverse set of stakeholders really peeling the layer of the onion on the hard questions of climate, particularly the technical realities and also the questions of how we can transform the oil and gas sector to be net zero compliant for a net zero world. And so while I think this is a really, really exciting conversation that we had here this week, which is really going to set the stage for COP28, I'm particularly excited about our next panel, which will focus on introducing the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium, which is a multinational initiative of think tanks, which will reinvigorate the Net Zero Producers Forum, a multi-government initiative of 6 producers responsible for 45% of emissions, 45% of oil production and 40% of gas production. So, and from my perspective as a think tanker, of course, given the size and depth and breadth of the climate challenge, it's really an important question of how we can make sure that governments and companies have access to the latest ideas, to the creative will that's coming from academia, from civil society, and from think tanks. So with this, I'm really excited to welcome my esteemed panel on the stage. Landon Darrens, who's the Senior Director at the Global Energy Center of the Atlantic Council, Fahad Al-Ajlan, who's the President of the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, Steve Griffith, who is the Senior Vice President for Research and Development at Khalifa University, and finally, Hassan Ghazali, who's the Finance and Investment Lead, Partnerships Lead of this week, Partnerships and Policy Lead as of this week at the UAE Independent Climate Change Accelerators. Thanks so much for joining us. So, let's start with you, Landon, as a fellow think tanker. But before you came to the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, you were at the US government focused on the Net Zero Producers Forum. You pulled it together last year at CERAWeek. So tell us, what is the Net Zero Producers Forum? I said 45% of global oil production and 40% of gas production.
Well, Lee, it's great to be here. Let me echo my appreciation to the MENA Climate Week organizers and the UNFCCC, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the hospitality this week. You're mentioning 40, 45, 40. Let me go 40, 40, 40. 42% of global oil and gas indirect and direct emissions are from oil and gas. 40% of the Net Zero Producer Forum is about gas and total supply, and 45% of global oil production, right? 40, 40, 40. We can't solve and drive towards a net zero future without engagement, collaboration, and a shared vision from producer countries on achieving a net zero outcome. Each one has independent baselines and a trajectory to build from. And I think breaking down silos of information and really building towards a collaborative approach to addressing the net zero challenge, the climate challenge, is tremendously important. Global collaboration to fill gaps, establish markets, is an absolutely necessary aspect of the net zero transition. And that's why we're really excited today to introduce to the world this idea of a Net Zero Knowledge Consortium, as you referred to it, a multinational effort to bring together policy institutes, think tanks from the net zero producer countries to really find and continue to drive towards the vision that I think was set out when the US government joined Saudi Arabia, UAE, Canada, Qatar, and Norway in establishing this really collaborative environment for producer countries to build their voice in the net zero transition.
Thank you, Landon. I just want to reiterate, right, here at MENA Climate Week, a very unique set of stakeholders, think tanks, industry, governments coming together to discuss the technical realities, the narrative, global and regional narrative challenges around climate and oil and gas transition in particular. So Fahad, I really want to go to you. Obviously, CAPSARC is one of the driving forces of this conversation. We're incredibly thankful for your partnership with us. Can you tell us more about the vision for the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium? Who's part of it? What is it going to produce? And how do you see it kind of grow over the next couple of years?
Thanks, Lee, and thanks for all the panels for being here and being part of this initiative. I was actually at the Ministry of Energy when the Net Zero Producer Forums was announced and the whole idea started. We started thinking about it. And I played no part, actually. I was not involved, but I thought it was a great idea. And so when I left the Ministry of Energy and went to CAPSARC, I actually felt that the Net Zero Producers Forum had a very important mission that actually could show the way for oil and gas producers about how can we act and achieve on their net zero visions and ambitions, but also how can we share the best practices, how can we share the policy lessons, and what can we do as a think tank community to help actually in driving this mission. And so we started thinking about this internally at CAPSARC in 2022, early in, and then we started, sounding it of others. And I think I remember, the launching moment or the light bulb, lit when Landon and I met in COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh. And I sounded the idea and he liked it, and we thought, okay, this is the guy who was maybe behind the Net Zero Producer Forum, the NPF, so maybe we're on to something. And we started following this after that right away in Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. We started following up, and we kept, getting interest. And it's not limited to actually producer country. We've seen a lot of what we would call maybe consuming countries who are interested in actually underpinning this. But I think for us, when we thought about this, there is a lot of disagreement. You go and discuss, all the think tanks, energy forecaster, policymaker, NGOs, private sectors and companies. But I think sometimes we focus on the area of disagreement. Maybe we should wait on this. We should focus on the area of agreement. We all agree on reducing methane and the great initiative around the methane, the global methane pledge. We agree on reducing CO2. We agree on CCUS. We agree on MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification, that we need to have a strong framework underpinning this. And so we've been very focused on saying, let's maybe forget the things that we disagree about and focus on the things that we are in agreement now. And if we're thinking about this decade being the decade of action, we cannot wait. And I understand that governments and policymakers have a lot on their plate. They're not, they don't have a lot of time. And so our idea is that we would provide some underpinning intellectual thinking that would drive some of the policy making, drive sharing of the best practices between member countries, but also what are the best practices out there. And so we wanted to have this community to basically drive momentum forward.
This is fantastic. Thank you so much. I like how you reframe. There's a lot of disagreement, which often leads to admiring the problem rather than thinking about what can we do to solve. And then, of course, government capacity. If we all had to create bureaucracies to figure out how to, say, commercialize CCS in every country, it will take a long time, right? So, Steve, I think this is the perfect segue to you. What do you think is the role of academia, analytical institutions? What's the power they have, the power of their creative will, of course, to help governments, particularly producing nations?
Well, I'll start by, first of all, saying it's a great pleasure for Khalifa University, which is based in Abu Dhabi in the UAE, to represent the UAE in the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium. It's extremely important that countries and regions of the world are thinking the same way about going toward net zero in their transitions, are having a constructive and active dialogue. Now, it's been pointed out, Fahad said it very well about where think tanks and research organizations fit in the picture. The way I see it, and it can be academia, it can be a think tank, it can be any other NGO that's doing research, the governments need to worry very closely and very sharply on setting visions for where net zero is going to be. Then they have to pursue strategies. Then in those strategies have the shorter term roadmaps, which finally are implemented by policies, standards, regulations alike. That's becoming harder and harder and harder to do when you see the visions, which are so ambitious for 2050, 2060, all sectors getting net zero carbon emissions. Getting through even the strategy gets increasingly hard, let alone the roadmap, say, to 2030, and then the implementation. So the way the academia and the think tanks, KEPSARC to me has always been best in class in how a think tank can inform the government. Their role is really to be able to provide the government when it needs that cross-cutting, multi-sectoral perspective on how you start to address your climate ambitions in a realistic, on-the-ground way. How do you do that from a rigorous, academically oriented or think tank oriented, very evidence-based approach towards seeing where is my industry going to go toward decarbonization? How does the power sector do that most robustly? How does the transportation sector get decarbonized most robustly? Looking at that, it's not within any one ministry within the government that can actually tackle that problem. It's cutting across all of them. So having the universities, having the think tanks work together to see how we can bring rigorous, evidence-based information to the stakeholder, which in many cases will be the governments. They can implement the deeper levels of their visions into their actionable roadmaps. That's where I see a great opportunity. Beyond that, we know that there's a government in academia and there's the industry and that comes in as well. The industry will bring the solutions at some point. And those solutions need to start being taken up by governments and deployed. And you don't necessarily have the easiest dialogue forum in all cases through the government to talk to the industry. So having this sort of neutral platform for the industry to bring their ideas, tailor those into some of the evidence-based thinking that the universities and the knowledge providers are providing, to have that dialogue together with the government creates a nice way to take forward the net zero ambitions. So I'd say in general, you need that intermediation, which goes to a little bit deeper level of thinking and pursuit of the depth of the work that needs to be done behind some of the solutions that are proposed to get to the governments to be able to action their plans. And so that's why Khalifa and KEPSARC, I'm sure, is quite proud to be part of this.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this brings us, again, perfect segue for you, Hassan, as we're thinking about COP28, where I think the UAE government really has worked really hard to create a forum of productive dialogue between government, civil society, industry, academia, think tanks. So what can we do between now and then to make it and prepare for a productive dialogue? And then how do you expect this to play out at COP28?
Thank you for that question, Lee. So I think first and foremost, the fundamental building block of any productive dialogue is leadership. An entity, an organization has to show that leadership. Now, the UICCA is a very young organization, but we are showing that leadership. Our independence allows us to convene with objectivity. That is a critical component here. We've done that for a few things. I'll elaborate on that later. The other building block to this, which I really like, is consensus. But let's not forget one thing, Lee. The road to consensus is paved in conflict. So we regularly have sessions, we have stakeholder dialogue, where we tease out those differences. And then we align with not only the things we agree, but more importantly, the things we disagree on, because that's where we need to work hard. And finally, I think the most important part of this formula is efficiency, because we just don't have enough time, and everyone's got busy schedules to have those sorts of dialogues. It's challenging. So just to let you know, just recently, the UICCA organized what we call a policy hack. It's one of our flagship initiatives on green mobility. We've just done one on carbon pricing, and I'm happy to inform, working with several stakeholders who are in the room with us today, we're going to be working on CCUS to actually formulate clear policy with all stakeholders in place, working out and ironing out differences, and then presenting them to the government for implementation. So that's our winning formula. Now, you asked about COP, what to expect at COP. I think everyone is busy. When they're not attending environmental conferences, they're actually working. That is a thing these days. I think you'll see a regular cadence develop. In the run-up to COP, there'll be several announcements, publications, reviews of documentation, and at COP, you'll see an unveiling of all this knowledge that's being created. I don't know what we can expect from the negotiations, but we can definitely expect a lot from the, let's say, the non-negotiated outcomes that come out of COP. So very excited about that. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. And I want to pick up on one word, and that's consensus, right? As we're thinking about climate and climate action, I think this week we've learned that there's not a lot of consensus globally from the analytical community of what the future will look like, how much oil and gas we might be consuming, what solutions are needed, how fast we can actually act, whether all countries can actually deliver net zero on the same time frames. So this is kind of a hard question. But I do want to see if on this panel we can come to consensus on what we think is needed. So, I mean, Landon, let me start with you. How do we prepare for the range of possible futures from a climate action perspective?
So, what I think is unique is and I'm going to look at this from the framing of the Knowledge Consortium and the Net Zero Producer Forum. All the countries in the Net Zero Producer Forum have a different baseline, but they're all engaged in some degree of action. Solutions, these are producer countries. The United States is the largest global producer of oil and gas. Let's not forget that. Also the largest consumer. And I think what we need perspective here on is there's a shared incentive for looking at carbon management technologies, at advancing clean industrial systems through the use of hydrogen and other means. And so we all come at it from different baselines, but there's action going. If I look to Fahad, here in Saudi Arabia, I know CAPSARC's supporting the Saudi Green Initiative, and that's leading to a lot of progress on different technologies and momentum to a net zero future in the vision that the kingdom has in Saudi Arabia. The United States, through the Inflation Reduction Act, through the bipartisan infrastructure law, also deploying clean energy technology and the net zero vision that we have for the United States. What's really important here is that we start to bring that comprehensive view together and not just do it within the context of the Net Zero Producer Forum, but also export that and take the knowledge to other producing countries, to other economies that need this technology just as much as the core components, the 6 countries of the Net Zero Producer Forum. Some inside baseball on the Net Zero Producer Forum itself. There is a charter, there's a formal document of agreement that these countries have come together with. And the action-oriented items, the responsive portions of that charter that aren't structural, just the mechanics of how the institution runs, are about net zero roadmaps, having a clear vision for achieving net zero and building towards that collectively. Transparency, making sure that this community is identifying and sharing data and knowledge around the emissions profiles, around energy production in a way that is constructive and edifying to the global community, and then energy security. And I think that that's really reflective. We talk a lot about the context of the energy trilemma of affordability, of security of supply, of sustainability that can be projected on these issues as well. And when you take that holistic approach, we start to find commonalities that we can build on. So, sure, there's division, there's different visions of where and how you achieve net zero, but organizations like the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium, like the Net Zero Producer Forum, are building commonality and driving towards the shared vision incrementally.
Yeah, thanks, Landon. And really important point. Energy security, economic security, and climate can't be disjointed. And I think so far a lot of the climate discourse has often been disjointed. So Fahad, going to you, what futures are you preparing for at CAPSARC, and do you think should the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium be preparing for?
So I think CAPSARC was the initial concept of CAPSARC came around 2007 and the lead up to the great financial crisis, and oil prices were increasing at that time, and the whole thing was about peak oil. The discussion was peak oil, but it wasn't peak oil demand, it was about peak oil supply. And one of the things that we were set up in our bylaws and constitution is that we need to be evidence-based, applied research. And from that, this was 2007, one of our mandate was actually looking at renewable and alternative energy. And so we started from that mandate. We are doing a lot of work on gas and oil and gas, but we're also doing a lot of work on renewable. After the Paris Climate Agreement, climate and sustainability became very important. And for me, any work that you do in the field of energy that does not have a climate and sustainability component is not going to be taken seriously. So we've been expanding in those areas. But I think a lot of the work that we have been doing is, first, there are just too many variables in the equation for both policymaker, but also for investors and private sector. And they need somebody, I think, that takes the time, have the patience to build the tools that are necessary to make those decisions. And understanding, the differences, because, for example, Landon spoke about, that there are good best practices that we can share, but also there are a lot of differences. And so we need to make sure that we're looking at the commonality between the differences. If you look at the US, we have the state regulation, and then we have federal regulation. We have a lot of companies operating in the oil and gas. Here in Saudi, we have only one national regulation. We have a national oil company that is basically have the full concession. And so there are differences, and we need to make sure that we account for these differences. However, I think for us, the work that is needed today is about pioneering a lot of these things. Again, we spoke about, policymakers and investors and private, decision makers being busy. We need to bring things to them. And one of the work that we have been doing is around MRV. We are making decisions based on data available to us. Question is, how valid are these data? How are they verifiable? And one of the things that we have done just recently, and we actually presented it in the second day here at MENA Climate Week, is we've looked at methane emissions in Saudi. And we've looked at the reported data, and when we use satellite to measure methane emission, and again, there are limitations to the technology, but the data we received is actually showing that methane emission from oil and gas in Saudi are 80% below what is being reported. And so if you started from that level, it's completely different than this level. And so you need to make those decisions. But I think our role is actually to pioneer these things. Once these things have been done and it's part of the literature, then I think policymaker can actually go and use it as, for me, I think, and this is maybe the best advice I was told, is that for policymakers, they don't like economists. Because economists always have, on the other hand. I think they always ask for an economist with one hand. And so you need to provide them with this level of certainty. And so our work is actually to have this, advice grounded in research, grounded in, empirical work that can actually be tested and verified.
Yeah, thank you. This is I think this notion of agenda setting is really, really important, anticipating the range of futures. And Steve, I want to go to you with that question, actually, because we were on a panel together the other day about, at CAPSARC, about the role of the region in advancing technologies globally. And I think a couple weeks ago, I think The Economist also had a title that the Middle East is the future in terms of particularly on clean tech. So I want to kind of get your perspective with three of the governments involved in the NPF being in the region. What do you think could there be a shared regional vision? What can the rest of the world kind of also learn from this region with this regards? I think this, as we're preparing for a range of futures, and of course there's also already significant climate change impacts here.
Sure. Unfortunately, there is a range of futures. Every time I see a new report from IEA or any other that says we could go this way, or this way, it gets more and more challenging to figure out what you do today. And so when I reflected on it, the visions are clear. We know we're going to want to go to net zero. Strategically, it looks to me like regions are going to have to start consolidating their ideas about where we are going to say, let's do something together, let's do it meaningfully, and then build roadmaps off a common strategy. In the region, we've talked today earlier in discussions about circular carbon economy as being something that's important. I really believe in a no-regret strategy. You've got to bring in CO2 as not necessarily the villain, but part of the solution when you can. And I don't say it's always going to be something that's going to be an economically advantageous part of the solution, but it's a part of the solution where you have to address it. So the roadmap to a strategy that acknowledges CO2 and CO2 equivalents will naturally have a very large part of energy efficiency, renewable energy. All the things that we know now are part of what needs to happen globally in every country by 2030, electrification. That is the reduce emissions part. I'm very much in favor of that. As a region, and as UAE and Saudi Arabia and other countries that are part of the Net Zero Producers Forum and now represented in the Knowledge Consortium, we also need to think about how we will start to remove emissions, so acknowledging that geologic sequestration, mineralization, that's a very important part of the equation. Reusing, we're going to be producing oil in the region for a long time. Enhanced oil recovery, that's going to be part of this sustainable production scenario, and that's one of the reuse options to make capturing CO2 economical. So we acknowledge that. Very exciting for the future is recycle. So I spoke earlier at CAPSARC this week. Talked about the aviation fuel sector, moving more toward SAFs, synthetic aviation fuels, being a great opportunity for CO2 and H2, shipping, methanol, ammonia. All of this becomes part of the ultimate strategy which we're implementing today, which acknowledges CO2, and then we build out, say, to 2030 the roadmaps. Now, Fahad mentioned something which I also think is part of the equation. It was extremely important. To 2030, besides electrification, renewable energy, and efficiency, methane management is really key, and the region can lead in this. When you look at Saudi Arabia, the satellite data were they were very favorable. I was impressed. The UAE, although we believe we've got really good methane intensity, it's quite low. The satellite data in some of the reports says differently. So MMRV, being able to measure, monitor, report, and verify emissions, we still have to do better. And that's a big part of the oil and gas producers' mandate, is to be at the forefront of where methane is a key greenhouse gas is going to be part of the equation. You go somewhere else in the world, they may forget that methane is such an important part of things. It may just be all carbon dioxide, but I always say that the CO2 equivalent. So without going on and on and on, I believe the strategy needs to be one that we regionally adopt, is having CO2 as part of the equation. The way in which we go toward 2030 will acknowledge the reduction of CO2, but also look at areas in which we can contribute. More R&D on the capture and storage, mineralization, great geologic resources here, and methane. The oil and gas producers, we're going to be producing low carbon, low costs globally, but it's going to be part of our equation, sending this product abroad. So I see that as being where we can really have a differentiation.
Yeah, thank you so much, and agree. Methane is one of the most important things we can tackle this decade to shave off half a degree of global warming. Hassan, going to you, maybe you can talk a little bit about the collaborations that are already underway with across the think tanks as part of the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium. What's the nature of them? What should we be looking forward to?
Well, I think we should be looking forward to a lot of emails from Brian whipping us all together to get things done, and credit to him that we're sitting here today several months on from Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. I think what you'll be looking at, what you'll be seeing is a lot of regional cooperation of knowledge. There's a lot the world can learn from Saudi Arabia, not just the MENA region. So I think it'll really be encapsulating that, and then the publication, and of course the amplification of that voice, as in what are the key lessons. But just if I could just shed some light on the future as I see it. This energy transition everyone talks about, I think it's got actually 3 components in there. It's not just one. The first is an emissions transition. The second is a materials transmission, steel, cement, we were talking about that earlier. The third one has actually started, that's the social transition. So that's what's compelling everyone to take action. I see in the future, I think the other 2 are going to catch up. And if they don't catch up, what's going to happen is companies and governments will not just lose their regulatory license, they will lose their social license to operate. So in the future, I'm seeing a lot of work being done on this, and I'm very happy that the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium can show that leadership and that intellectual depth that can spur that on.
Thank you. I think this perfectly tied together our first set of questions. I kind of want to ask you about the social license to operate really quickly. What do you think needs to be done to, what can producers and governments do to keep that social license of operate?
Very simply, policy nudges. You have to work on policy nudges. You have to work on regulation. Incentives work. The carrots work, sticks work even better. So I'd say that's the #1 thing that governments should be focusing on, in how do we facilitate, as I said, the emissions transition, the materials transition to catch up with that social transition.
Great. So the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium has its work cut out for itself. So thinking about, obviously, the future of policy and regulation. So let's do a lightning round, which means you can say 1 to 3 words, and really quickly. So let's start with you, Landon. What's the most important issue that producer nations should tackle right now? And there were some hints already.
1 to 3 words? Come on. I'll really echo and hammer on this. I think methane is an imperative. As we look at strengthening clean energy deployment, at varying degrees of expectations of the oil and gas in our system, you can't have that debate without at least cleaning up the house and making sure methane, near-term climate pollutant, very potent, over a 20-year life cycle, 80 times more assertive than CO2. So we have to take care of that. And it's really important to think about it from the lens of, we largely have the funding, we certainly have the technology, and the business models exist to enable us to address that and have near zero methane by 2030. So that's my lightning round. I think it is imperative for oil and gas producing countries to really hammer that out and make a difference there.
Great. I think this was like 150 words, but we'll come back to the U.S. on methane. Fahad, over to you.
I would say MRV.
MRV?
Three letters, not 3 words.
3 letters. Okay. Steve?
You stole my thunder twice now. So methane, carbon capture, critical for operations, and in operations, because we're producers, I'm saying more than 3 years, electrification, clean energy in the operations of oil and gas, continuing to push the sector toward a clean future.
All of the above.
Fantastic. We've come full circle. All right, so we have 3 of the net zero producer farm nations actually represented from a think tank perspective. So Landon, let's go back to methane. What's the US doing on methane? And what are some of the recommendations you expect to come out of the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium about methane?
Yeah, it's hard to just focus on the U.S., but I will take an observation because Fahad, I think highlighted a really important aspect of the differences between the countries that are represented in the Net Zero Producer Forum. When you have a singular entity really honing in on changing these issues, I think sometimes there's more consistency. And the U.S. lacks consistency. It's not a leader in methane management. It's growing, it's getting better. But when you have a disparate community of hundreds, thousands of businesses running the oil and gas sector, there's quite a diversity in terms of the scale of management. That does not have, I think, an incredible bearing on the Net Zero Producer Forum and the maturity. I think it actually speaks to the importance of bringing together these bodies, because when there are leaders in a certain space, they can show that leadership and demonstrate how we can achieve a more ambitious aim in terms of methane management. Methane has been one of the core and leading components of the Net Zero Producer Forum to date. When it was announced and the ministers came together at CERAWeek, I guess it was a year ago, or 2 years ago now, 2 CERAWeeks ago, they focused initially on a work stream on methane. So there's a shared vision here. I think the Canadians and the Qataris lead that workshop, and there's a lot of continuity. In terms of recommendations that you can kind of anticipate from the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium, work in progress, but what I would tell you, number one, is you have to focus on your own house. There has to be methane abatement at a national level, strategies to achieve it, and certainly there are varying degrees of competence in that issue within the Net Zero Producer Forum itself. I already mentioned this once, which is we also need then to be projecting that to the rest of the global community. There are many countries that for a variety of reasons, whether it's capacity, finance, a political will, are not making that change. And so there are, I think needs to be a really unique thread from the Net Zero Producer Forum to take action on this. And imagine how powerful it is when you have not the US knocking on your door, and I won't pick out a country, but you show up diplomatically and you say you need to address your methane. Well, they can point to the US and say, well, you're doing average. So it doesn't have the same salience as when you show up and you have the UAE, Norway, the United States, Saudi Arabia, Canada. And that projection of voices pushing for change, I think, is a much more comprehensive and well-received community. To echo Fahad's point, I think MMRV, Steve brought this up as well, MMRV and having a sense of shared baselines is an area of opportunity. Pairing technical expertise with finance is actually more challenging than people appreciate. So I know the World Bank has a vision of establishing a methane fund. How do we take development dollars and loss leaders and then connect that to the technical capacity of the national oil companies and the IOCs and others that are trying to make change? I think that there are other actions that the Net Zero Producer Forum can take. I'm going to stop there, but I want to highlight just one more component, which is, a lot of methane is a little bit unique compared to CCS, but a lot of the recommendations for global decarbonization, for addressing emissions within the value chain, have long lead times. So we can give advice and echo, I think, sentiment about creating hubs for CCS, et cetera. But one hope I have for the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium is we can also show the incremental steps that leaders can make now, so that in between now and large-scale deployment of moving, carbon management from CCUS from about 40 megatons to 5 gigatons in the next 30 years, that we're not only giving people 10-year horizons, but that ministers can come together and show change and show collaboration on an annual basis and regular basis. And so I think that it speaks a lot to the diplomacy, and I would hope that you see from this group those incremental steps built out as well.
Thanks, Landon. I think you put you got to the heart of really 3 important issues. One, and I want to talk to you about this, Fahad, is the shared baselines, right? What's the evidence we're actually working with right now? Then this disjointed nature of policy funding with a lot of conditions that then don't work for the technical realities on the ground. And then the final piece is the incremental steps. There's a lot of demands. Phase out fossil fuels now, do this now, do this by 2030. It takes 4 to 6 years to build a CCS plant, right? So there's the incremental steps. Breaking that down, I think, will be very powerful if the NKC will be working on this. So, Fahad, we had at CAPSARC the other day, we talked about the MMRV work that you're undertaking, LCA work. This is, I think, prime example of how think tanks can provide value to this discussion. Could you elaborate a little bit more for our audience about this exciting work that you're doing on this?
Sure. So basically, this started last year because what we have seen is that there are completely different data that's being reported. by the governments to the UNFCCC as part of their, national communication on emissions, and then what is being reported in publicly available data, whether that's IEA, EDGARS, and others. And so we wanted to reconcile the two. And so we have tried to use satellite images to actually look at this. And it's a, there's, in the UNFCCC reporting, you can do both. You can do a bottom-up approach where you're looking at each activity and then calculating your emission, or you can do top-down, including satellite. Satellite has been, just active recently. And so we wanted to utilize it from a cost perspective. It's actually not that expensive. And so we wanted to look at this. We thought it was an interesting problem that we wanted to explore. And so we've partnered with Kairos, which is a French company that does that. And they don't actually own the asset, so they use the best satellite that are available. And so they capitalize on that. And so we've done this, and we've looked at all greenhouse gas emissions. So we looked at CO2 and other component. And I would say relatively, there was no big differences. Only methane stood out. And it was on the oil and gas sector. And there are limitations within the technology. So when we actually are sharing the results, we're publishing some uncertainty range. But even within uncertainty, it's still much, much, much lower than what is being reported by public sources. And it's more, it's closer to what is being reported by Saudi Arabia as part of their communication. And so we wanted to focus on this. But then also what happens after that. So this is one step. What happens after that? And so this is what we want. We want to build a framework that, Saudi Arabia, but also others. And I've seen the work that, I'm not sure, I don't think it's announced yet, but the DOE, the Department of Energy in the US, is actually doing a lot of great work that, we can learn from in making sure. But I think, maybe I'll just go back to Landon's point and your point about interim target. 2030 is great, 2050 is great, but we don't want to be, waiting for those. And so for me, one of the great things I like about the Saudi announcement around CCUS, which is 9 million tons by 2027, I like that it's 2027. It's not 2030. Right. And again, I'm not saying there's something wrong with 2030. I'm just, I think today, and maybe this goes back to your, social license, I think we're coming into a trust deficit. We've been telling people, and we've been simplifying this climate challenge. We've been telling people you're going to have energy that's reliable, that's sustainable, and cheaper. And I feel like this is going to backfire soon because it's actually, I don't think it's that simple. And so we need to watch out for that. And I feel that, by establishing this midterm targets, we are actually restoring some of the public trust. And we're making, we understand there are, projects that go over the line and get delayed, but at least establishing this trust is important. And so at CAPSARC, we're trying to keep track of these things. We publish, every year what we call the Circular Carbon Economy Index, which tracks 64 countries, and we're expanding the countries on what they do in climate overall. So it's not just CCUS or methane. We're looking at across, renewable, nuclear, and others. And so what we're trying is to make people accountable, to make sure that we hold people to their words and make sure that they walk the talk. And I think that's important not for us as CAPSARC because we don't have any power actually, but it's to communicate to the public, to communicate to those people who are interested in actually addressing this climate challenge.
Yeah, thank you. And definitely simplifying the climate challenge. I think again we've looked at a lot of the complexities, not just in this conversation, but here at MENA Climate Week overall. Steve and Hassan, let's go to the UAE. Steve, you talked about CCUS. What is the most important thing that Net Zero Producers Forum members can do, governments can do right now on commercializing CCUS, but also kind of a little bit interesting to hear from the both of you. In the lead up to COP28, there have been a lot of collaborations among governments for advanced energy tech. So anything interesting that you'd like to highlight, I think we'd love to hear. I don't know if you want to start, Steve or Hassan.
Yeah, sure, I'll start. I think with the CCUS, the opportunity we have today is to start to show that carbon capture can work in applications where the cost is not extraordinary. There will always be a cost of carbon capture, but when you go to a natural gas processing facility, for instance, the cost of capture is not the same as capturing CO2 from a cement plant. And we today, in the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, as they're announcing the strategy to 2030, and we're talking about capturing 10 million tons of CO2 by that time, the little bit more than 3 million tons that are already committed are coming from capturing CO2 from gas production, from natural gas processing plants. So we have an opportunity, because CO2 emissions are intrinsic to some of the things we do, to start to verify and show that CO2 capture and then utilization, if it's for EOR or it's for we're going to geologic storage or mineralization, can be done. Likewise, when it comes to what do you do after you capture, we again in the region we have great opportunity for geologic storage and mineralization. In the UAE, on the border of Oman, we're working with a company called 44.01, ADNOC is, and we're looking at how you can start to use direct air capture. Now we're talking about actually reducing emissions from the atmosphere. It's, it's even better, it's negative emissions. And then storing that long-term forever in mineralization. So geologic storage in formations where you can permanently store is basically rocks, the CO2. And that, to us, is something that we should be doing, because in the future, there may be a business to be had in the region for doing the mineralization. The storage, that may be something that we want to do and import CO2, not call it the villain, bring it in. It may be an opportunity. That's quite important for us as well. And then in the future, in the R&D side, I think there are things to 2030 we have to do, but clearly with our operations in refining, with our operations in international transportation, the aviation sectors we have, we need to move the needle in utilizing hydrogen and CO2 for those fuels which need to be high density and utilized in the aviation sector and the shipping sector. Simulation fuels, great opportunity. It's an R&D thing now. We should be leading that. It will be an economic opportunity in the future. Likewise, methanol for shipping, looking at our port facilities, what infrastructure we can transition over. So I think the UAE is moving ahead on this. So in the UAE in particular, because we know that our oil and gas operations will be long-term, we can move the needle on things which show cost effectiveness in some applications, and we can move the needle on future opportunities where CO2 is going to be part of the solution and not only a problem.
Thank you, Steve. I couldn't agree with you more, but just to tack on to that, I think the UAE stands on the precipice of showing great leadership to the world in this space. And what I mean by that is we've all followed what's happened in the UK very recently on net zero. That sent a confusing signal to the market. I even say bits of Europe are sending the other signal, which we expected. Now, I recently was at an event, so I posed this question to my panelists. I said, well, what do you see? Is there going to be a rollback or a doubling down? There was a full consensus that we probably see a quadrupling down on net zero ambitions. So I think the UAE will lead the charge over here, and it's going to do it through, of course, thought leadership. But then the key component is going to be a regulatory framework that will come in. I understand that the cabinet currently has some transformative resolutions before it. We look forward to hearing more about them soon. So once they're announced, it's going to be principles-based, as it should be. Otherwise, you're going to throttle the sector. And then in time, we should see regulations coming out.
Great, fantastic. So the remaining minutes, I really want to use to get to a question, Landon, that you have alluded to a couple of times, right? Net Zero Producers form 45% of oil production, 40% of gas production. So there's a lot other countries, other NOCs, other companies, producers that also stand to benefit from the pioneering and first mover approach of the Net Zero Producer Forum governments, but also stand to benefit from the research of the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium. So I think, if we could just touch on this in the last couple of minutes, what can this group of countries and also institutions do to empower and enable and really pay this forward?
Yeah, you've seen the wholeness in terms of how this knowledge consortium has a diversity of views and is kind of weighting different elements in a way that really gives a holistic approach to the net zero challenge that we're facing. From my standpoint, I think when you try to project knowledge that's coming out of this group on CCS, on MMRV, or on methane, maybe future technologies like hydrogen, nuclear, elsewhere, as we build this community of thought leadership, the projecting it out to the additional partners in the global community, I think, is incredibly important. So, maybe a distinguishing factor between the Net Zero Producer Forum and the Knowledge Consortium is I think we have a broadness. Net Zero Producer Forum is 6 countries. There's a process. It's government to government. As think tanks, as policy organizations providing insights on this, we can have a bigger mandate, a bigger community to really kind of distill down what actions can be taken. What I hope happens, and what I hope that we're encouraging the Net Zero Producer Forum to do in the near term, is when you take a challenge, when we know satellites are going to increasingly be deployed, to look at methane and where there are methane plumes coming out or emergency responses that are required, helping them not only find long-term solutions, but also looking at, can we come together, be a emergency response network, not the Knowledge Consortium, but the Net Zero Producer Forum, to be able to invigorate a global response to those challenges in real time. And I think that those are the kind of intermediary steps that are really going to provide this institution a maturity and acceptance as it goes forward. I also hope, to echo a point on the near-term benchmarks, we got to help these countries and help industry build out the market for the technologies, for emissions abatement as a service. And I think the interim targets really provide a lot of motivation for that. Investment cycles and talking to finance, 5, maybe 8 years. So if you have a project that's a 2035 target, it's not even being considered right now by the board. So it's rhetorical in some ways. And we have to bring, I think, a little bit of meat to how we're actually achieving that and showing and demonstrating that mid-century targets, maybe a little bit later for some countries, are achievable and not just an ambition that's really far out.
Great. Fahad.
So I think a lot of the companies that operate in the oil and gas in the Net Zero Producer Forum countries have actually announced targets to get to net zero by 2050. I think our mission is, how can we help in that? Mm-hmm. How can we make sure that this happens quickly? So we want to do more before 2030 rather than after 2030. And then if you look at the carbon intensity of a lot of these producers, they're actually much lower than others. But how can we copy some of these practices and hopefully get Iraq to improve their production, and Nigeria and others? How can we reduce methane flaring? What would be the most effective policy to reduce methane flaring? And so a lot of these things are important for us to drive performance, improve performance, reduce emissions or manage emissions at those countries, but also beyond that. And I think there is also interest from consuming countries. Consuming countries see these oil and gas as part of their supply chain. And they want to have, net zero. Yes, it's outside their border, but it also affects them. And so how can they play a part in actually helping and achieving that target? And so I think this, has used beyond just the MPF countries. But I think let's start with the MPF countries. Let's make sure we can deliver something, and then hopefully we can see the effects beyond that.
Fantastic. I like this call. Let's make sure we deliver something together. The pressure is on. Over to you, Steve.
So the pressure's on? You got me worried. So from my perspective, something I'd like to see the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium achieve is, it's not a new concept, but it's one that's only being articulated broadly more recently. We're going to talk a lot about technologies, right? In the space we move in our strategies, we're going to hear a lot about the technologies for methane mitigation, monitoring, verification, reporting. We're going to hear a lot about CCUS technologies. And those are going to move up a spectrum of technology readiness. So right now, there's a lot of technology available, first of kind, maybe second of kind. They're available to do what needs to be done, but they're expensive, and they're not widely adopted. What this consortium can do, and I think this is being alluded to by Fahad as well, is we can start to look at the other dimension, where we're going to say, okay, there's a value proposition that has to be brought to every context. It's going to be a different cost to every country which wants to start doing what we're doing in the consortium, and we can start to bring forward this idea that there are the technologies which in your particular context need to be looked at, how they're going to be financed, how you're going to mature your market, and what are the options that you need to think about to make that available. The resource readiness part of adoption is particularly challenging We need to surface the fact that certain large-scale technologies, when you're trying to move them out, they need lots of supporting infrastructure. They need lots of economical pipes. They need lots of places where you know what the geology is to store your CO2. They need a workforce that understands how to do what needs to be done, right? They need, again, access to finance. They need that kind of infrastructure, soft and hard, and that needs to be part of something that we also can show we're doing, because we can, but we want other countries to know what they need to do to be able to bring our solutions into their context. And finally, the license to operate. There is a regulatory issue set, of course, and regulators, they love to regulate. They're not the most exciting people to have dinner and lunch with, but they do what they do. The social license, though. In some countries, I think in the region, we're going to see that carbon capture is accepted. It's part of the solution. Some countries, there's going to be people that say, why would you do that? That's not part of what should be done. We don't want oil and gas producers to even be producing oil and gas. They're not part of the equation. So messaging, knowing where you need to break down barriers to get the public to be really ready to accept this, I was saying, the no regrets, multiple futures, that's part of our equation too. So I'd say, as we evolve from the technology, we will start looking at how the adoption becomes part of the contextually specific set of dialogues that we can have through the consortium.
Fantastic, thank you. And over to you, Hassan.
Okay, so I think the best thing that we can perhaps bring to the table is the understanding that technologies are there. They're evolving to some extent, but marginally. The liquidity is there. Mashallah, in this part of the world, you don't really have a liquidity problem. The issue that's going to eventually, as Dr. Steve has said, that regulatory issue, that's going to be addressed, I think, in a great way. And that clear decarbonization pathway, which has key milestones on what governments and companies should be working on, I think that's going to be one of the most important outcomes that come from the work of the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium.
Fantastic. Well, you know, unfortunately, we're running out of time. I think we all could keep going here for a lot longer. I just want to really ask for the audience who might want to be part or follow this work, what are we expecting next? When are you launching the first report? Do we know?
First report should come out at COP28. So I think we'll be pulling together again in Dubai to provide more specificity on the conversation we've had today. And I think that that's an exciting time, Lee, because, you know, to the Emirates' credit, to the UAE's credit, they've been spending a lot of time thinking through global decarbonization, building out a global decarbonization accelerator focused on the energy sector, on industry, on transport, but in particular on oil and gas, because it's difficult to have a climate conference in the region and not be able to address that topic in particular. And so we're seeing this confluence of, obviously we have government to government in terms of the Net Zero Producer Forum. You have civil society and the think tanks and the issue set and the abilities we're bringing together as a knowledge consortium. And now you also see this industry component really coming together at COP. And so I think the stars are aligning, and hopefully the report that we generate and the conversations that we have on the horizon really can amplify what I see as an accelerating space around the decarbonization agenda.
Yeah, great. That's really exciting. Anyone else would like to have a final word before we close this fantastic session?
I just want to add that, you know, I think part of our objective is actually to facilitate this inclusive solution. I think we believe in inclusivity at different dimensions, but I think, as Landa mentioned, you know, having oil and gas as part of COP is the way to go. It's not going to happen. We're not going to solve for the climate challenge without the energy sector and especially the oil and gas. And so we've been timing this around COP. I think we want to deliver this message and show that, you know, even within the oil and gas sector, there is also this issue around sustainability and climate.
Yeah, fantastic. I think let's close it here. I'm going to attempt to summarize this conversation, which really covered so much ground, right? So first of all, I think COP28, from COP27, where we had the first industrial decarb day, oil and gas at the table, going to COP28, energy transition, global decarbonization accelerator is really, really exciting. And then I do want to say that the setup of the Net Zero Knowledge Consortium is quite unique, right? Creating a direct pipeline of creative will and policy, regulatory, and framing innovation for agenda setting into governments with a direct purpose, I think is really, really incredible, and on a global scale, right? I do want to say that this is what really came through. It's going to peel the layer of the onion with evidence-based research to align. I think we identified policy, funding, technical realities, energy security and energy access questions, timelines, different timelines. So I think there's a lot of different pieces that are floating out that have not been aligned, and that this really also, from with a regional perspective, this Net Zero Knowledge Consortium will be able to deliver. So I think the most important thing that I want to say is that you know, I can't wait to see this grow and tap into the different knowledge networks that exist around the different, all of the above solutions that we have mentioned. So really, really exciting. Thanks so much for all of you to joining us. Thanks for this great discussion. It was an honor to moderate, and we're looking forward to the official launch.
Of course, when we come to, and we saw that there's a lot of urbanization and concentration on urbanization, but many migrant workers also come to the agricultural sector, to the animal husbandry sector. You know, there are thousands of, let us say, camel farms in this country. You know, and what are the access to health issues that these workers, because it's camel farms, you have to be out there in the desert in the heat, look after, care for the camels and things like that. Where do we get data on this? How many migrant workers are within this kind of a sector, of the informal sector, which exposes them to a lot more health risk than from the formal sector that comes under, you know, industrial workforce? Something I have always grappled with and I've never been able to find answers to is the way we construct the neighbor migration programs. When you go to accommodation places of migrant workers, particularly those in the low-wage, low-skill kind of sector, these accommodations are huge, big compounds where you have hundreds, even thousands of workers in one vicinity, all male kind of thing, who are at least for a minimum of 2 years, because these contracts are for 2 years. So for a minimum of 2 years at least, cut off in a real sense from their families, from normal neighborhoods, because these camps are away from the cities and neighborhoods kind of thing, away from the city centers and things like that. But they live in these accommodations for 2 years, transported to work, brought back, transported to work, brought back. What is the mental health? How do you gauge mental health of workers in this kind of a setup? You know, because health, the way we look after ourselves is we have our social health to think of, life-work balance we think of, we have cultural activities that we partake of, we have a social life, a family life that we participate in. All this is kind of out of bounds, at least for a minimum 2 years, for these men in the thousands in these accommodations. Does it have an impact? Are there studies on how this affects their own understanding of what society is, their own understanding of what culture is, and their own responses to their own families when they go back? How do they adjust back in a family setting when they've had this kind of life for 20, 30 years? Because the going home is only for sometimes 3 weeks, 2 weeks, that kind of thing, after every 2 years. But when they finish and go back, how do you look at that? How do we measure health, holistic health in that kind of regard? Is something that we might want to think about as well. I think there are fantastic opportunities here for us learning from this region at the global level as well. The current DG of the IOM, Amy Pope, has talked about regular pathways and climate change as one of her priorities during her mandate. I'm wondering if we can look at labor migration programs, learning from what we have in this region, improving on what we have in this region, and keeping in mind the kind of mental, holistic health that we need to for migrants kind of thing. Is that a possibility in relation to kind of climate change? What would a comprehensive strategy look like when we start looking at health of migrant workers? And remember, what I'm talking about is workers in the formal sector, workers in the informal sector, and then you also have the added issue of workers inside the household, which is domestic workers, and then you have the added complexity of the different cultures. So there are a lot of intersectionalities that come in. So if you are ever going to have a dialogue with the community, the complexity of it is quite something you will have to grapple with. And of course, different countries that come in, workers that come in from different countries of origin, they come with a different understanding of health and background of access to health even kind of thing, and responses to health. So there's a lot that needs to be unpacked when we look at health within the migration kind of discourse. And that's why I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn. In this last climate week, I'm amazed at what was presented in terms of researches, technical researches on carbon capture and things like that and all. But this is a whole area of research that we've heard nothing about. But it would be tremendous if we had research like this, because I don't think it's a rights issue anymore. I think it's searching for our own humanity kind of thing. It's understanding our own humanity that is becoming crucial now, even as we engage with climate and looking at this. So if I started by saying that for some it is an adaptation, resilience strategy, migration, then if we even recognize that within this region, then what would contributing to a loss and damage program look like? That might be something to look at. In a certain sense, we have been indirectly, by giving them jobs, but not questioning the root causes of why they are moving, but by giving them jobs, we have in a certain sense indirectly contributing to loss and damage. But what if it became more formal? What if it became a program? That would be some way of contributing to this climate discourse in a way that brings people together, in a way that builds resilience, builds adaptation, and builds a human response to the current crisis that we are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed to have brought the human side of what we are discussing. We keep mentioning numbers. And it looks like the problem, is quantified for the number, which is fine. Public health, the size estimation is the most important topic. But what you brought is behind each number, there is the human side. And there is the humanity, as you mentioned. But I really like to see how the Michael intervention, your intervention, are totally interconnected. We cannot talk about workplace element if we don't look at what is happening after work setting. You mentioned the accommodation, but there is also a community behind. There are cultural practices, there are approach, different perspective of health. And I know also ILO has put a standard for accommodation, so it's not looking at only the workplace exit. So I can see the complementarity of both intervention. And I also note in the NSC that you are talking about access to services. And I've seen the new regulation that Michael showed in Qatar, early diagnosis and treatment. This is critical because majority of the health disability, and talking about disability, not in health when they are more progressive and severe, they are treatable with early diagnosis. So in most of the case, access to service for migrants can save the life. And I also the element of the life cycle of the migrants when they return. I'm glad that you mentioned infertility. Those are the new study of the climate change, extreme heat, not only for men, but for women. Pregnancy at risk of preeclampsia, and the newborn with complication, etc. Those are new studies. So how much are we trying to prevent rather than treat? And this is something, and it needs more data as well. I could not agree more on the psychosocial and aspect of the dynamics. And this is not, unfortunately, taken into consideration much, especially when the migrants, they moved with their own vulnerability. Can be the epidemiological profile, coming from less endemic area, moving to high endemic area, or moving from less climate exposed to more climate exposed, but also the psychosocial impact and the trauma they can bring to it. Thank you for all those interesting points, indeed. The discussion will continue, definitely. And when referring to the trauma that the people is bringing, it's linked with the next panelist, which is focusing as International Federation of Red Cross, talking about displacement and forced also migration. What you mentioned when the migrants is anyhow forced because of the flood and because there are not level of opportunity. This is also true for conflict, for war. So what is forced migration and the impact on the climate change? And we will see from Dr. Hossam Faisal. Let me properly introduce you, and thank you so much for being part of our panel, even if it's online. Dr. Hossam Faisal is a medical doctor, joined the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement in 2002 as disaster management volunteer with the Syrian Arab Red Crescent. He has over 14 years of humanitarian programming experience, both regionally and nationally in North Africa and Middle East. Dr. Hossam has been involved in different humanitarian operation, resilience program within different contexts, from armed conflict to disaster and health emergency. And Dr. Hossam is currently the regional head of Health, Disaster, Climate and Crisis Unit at the IFRC, North African Middle East Regional Office based in Beirut. Dr. Hossam, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for introducing me, and an honor to be with you today in this panel. I think for the sake of time, I will just maybe jump straight into that topic. I will not talk that much on the background, so I will just maybe briefly, if we talk about the MENA region, from our risk watch mechanism, we see, especially over the past
12 months, specifically an increase frequency and severity of patterns of extreme weather conditions. And that's the key aspect we are dealing with when it comes to climate change impact in the region. Of course, we have different impacts on that level related to the conditions themselves and the associated risks moving into emergencies and disasters, such as high temperatures, heat waves, the limited groundwater rainfall causing droughts, but at the same time, the scarcity of agricultural lands due to unplanned urbanization, and all of that is leading to more economic and health impact. And of course, we should not forget one of the key characteristics we have in this region, which is the high population growth. Like, we are expecting that the MENA region will be doubled in size when it comes to population by 2070. And with limited resources due to the climate change impact, plus other humanitarian crises in the region, the impact will be multiplied on vulnerable groups. At the same time, because of the climate change situation, we can see more and more increasing dependency on importation of food commodities, among others, and as well as the element of migration within and from the countries of the Middle East and North Africa. If we take briefly, we look into the direct and indirect impact of the climate change when it comes to the health. So we see that the acute illnesses, heat strokes, dehydration, deaths, and trauma, psychological trauma due to those weather conditions. But the indirect impact, we look into, of course, the limited water and hygiene services. We look into the livelihoods loss, food scarcity, and food insecurity, as well as the element of the impact on the lifestyle of the people, and that's mainly affecting the complications of chronic diseases in the communities we are dealing with. So all of that comes when we say a coalition or when they collate together, that leads to catastrophic situations impacting the livelihoods and the lives of local communities. Just to give you an example here from just 3 months ago in in Algeria, in July 2023, around 35 wildfires rapidly erupted and spread across the northeastern region of Algeria, causing massive devastations. Around 6,000 families were impacted, almost 34,000 deaths were confirmed. Of course, the catastrophic situation affected the livelihoods of the people, the livestock as a main income of the communities in those locations, as well as the whole impact on the green vegetation cover in those areas. And that's, of course, resulted in hardships for communities in those areas. Of course, a lot of houses were brought down to ground, burned down completely, leaving displaced families and with dire needs from health perspective, from livelihoods perspective, but also from protection perspective. And we see that more and more happening in different areas in the North Africa, specifically related, of course, to more risks of wash-related communicable diseases, the increased impact of non-communicable diseases due to access to medicines and the resources to get the medicines, but also the loss of livelihoods. If we move to the migration impact, and I would like to echo my colleague who was talking before me from the panel when he was talking about migration being an adaptation strategy, we see that quite clearly with the migration patterns and the routes of migration, specifically if we say about North Africa. Here there are some statistics about the current situation on migration. Like in the migration routes, we can consider this here, through the Mediterranean routes is the highest, let's say, reported numbers of casualties this year due to the attempt of people trying to cross the Mediterranean. Libya, as you know, it's a major transit and departure point for migrants coming through different routes on land into North Africa. The recent floods in eastern region of Libya will for sure affect the migrants who were in those areas, but also will push migrants to use different patterns on different routes through Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. So the issue of climate change impact causing stress, of course, to marine ecosystems as well, and the ecosystems of the fishermen and the fishers, and also to the communities using tourism as a source of income. All of that will push for more migration into or changing jobs into different locations or countries. That per se means more migration. At the same time, the impact of climate
I think we have lost you. No? The connection is...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So in brief, I would say as well the increased risk related to health as well and climate change related to the sexual and gender-based violence and trafficking of those vulnerable migrants due to the increased numbers and the increased frequencies of and severities of the impact on those groups. Our approach as a Red Cross at the Crescent and the IFRC and the member national societies in our strategy 2030, climate change and climate change adaptation and mitigation sits at the heart of the work we are doing with our member national societies, with a huge investment looking into local solutions, local-led actions, and also adopting better environmental management in our approaches collectively and in our programming, and that takes us to the climate smart programming and climate smart disasters reduction, from increasing our work on the anticipatory action with the local communities, and that includes the migrants. I can give quickly an example here. Most recently, the IFRC and WFP, we were awarded a grant from the UK Meteorological Office, where we will work on anticipatory action related to weather information dissemination and sharing with a specific group of IDPs. So that's an important element here in terms of sometimes we overlook the element of inclusion of specific groups, not just host communities, but also people on the move in our anticipatory action and information sharing. For us, when we talk about climate smart DRR, we look into early warning, early action, raising awareness at community level and increasing the community knowledge, looking into the legal base in terms of helping and supporting governments to improve their disaster laws, moving to community solutions from community-led risk assessments and planning, increasing the element of nature-based solutions as a response option in our programming, and importantly in this region, the urban resilience component. So that's in brief. I wanted to give you an overview of how we see that from our perspective, from the IFRC, from the International Federation of Red Cross and Crescent, together with our 191 members across the world, bringing a local network of 18 million volunteers coming from the local communities, representing the local communities in their own advocacy and in their work on a daily basis. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to have really complemented with this interesting part of, as you said, people with forcibly moved, and also to mention the Mediterranean crossing. And we should also mention the Gulf of Aden and the other, what we call the mixed migration flow that is going starting from the Horn of Africa toward Djibouti, the desert, and then crossing Gulf of Aden through Yemen to reach actually the Gulf, Saudi. And then we know that route is also increasing, and mortality, disability is enormous. and more attention we need to give also to those aspects. And some, actually, IOM has done a study from the Horn of Africa on these migrants, and 40% of the people were, of course, forcibly to move, and around 35% because of climate change. So is also those mixed migration are changing in the nature, and more people is crossing in such a hardship situation because of the climate change. And again, I agree also with the more data we need. Thanks also for sharing your perspective on the inclusion of also human mobility and the migrants into the DRR and all the adaptation strategies. Thanks. I'm going to present the last speaker for today, and then we will open for question and answer. So it's a really pleasure to have with us our Dr. Ahmad Ouda. He is young. We are all young, differently young. But he is a young medical doctor, but he's proud to say he's also a Palestinian refugee. And he holds the status of refugees according to the Geneva Convention 1951. He is a medical doctor, as I said, and he's currently in Egypt doing his internship, so we are neighbors. And he has 4 years of experience in different UN agencies and youth constituencies. He is one of the coordinator team of the YONGO for the MENA Climate Change Week. YONGO is one of the 9 civil society constituencies of the UNFCCC. So we are really glad to have you. So the floor is yours, and please feel free to share also your personal experience and the angles of the global or some frameworks that you feel like they can be relevant for our discussion. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening. Are you still here with me? Because I'm going to be starting sharing my personal experience first, and then I will start from the global level from New York. I got the refugee status from my grandfather since the 1948, so we are the special case of the refugee. We are intergenerational refugee status, like literally with an infinity, I can say. So let me start from the global level, from the UNGA, and we had the UNGA the 78 in New York this year, and there was one of the high-level meetings about the universal health coverage, which is so important topic. And this year, they focused about very valuable topics. One, accountability and access to ensuring that everyone, regardless of their social economic status, geographic location, or other factors, has the access to essential healthcare services. This is the heart of universal health coverage, and involving and removing all the barriers and the challenges that facing us to access into the healthcare. Second, healthcare services delivery, discussing how the healthcare services are actually provided during the crisis too, and including the equality, including the availability of the healthcare facilities. Medical professional, are we having a capacity from the medical professionals, from the doctors or not? Also about the technologies and its involving the strengthening of the health system. Finally, financial protection. Protecting the individual and households from the financial burdens of healthcare expenses. often through mechanism like health insurance or maybe government funding to provide the catastrophe of the health care cost. All these focused on the goals that meeting into protecting the vulnerable groups, which is migrations, refugees, women and children, and also the older people. We are in the MENA region, unfortunately, we are facing a serious challenges from the different of the conflicts, and this increasing the number of the refugees. We're having a different kind of the refugees, actually. We have climate refugees. We have a war refugees. We have economic crisis, so that will be leads into someone to move and leaving their homelands to go and to work into the other countries. So we are facing a different kind of the crisis. The common problem with the refugees is the policies of the member states. Unfortunately, most of the member states are putting some regulations and limitations on the refugees, so they cannot access into the healthcare system. They cannot access to the education. They cannot access into the jobs. They are literally cannot have a sustainable life, which is one of the basic human rights, to having a sustainable life from all of the human rights that we are discussing. The second main challenge is the language of the Geneva Convention. The language of Geneva Convention, unfortunately, is not and does not protecting the refugee rights. Why? Let me here explaining why. They are saying into the Geneva Convention, we are recognizing the problem, but we are recommending. But they didn't say that we are must helping, we should helping. No, we are recommending the member state to do that. So there is no real commitment. Nothing is obligatory for the member states to protecting their refugees. This is the second, unfortunately. Also, what I found, it's actually interested into the Paris Agreement. And here's the heart of the point, that even the Paris Agreement, they don't have a single word about the climate refugees or about the refugees' right. So if we're having a refugee, like if we're having a climate crisis, like what happens in Libya, what happens in Morocco from the earthquake, all these areas does not having displacement people, so they are not recognized by the Paris Agreement. Then, if they are not recognized by the Paris Agreement, then who will be recognizing them? So this is also like, I'm sorry, but I'm get touched, because if I am right now having floods in my country and I need to leave it, then where I should go? Also about the Paris Agreement, however, the agreement does acknowledge the importance of enhancing the ability to adapt and to advise the impact of the climate change, and recognizing the need to strengthen the global response to the climate-related loss and damage. While the Paris Agreement itself does not provide a legal framework for protecting the climate refugee or the people who is at displacement. Also, the Paris Agreement does encourage the parties to enhance their support for the adaptation. So the adaptation here is our entry point, because if we will have the adaptation, which will be indirect benefit for the vulnerable communities that facing climate-related displacement. One of the main opportunities that we need to put on the table for next COP, and we need it urgently, is climate security. We need the refugees' rights to be discussed and to be negotiated in the COP, and it should be in the COP. And thankfully for the COP28 presidency that they put a relief day, which is focusing about the refugee. Also, let me take you into the SDGs. How we can saying that we're going to be achieving the SDGs by the 2030 and we are leaving behind the refugees. So this is not going to be happen. If we are leaving the migrants, if we are leaving the refugees behind, if we are leaving the youth, women, girls, farmers, business, we cannot achieve it. This is the main goal. So let me take you into the SDG 10 and the relation with the SDG 13. And I will show how they are interconnected with each other. First, inequality and vulnerability to the climate change. SDG 10 focusing on reducing inequality within or among countries, inequality, whatever the social, economic, or gender, can make a marginalized community and nations more vulnerable to the climate change. SDG 13, which is the climate change, which deals about the climate change action, it should be recognizing by the climate responses that they need to have a climate emergency response, that if we have in crisis, we will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To just facilitate the refugee and to facilitate the migrants during this time. Because every minute, when the crisis is happening, every minute is valuable. A lot of lives, a lot of children, a lot of the people. TikTok right now, lives on matter right now. Let me also talk to you about climate-induced of the displacement. Climate change, as actually discussed into the SDG 13, can lead into the environmental migration and also into the displacement. So we're having here climate, like a climate migration, we have a climate refugee, we have environmental migration too. Because they are the vulnerable population, they are already marginalized, maybe forced to migrate due to the extreme weather events, like, let's say, the sea level rise or other climate-related factors. Reducing inequalities, SDG 10, can help to address drive a displacement and create a better condition for affected population. If we want to have the health rights, then we need to have the SDG 3 with us. So here, my point here is, I want to show you how the SDGs is interconnected. So you cannot focus in one climate action and leaving the SDG 10 and leaving the SDG 3. This is not going to be happen. All of the SDGs is interconnected. Yes, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much for your powerful presentation. We can see that it comes from the heart, but also you said that some critical important that to me are really how we can better defend and concrete the rights of the people. And then in this case, how those global platforms, they really can be more enforcing, because we say recommendation is the mild. But we also see that when we are dealing with migration, is the sovereignty of the states to decide. And this is why in all the global platform, when the signature of
for the decarbonization of the mobility sector by using carbon neutral fuels. Good, then. Large topic, complex topic, a lot of elements to consider. I would say, first of all, let's slide this a bit down, what we are talking about. And looking at the slide, what you see here is actually that we say, looking at the full potential of the mobility sector, that's quite huge. For sure, there's a good chunk of electricity involved for roads, light vehicles. Surely there are also rails, they are electrified. But there's also a good chunk of heavy trucks, for instance, marine, aviation, which most likely will still rely on hydrocarbon fuels. And that's are the ones I want to talk about today. So overall, percentage-wise, we believe there is a share of 20 up to 30% of the entire mobility sector, which can still rely on hydrocarbon fuels, even the small vehicles are electrified. Let's look at a bit the economics in terms of numbers. What does it mean? So according to a study of the Hydrogen Council together with McKinsey for 2030, the green hydrogen price will be in the ballpark of 2.3 up to 1.6 US dollar per kilogram. So that's the horizontal bar you see on the slide. And then it's a question for the different sectors, different applications. Basically, what is the price you need to make there? Obviously, trains, SUVs, trucks would be easily economical valuable. But looking a bit down the road, you see also that the mid-size vehicles, shipping, aviation, close to the edge, but not fully economically viable. So that's why we need to consider that such areas of mobility for the decarbonization somehow needs to shift from a close to commercialization phase towards a policy-driven area. On top of that, beside the shipping and the aviation, what we put a bit into the focus of this presentation today, we have then other sectors to decarbonize. So for instance, the steel industry, the DRI, can hydrogen be used directly in the steel manufacturing process for ammonia, and with ammonia finally then also fertilizer production. It's an interesting one, also close to our economical edge. And then finally benefiting for the net zero targets, power generation for instance, and also building and heat sector needs to be decarbonized, but for sure that's something what comes later point in time since the economics are not really there yet. Good, coming from the commercial numbers a bit to the market itself. When you look at the market for the shipping industry, where we want to focus on both this presentation today and the aviation. So we see, first of all, 80% of our goods are shipped via the sea. It's quite massive, that's a lot. And we see a strong increase after COVID. I mean, as we all know, during COVID, a lot of ports have been closed. And now they're ramping up again. And we see this magnitude of transport again on the oceans. Around 55,000 vehicles, 55,000 large vessels are registered. So that's really a huge number. And also very interesting, basically, that around 10% of the energy consumption in the transport sector are consumed by this industry. So that's quite significant. And then finally, I mean, looking also a bit during COVID and a bit post-COVID, we see also an increase again here in the consumption of around 5% of the CO2 emission. So overall, decisive sector contributing to the CO2 emissions. And then it's about the question, okay, what does the sector do right now to decarbonize? So looking at announcements, the International Maritime Organization, for instance, has announced to cut the emission by half by 2050 compared to 2008 in order to meet the Paris Agreement targets. So I think that's something good. Also goes a bit back to the slide with the economical numbers. So we definitely need such commitments in order to make this topic of using e-fuels in the shipping industry an attractive case. And beyond that, looking into the news, we see also that vessel operators basically order vessels already running on e-methanol. For instance, Maersk has ordered overall, I think, 18 right now, large-scale vessels operating on e-methanol. So it's definitely a good indication. Market is moving, and there's a commitment to use green methanol in the shipping industry. Aviation facts. So what we see in the aviation overall, first of all, aviation, it's a very important sector, right? So in the aviation, we see that the aviation itself is contributing to the overall worldwide GDP with around 4.1%, so that's significant. We see around 30,000 registered aircrafts worldwide, so that's also a massive, huge number. And the 30,000 aircraft actually consuming around 7 million barrels per day. That's, again, a tremendous, huge number. You need to keep in mind when we came later on a bit more to the technical details, what does it mean in terms of hydrogen production, in terms of CO2 capturing. And finally, around 3% of the global emission are going back to aviation. On the aviation side, what does the market say right now? Actually, we see also some commitments, but equally to the shipping industry. So the International Air Transport Association has also committed to cut the emissions by half up to 2050, relatively to 2005. Also, again, to meet then the Paris Climate Agreement. And what we see in the market basically is some announcement around SAF projects, sustainable aviation fuel projects. For instance, Siemens Energy also partnered up together with Mazda, Total Energies, Marubeni to look into the entire value chain of green sustainable aviation fuels, and came up finally then also with a detailed plan how such SAF can be produced. So a bit busy slide. I hope you can read it. Yeah, it's large enough. Let's look a bit to the technical. Yeah, so we talked about the overall market outlook. We talked about commercial numbers, but the technical element is also quite important on the entire discussion. So that's why let's look a bit into it. And all starts with the renewable, with the energy production. Normally, when we talk about such projects with our customers, our partners, then it's energy source-wise always wind and solar involved for the most cases. Surely there are some of the cases also considering one of these sources, but definitely it's better to have two of such sources in order to increase the capacity factor. There are other electricity sources as well, but depending on regulations, they might work, they might not work. These ones definitely works. Coming from the renewable electricity production towards the syngas generation. So in the middle you see the electrolyzer. That's obvious. You take the electricity, it goes into your electrolyzer, you get out hydrogen and oxygen. Most of the times the oxygen is not really used. Meanwhile, hydrogen definitely is used. Then, for instance, for the following processes, like the upper part, when you look at, you see the ammonia process with the Haber-Bosch. Why it's on the slide, you might ask, because we talk about carbon fuels and we not about nitrogen using combined with hydrogen in ammonia. Well, there are also some off-takers in the industry still believe that the ammonia engine will make its way, for instance, for vessels, for large ships. But that's still a topic which is not fully from the table, I would say. So we need to be also patient here and looking carefully at the industry, what it will be the final engine, for instance, in the shipping industry. But in the meanwhile, looking at the latest announcement, as I have shared with you, it's rather methanol, but it can still be ammonia. So that's why we need to keep this here on the radar. Coming from the first ammonia synthesis chemical process down to the methanol production. Well, the methanol synthesis, you have basically three different ways you can take. You can directly use methanol, for instance, in the shipping industry. We definitely have a small refining process in between, but more or less you can use the methanol as it is. Then you have methanol to olefins. And with the olefins, you go then to jet fuels, which then we can use as SAF for the aviation. That's a process, still a young process, I would say, not fully certified yet according ASTM. Such type of certification is needed in order to blend this eSAF into the normal kerosene. That's happening right now, so that's still also innovation along the entire value chain, what needs to be done in order to really fully scale up such a manufacturing yet. But it's a quite promising, according to our numbers, quite promising route, because the yield rates looks quite good here. And then you can take the methanol for methanol to gasoline. I have one of my slides with me for one of our pilot projects here in south of Chile, Harauni. There we take already this route to produce the gasoline, which is then finally used in the car industry. And then finally, we have in the Kemel process the reverse water gas shift, which then later on uses the Fischer-Tropsch process, mainly used in South Africa, to produce SAF as well. So that's also another possibility to end up with SAF. You see, multiple technical solutions for quite similar challenge, but more or less technology-wise, there are alternatives available to make it happen. Having this picture in mind, let's go to the next challenge, because if you have now this full value chain in mind, and now you might ask you, how large should be the components? Because, I mean, the question is, how large should be my PV field, right? The question is, how large is my wind park? How much electrolyzer do I need? How does this work, right? So there's a lot of questions and complexities involved, because when you remember the chemical processes I described to you, you need to keep in mind such types of processes normally runs 24 hours an entire year. It's not a process you switch on and off every day. Yeah? Otherwise, the catalysts normally easily are destroyed. So the question is then, if I build a large-scale process like this, how size I the components best in order to make sure that the operation really runs over the entire year. And for this challenge, we have the so-called ESD, Energy System Design. So it's a dedicated team in our organization, basically simulating the entire value chain, starting from the renewables, from the 8,700 hours a year, down to the latest flange of the Haber, Bosch, Fischer-Tropsch, whatever plant at the end. And by this, we optimizing normally according a target function. So the objectives normally are TOTEX and CAPEX in combination. So TOTEX optimization, surely we can also look for a CO2 optimization. And we also putting some constraints into the system in order to make sure that it's really fully function. Constraints are, for instance, the synthesis process, which cannot be switched off, or has a minimum load, for instance, of 20%, to make sure that there's all time enough hydrogen, for instance, available. All this is put in one system, and this optimizer, in this case, a mixed integer linear optimization, is doing its work and came up then with some results. So that means we have the input data like the commodity prices, governmental subventions, technology cost models are in input technology-wise for all different components are in the system in order to have the full simulation capabilities in. Also, the renewable profiles are going into the system. And as I said, with the target function defined and with the constraints, we normally provide then afterwards results like the technology selection, which components should be built up. Is a battery system, for instance, needed to make sure that there's a 24 hours electricity supply? Is there any optimal, or what is the optimal operation regime? How to operate the entire Power-to-X plant over the entire year? That's all information we give after such types of simulation. And definitely also the economical values are provided in order to make sure that this Power-to-X project you are going to develop here is really economical, feasible, and makes sense finally also for the offtake. And then building on this, lifetime, like maintenance and so on, also considered here. Surely such types of plants also need some maintenance. Also these intervals are also considered by these simulations. Yeah, having such a system simulated and also the numbers, how much gigawatts of renewables I need, how much gigawatts of electrolyzers I need, battery system, yes, no. We came a bit to another challenge, basically the challenge of the size itself for the market, because this leads us then to another topic, the manufacturing. So looking into the numbers itself, for instance, for shipping, so shipping total, we have a consumption of 200 million tons of fuel right now, and around 706 million tons CO2 emission per year in the shipping industry. That's quite significant. And if you now take 10% of the 200 and say, let's use methanol, e-methanol, for this 10% instead of the classical fuel right now, we have around 78 million tons of CO2 which are needed, and around 8 million tons of hydrogen. It's a high number. What does it mean? So if you take into consideration more or less 65 capacity factor rate, so again, I mean, you don't operate the full year. You have not all the time enough electricity. So that's why maybe 65, it's a good value. If you have good wind and solar over the entire year, it's quite hard to come to 80 or 90%. Then you end up with 74 gigawatts of electrolyzer. That's a high number, considering the, let's say, a relative young status of the electrolyzer industry. And sharing with you a bit more insights of the manufacturing, you might understand also a bit the background here. So keep in mind the 74 gigawatt we would need to decarbonize 10% of the shipping industry. So now we look at the specific electrolyzer. How much is the size? How such a component look like to produce hydrogen? So it all starts with a stack. The stack is the single smallest component on an electrolyzer. 24 of such stacks we put together to one array, and this array has 17.5 megawatt. So again, we talked about 74 gigawatt, now we talk about megawatt, so the ranges are really huge. Our stack, the Sealyzer 300, with a 17.5 megawatt, has an efficiency of 75.5%, so that's quite good at the market. And we produce around 335 kilograms with this 24 arrays. So now coming from megawatt to gigawatt, we need multiple of these arrays. So that's why one of our key tasks right now is to put many stacks together in an intelligent way that we came with a smart plant layout for our customers in order to have a large-scale plants. Because at the end, 17.5 megawatt, we will never reach the 74 gigawatt. And this starts then with it looks like such a picture here. So it's an optimization of the plant design for fast installation, low cost, and maintenance friendly. Maintenance friendly, it's very important when you talk about multiple areas. And I have projects in my funnel for Middle East and Africa. There we talk sometimes above 100 of these areas, more than 100, 150, maybe 200. So we have really huge plants, and the maintenance friendliness is a very important element because there will be continuously maintenance on such plants. And that's why the, let's say, compact footprint, very important, not to consume too much land. Land costs money. The standard industrial building design is very important, to make it really repeatable, not always do something new. It must be just simple, always the same. The indoor crane, surely necessary standard, and in the future upgrade compatibility is also important for us to make sure that as soon as we have rolled out hundreds of stacks, arrays with thousands of stacks, that we can also bring in new stack generation as soon as we have developed new ones. But this all needs to be somehow considered in our entire plant design, and that's something where we work on. So jumping from the plant design itself to the manufacturing, again, 74 gigawatts for 10% of the shipping industry. Looking at the manufacturing capacity itself, so we started, or we had a production capacity of around 250 up to 750 megawatt in Erlangen. So it's depending on the shifts. One shift 250, 3 shifts 750 megawatt. It was a small scale manufacturing, a lot of handmade stuff, but it's how it starts, right? If a business is young, when a business is young, it always starts with a lot of handmade stuff. So what we then said, well, it's good to learn, but definitely we need to scale it. And when we scale it, we automate it in order to make it easily repeatable and cheap and large scale then at the end of the day. So that's why we moved our entire manufacturing also from Erlangen now to Berlin into our existing manufacturing hub at the Huttenstraße. The manufacturing started in the summer in Berlin. The official opening with the government and everything will be around November. And the production capacity, what we have reached already here, it's 1 gigawatt. So you see already this large step from 250 handmade towards 1 gigawatt with robots. And even there, it's not that easy. I mean, looking into the details a bit, to train a robot to take a small membrane, it's like a sheet of paper, take it and put it into a metal frame. It takes a while to teach a robot to do this in a correct way. So it took us 1.5 years, for instance, to really automate this and train this robot to do so. So just to give you a bit an idea of, it's not just putting some machines in a hall and it's done. No, it needs to be step by step looked at and hardly worked on. However, so it's there, and the target is to scale up to 3 gigawatts with this manufacturing line. We have enough capacity to also put another gigawatt on a yearly base in the same manufacturing hall. Overall capacity, I think it's in the ballpark of 6 gigawatt up to maximum 10 gigawatt in the same manufacturing hall. So there's enough space to scale it further, but starting point is the 3 gigawatt right now, what you see here. So it's not only manufacturing itself, so it's also the backbone of the manufacturing, the supply chain. When you start with a small-scale manufacturing, that's all good with 1 or 2 suppliers, and to a certain extent that works good. But as soon as you scale it to this magnitude, the size of, for instance, 3 gigawatt, we talk about 4,000 stacks in a year, suppliers are not maybe suitable anymore, right? They cannot make maybe the size, the amount of material you need. Maybe they cannot keep the quality if they increase their capacities, and so on and so forth. So right now we spend a lot of efforts also looking into our supply chain, qualifying our tier 2 and 3 suppliers, ramping up our tier 1 suppliers. And if they are not capable to make it, we need to think about also reverse back integrate also certain elements in the manufacturing in order to make sure that we have really the material available we would need for this large magnitude. But it's, let's say, a tough task, since really you need to look into the manufacturing capabilities of your suppliers and assess, can they do it, and are there the right partners for strong supply at the end of the day. From manufacturing and supply chain, we come now to the real projects itself. So the real project itself has another another nature of let's say, challenges you need to tackle. And looking at this project, they always start with the same topic of where are my electricities coming from? Do I need to build up, or have I the chance to build up some good PPAs, power purchase agreements for the electricity? The framework agreements are important, sometimes with governments, about the land allocation. Another topic is the offtake. You need to tackle when you want to build up a real project. But if you are gone through this process, then we more or less are close to a real project. And looking at the list, scaling is happening and the projects are signed and also in erection. Looking a bit more into the details, the projects what we have here. H2 Future Linz was our first Sea Licer 300. By the way, we have also 15 we are collecting operational data. We also look at and take the information out we need to improve the next generation. We have Wunsiedel also in operation. Oberhausen is in commissioning right now. E-methanol Kassel is in erection right now. I will touch a bit soon, a bit more into the details. We have another project with a chemical company signed, 50 megawatt. Flagship 1 is in erection with 70 megawatt. And then Normandie with 200 megawatt signed 3 weeks ago with our partner Air Liquide. So scaling is happening. That's the story. That's important to keep in mind. And yeah, how such projects look like. Coming back to our use case for e-fuels, Project Kassel in Denmark. It's using solar electricity with 50 megawatt, means 3 arrays, and producing 1,000 kilogram hydrogen per hour. The e-methanol, as far as I know, is then off-taken by Maersk. So I think they have already an agreement that they will use it for their ships. And yeah, coming to another project, the Flagship 1 project, it's a bit younger than the other one, but follows the same principle. Producing also, again,
For example, I showed one graph there has attempted to do at the level of individual sectors and then prepared for different countries to generate standardized knowledge products that summarize a suite of these climate indicators like extremes, but also means and trends, and then offer this information at the country level, subnational level, to users. I think these are examples of along the production chain.
Chile. This was one of our first e-methanol projects. We are in the phase 1, or the phase 1, so to say, is in operation. Phase 1 is 1 megawatt. It's our Sea Licer 200, which is built there. The other ones in the phase 1 is now, phase 0 was 1 megawatt, phase 1 now is right now in FEED stage. So there are detailed engineering ongoing to scale this up to 250 megawatt, the plant. But again, phase 1 is up and running since last year and is producing gasoline. So it's, again, a proof point of technology works. It's reliable, it's continuously producing gasoline. The gasoline itself is brought to Europe, to Porsche as off-taker and also partner of the project. And looking again a bit to the process of Harrow Uni, the pilot project here, power to liquid. We have, in this case, wind power as an energy source. It goes then into the electrolyzer. The electrolyzer produces, again, hydrogen. Then it goes to the methanol synthesis process, where we then convert hydrogen together with CO2 to gasoline. And the gasoline is then finally shipped, as I said, to Europe. Interesting again here also the CO2, since we put this a bit into the focus. Direct air capturing is used for this CO2 capturing here. And the next 3 slides, I want to deep dive a bit into this CO2 direct air capturing, since it's a very important element of the entire gasoline and methanol production here. So looking at the topic of carbon capture for producing methanol, there are multiple technologies, and as we know from the circular carbon economy, the 4 R's, what we see here, it's mainly the reuse case, and maybe also the take-out case. Let's say take out the hydrogen from the economy. But starting from the right side of the slide towards to the left side, look a bit more into the details. What are the technologies on the horizon? So what we have, it's basically the capturing of CO2 from industrial processes first of all. So having a gas turbine burning gas, emitting CO2, this can be captured. We have also industrial processes like cement, for instance, where you also can capture directly the CO2. If you want to produce methanol, for instance, for Europe, then you need to follow the RED II. According to RED II regulations, actually, if you take the CO2 from industrial processes, gas turbine, cement, whatever, it would be considered, at least outside of Europe, as gray. So carbon, the carbon is considered in this case in the methanol. So that's why the technologies on the right side of the slide actually are not really helpful right now to produce gasoline, SAF, this type of end products. Means we need to look a bit more on the left side, the technologies we can use to produce methanol. And looking there, we have biomass definitely as an alternative. Unfortunately, in this region, the Middle East, also in partly in Africa, we have the challenge there's not a lot of biomass we can use. Compared to Kassö or the Swedish project, the flagship one, they rely on biomass, but they have enough biomass. That's most likely a challenge in the region. So that's why we came to the most likely technology for the direct air, for the CO2 capturing, that's TAC, direct air capturing for the region. So we believe that's something what is really the technology to go, what we can apply here and use for the CO2 capturing. And looking a bit into the numbers, where this CO2 is coming from. So based on an EER scenario, we see there's 1,607 million tons of CO2 capturing expected in 2030. Within this 1,670 million tons, we see 90 million tons captured by direct air capturing. This is more or less then split it into 70 million of sequestration and another 20 million of the CO2 for utilization. And utilization in this case is then also covering the part of e-fuels. So they are a part of it, of this 20 million. So it's just a fraction. So that can do much more, obviously. But nevertheless, I think that's a good starting point, 20 million tons with a direct air capturing in 2030 as a technology, and then to a certain extent used for methanol. So what are the plans then, how to use it from our side? So what we have is basically an in-house product, a direct air capturing product within Siemens Energy. This direct air capturing product we will firstly use in a demo project. This demo project has been announced on Monday together with Saudi Aramco. This will be built here in Saudi Arabia and another one in the US. So basically we have 2. But that's the first application we're going to build here. also put the link here, so there's all this official announcements is available in the news. So you can also take the time to look into it a bit more. And then the phase 1, we will scale it, because again, size is decisive for economies of scale. It's decisive for the final cost of the methanol. There's a lot of numbers out. I don't want to share too much numbers which maybe not able to make it. I'm careful in this case, but I would say at least in terms of size, the phase 2, we target a ballpark of 1,200 tons per year. In the next step, time frame 25, I would say, in phase 3 will be then another scaling of the direct air capturing to a much larger magnitude. There we rather talk about 50 kilotons per year. It's a multiplication of the pilot size unit. And this is something what we definitely will need when we look into the numbers again, what we need to decarbonize a fraction of the aviation or the shipping industry. Having now the CO2 captured and brought into methanol process and produce some gasoline is good. But now it's the question a bit how we make sure that it's really carbon neutral. And that's why we think using carbon neutral energy will be a license to operate in 2050, considering that majority of the countries, the nations worldwide, committed to a carbon neutral scenario with the Paris Agreement. So that's why, how to ensure now that we get the energy production, our energy imports and energy consumption really from green renewables or carbon neutral sources. We came up with a solution called using automated, timely, and governmental approved clean certificates for cross-sector energy market. So what is behind it? First of all, it's a blockchain technology, what we are using to certify that the electricity we had produced at the beginning, the hydrogen produced in the middle, and finally the end product is really green. How it works, I'll show you in a second. But first of all, why we need it? Definitely, we will need it, and why we need it, we need to really make sure that all these end products are really made from carbon neutral sources, and this must apply worldwide, right? So it must be a standard we all agree on, independently which country. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to compare the end product. And how we will do it? Co-create in a joint ecosystem with the different partners, because not always is in one project everything included. Electricity might come from somebody else. Yeah? Maybe the hydrogen is produced by somebody else. Question is about maybe the CO2 source, maybe also another company is involved. So it's important to have all the actors within the ecosystem working together to make sure and document this into the blockchain technology that it's really green. And at the end, it's connecting the physical assets, so to say, to a digital central infrastructure, enabling cross-sector clean certification. So that's let's say the core value behind it. And how it looks like this. In a simple way, you have again renewable sources at the beginning. We have a certificate which we push then to the storage, from the storage to the co-processes, the blending, and then final storage, and then to the offtake. So the clean energy certification will be then also here again one of the key technologies needed worldwide to show the end product is green. I have another slide that shows it a bit more into the detail. It helps a bit more to better understand how it works. So basically how it works in detail is that we produce always a certificate on each of the individual steps. So that means for the renewable power generation, we produce one certificate. Certificate is stored in the blockchain. and it will be de-evaluated as soon as we are in the hydrogen in the next step, where we then convert this into hydrogen. So green renewables, green electrons converted into hydrogen molecules, and then the certificate for the green electrons are de-evaluated, and you open a new one for the green hydrogen. And this happens then again for the next step, the fuel production. So it means as soon as you come into the process of producing methanol, gasoline, or SAF, then you de-evaluate the green hydrogen certificate, and you open a new one for the end product. And this goes then finally to the end user. And with this, you have then also a final certificate that your end product is really carbon neutral. Good. Coming from this point a bit to the end of the presentation, to our summary. So as from Siemens Energy side, we work more or less on the entire value chain, starting from the renewables. Yeah, we have the wind turbines in-house. We have also a dedicated team to work on PV. We have high voltage grid lines in our organization. We have then the electrolyzer in-house, and then also downstream at least a couple of the chemical process elements. So this means we can fully integrate the entire solution and optimizing the entire solution, since there are so many interfaces. And that's quite important, since it's a complex product, the Power-to-X product, to produce methanol on one of the end products. What's also important is, from our perspective, is a global footprint. We talk about large plants, so you need also large organizations around the world to handle the maintenance aspect, as I mentioned. So we talk about thousands of stacks to be refurbished frequently. Having there a strong backbone is required to really also make sure that the maintenance always goes frequently, and all the equipments along the entire value chains run all the time. So as I said, so the process, the chemical processes are not made for switch on and switch off. They need continuously need to operate. Reliable technology, also important. As I said, so we are with the electrolyzers 300, we are frequently collecting operational data already, but we will stick also to this technology, very important. Not always switching from one to another one, because by switching from one technology to the next one, you always lose your operational experience. Operational experience are key for optimizing a technology, and also bring certainties, guarantees in the technology itself. The topic of energy consulting I mentioned was the energy system design. Very important at the beginning of a sales phase, that you have the capabilities to proper calculate all the different equipments what you need the entire value chain. And then scalable solutions. We looked at manufacturing-wise, but also plant layout. It's important to scale in a proper way to really reach numbers like the 10% of the current consumed fuel of the shipping industry, which turns into 74 gigawatt. And then proof industrial large-scale electrolyzer systems, something what we still work along the line with the first references. With this, I have a couple of QR codes. If you want, you can take a look here and look at our references also on our webpage. Like the green hydrogen production, Hara Uni. We have also ESD for the energy system design, what I mentioned. Hybrid power solution website, and then we have also the future technologies. We have also, I think, a page on what is also the next technology at the horizon. Overall, that's it from my side. I hope you liked it, and I think we have still a bit of time So looking forward to get some questions from you and to discuss your aspects, your thoughts on the topic of carbon neutral fuels. Thank you very much.
Explain again. Three sources to produce SAF from methanol.
Hey, come down. Say again.
You were talking about three sources to produce SAF.
Yeah.
From methanol. Could you explain that part again?
How to produce stuff. I go back and yeah. Do we have still the slides? So then I do my best to go back, and I think we. Here we go. So, how to produce SAF was the question, right? So basically, how to produce SAF, there are two possibilities, what we see, two possible ways. Renewables is clear, electricity. Then we have the topic of electrolyzer, where we produce the hydrogen. Then we have the topic of carbon capture. It can be different source, can be biomass, can be directly capturing from industry, all possible, definitely. But direct air capturing, at least for this region here, seems to be the way to go. And then into the SAF production itself, basically two ways. Power to methanol, so you take the CO2.
What is the chemical formula for methanol?
Say again?
What is the chemical formula for methanol?
It's H2 and CO2. And this will be in a synthesis process formed to methanol. There's another synthesis process for methanol to olefins, and then from olefins to jet fuels. So that's basically 3 steps you take in order to produce SAF. This is the one route, or you go with the reverse water gas shift process and the Fischer-Tropsch, and then you end up also with SAF. So it's basically 2 ways to produce SAF from electricity.
One is methanol basically directly use it for
ships. Ships. So the ship engines, for instance, running directly on methanol. Normally, rather less in the truck or mobility area. There we don't see that many applications, but for ships, definitely, it's just purely directly use of methanol.
So I can imagine that if you introduce more steps, it's going to be more expensive to produce it?
Yeah, that's why the SAF is more expensive than the methanol direct use. Also the efficiency, I think efficiency for methanol is around 50% for the entire process. If you produce SAF, you go down to 35% efficiency. So you have another 15%, 15% what you lose in the efficiency for the next following steps.
And you said it is possible to use carbon from natural sources as well to use in the synthesis.
You can use carbon, CO2 from natural sources, from biomass. Yeah, that's at least the case for the Flagship 1 and also for the CASSI project, for instance. There we're using biomass as a CO2 source. Somebody else? If not, thank you very much. Good afternoon.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alejandro Kilpatrick. I'm with the UN Climate Change Secretariat. Welcome to the closing of the thematic tracks and the closing ceremony for providing a platform for the thematic track discussions. I must also thank our global partners, the World Bank, United Nations Environment Programme, and the United Nations Development Programme, for working with us on the design and delivery of these thematic tracks. I also want to thank all our partners in the region for your support. Your collaboration is very much appreciated. This session is comprised of the closing of the thematic tracks and also the closing ceremony of the MENA Climate Week. First, my colleague Climate Change and the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you for joining us. What was discussed here at MENA discussions for track 1 and TIC tracks, with a focus on the key takeaways for the region, priority actions, and solutions to be. Thank you for joining us. What was discussed here at MENA discussions. For track 1 and 2, I would like to invite Ms. Lindita Shaferi Salihu, Business Engagement Lead with UNFCCC, to the podium.
With focus on energy and industry, Track 1 showcased opportunities and discussed challenges related to the energy transition in the region. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alejandro Kilpatrick. I'm with the UN Climate Change Secretariat. Welcome to the closing of the thematic tracks and the closing ceremony for providing a platform for the thematic track discussions. I must also thank our global partners, the World Bank, United Nations Environment Programme, and the United Nations Development Programme, for working with us on the design and the gas emissions. Some countries are already making progress in sectors such as building. Just energy transition opens opportunities for poverty eradication, economic diversification, energy access, youth empowerment, and more. Access to clean, reliable energy and clean cooking are crucial for a just energy transition. MENA region is making strides in renewable energy, but progress differs by country. Scaling through policies, institutional capacities, and partnerships is needed. Promoting public-private collaborations and stakeholder action is crucial. Market mechanisms and climate finance can mobilize the private sector for this transformation. Engaging the youth is also essential. Participants identified examples like youth councils as innovation platforms. There is a need to build further on such examples. It was discussed that MENA region has the to abate industries such as cement, chemicals, and steel, make CCUS attractive in the region. It was recognized that additional efforts to innovate in the processes to capture CO2 would be needed to ensure durable reservoirs. Mature and stable regulatory framework, fiscal and financial incentives,
aided by market mechanisms and climate finance, can scale technology and lower costs, which will enable transformation. Critical minerals are essential for clean energy, and demand is projected to rise rapidly. The region has to abate industries such as cement, chemicals, and steel, make CCUS attractive in the region. Strong regional collaboration and the exchange of technology and expertise are critical. A circular carbon economy framework supporting emission reductions, creating infrastructure, market access, economic diversification, and job creation were identified as areas to explore. Methane emission reductions are also key. Existing methane mitigation measures and technology can affordably reduce over 75% of methane emissions. Much of that potential is in the region, and 10 MENA countries have joined the Global Methane Pledge, and several companies have joined the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0. Methane mitigation in the next NDC updates will be important. The session on clean hydrogen underscored the importance of market readiness and international collaboration. The MENA region should prioritize clean hydrogen in climate plans, specifying milestones for scaling up production and adopting technology. Discussions prioritized quality standards to ensure low greenhouse gas footprint for clean hydrogen. Robust discussions were also held in all Track 2 sessions, which focused on cities, urban and rural settlements, infrastructure, and transport. There, we heard the great potential in the MENA region for local contributions to NDCs, NAPs, and long-term climate plans. Best practices exist, and scaling solutions required collaboration across sectors and governments, including the private sector and finance for climate-resilient development. Cities play a major part in climate-resilient infrastructure, transportation, waste management, capacity building, and awareness raising. Large cities tend to attract more financing for climate-resilient projects, and it is crucial to engage smaller cities as well for a full transformation. City budgets often respond to immediate local needs, so it will be important to find ways to directly link day-to-day needs with local climate impacts. Alignment was noted to be key, for example, between local, regional, and national levels, with examples of local action aligned with NDCs. This can help secure finance and long-term investment. Enabling actions build capacity for local governments to act. Understanding financing instruments for different projects or stages of projects was also highlighted. Multi-level activity and partnership building was featured across the Track 2 sessions. There is a willingness to explore engagement across public and private sectors to local climate action. The track also took a deep dive into the building construction value chain and transportation as crucial sectors to achieve decarbonization and resilience. There is no one-size-fits-all answer when addressing future building and transportation demands globally. Proper planning and exchange of best practices is key, as is scaling of best practices such as green procurement for sustainable buildings and transportation infrastructure. Discussion on resilient infrastructure and adaptive capacity highlighted economic barriers that pose a challenge to implementing solutions, with NAPs providing cities with initial guidelines. Waste management through circular economy in cities and human settlements was identified as an important pillar of climate resilience. Some notable initiatives are already underway on circular economy, plastic recycling, thematic tracks. It is my great pleasure to invite my colleague, Mr. Alejandro Kilpatrick, back to the stage to provide that overview. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lindita. Now we'll provide a quick overview of the discussions in Track 3 and 4. Track 3 focused on addressing vulnerabilities and climate impacts on water, land, food, and ocean systems, emphasizing collaborative and regionally relevant adaptation solutions. One of the region's primary challenges is water security. 14 of the 20 most water-insecure countries in the world are here in this region. Groundwater resources are critical, and discussions underscore the need to improve their management. Traditional methods like rainwater harvesting, combined with improved irrigation, were advocated. Water recycling and reuse techniques were highlighted, with awareness and policy support deemed essential to encourage adoption. Desalination, although critical, faces energy-related barriers. The interconnectedness of water and food security was emphasized, highlighting the need for a holistic approach to ensure balanced water use across domestic, agricultural, and industrial sectors. There is no food security without water security. This nexus was also identified as a potential trigger of conflicts, especially in the context of shared resources. Increased heat and salinization of land threaten agricultural productions. Efforts such as innovative drought-resistant crop varieties and precision irrigation were showcased. On oceans, innovative initiatives were mentioned, such as the mapping of the Arabian Sea to monitor biodiversity and public-private partnerships like the Red Sea Global Project, which promotes tourism while safeguarding biodiversity preservation. Contextualizing global assessment and predictions were emphasized to generate data for diagnostics and evidence to inform actions and policy. Data should also include sub-data such as local knowledge, and initiatives like RICAR and the Regional Sand and Dust Storms Warning Advisory and Assessment Center are already being used for planning and response. Adaptation was identified as a top priority for the region, with a critical need to scale up finance for adaptation to match mitigation funding. Discussions encourage more focus on local priorities and high-quality project proposals. A better understanding of project adaptation component is needed by investors, and diversified finance instruments can de-risk projects. Innovation, including in management and entrepreneurship, were identifying as crucial and can engage youth. Looking at the whole supply chain was discussed to find opportunities for further efficiencies rather than additional investments. The need for strategies to enhance human and institutional capacity, building from the existing ones, and taking into account local realities and needs was seen as a crucial element to implement actions. Initiatives like Tadamon Program and Takaful Insurance, which build on local practices, were showcased. For collaborative projects, coordination across sectors was identified as essential. Moving on to Track 4, which focused on economies, societies, livelihoods, and health. During this track, a comprehensive overview of achievements in the MENA region highlighted substantial progress being made. Achievements, human and institutional capacity, building from the existing ones, and taking into account local realities and needs was seen as a crucial element to implement actions. Initiatives like Tadamon Program and Takaful Insurance, which build on local practices, were showcased. For collaborative projects, coordination across sectors was made by countries as regards integrating climate change into education, which focus on economies, societies, livelihoods, and health. During this track, a comprehensive overview of achievements in the MENA region highlighted substantial progress being made. Achievements.
Tracks. It is my great pleasure to invite my colleague, Mr. Alejandro Kilpatrick, back to the stage to provide that overview.
Such as lost productivity due to extreme heat and accessing adequate funds for climate investment, create barriers for the deployment of innovative climate. Thank you very much, Lindita. Now we'll processes improve regulatory frameworks in Track 3 and 4. Track 3 focused on addressing vulnerabilities and climate impacts on water, land, food, and ocean systems, emphasizing collaborative and regionally relevant adaptation solutions. One of the region's primary challenges is water security. 14 of the 20 most water insecure countries in the world are here in this region. Groundwater resources are critical, and discussions underscore the need to improve their management. Traditional methods like rainwater harvesting, combined with improved irrigation, were advocated. Water recycling and reuse techniques were highlighted, with awareness and policy support deemed essential to encourage adoption. Desalination, although critical, faces energy-related barriers. The interconnectedness of water and food security was emphasized, highlighting the need for a holistic approach to ensure balanced water use across domestic, agricultural, and industrial sectors. There is no food security without water security. This nexus was also identified as a potential trigger of conflicts, especially in the context of shared resources. Increased heat and salinization of land threaten agricultural productions. Efforts such as innovative drought-resistant crop varieties and precision irrigation were showcased. On oceans, innovative initiatives were mentioned, such as the mapping of the Arabian Sea to monitor biodiversity and public-private partnerships like the Red Sea Global Project, which promotes tourism while safeguarding biodiversity preservation. Contextualizing global assessment and predictions were emphasized to generate data for diagnostics and evidence to inform actions and policy. Data should also include sub-data such as local knowledge, and initiatives like RICAR and the Regional Sand and Dust Storms Warning Advisory and Assessment Center are already being used for planning and response. Adaptation was identified as a top priority for the region, with a critical need to scale up finance for adaptation to match mitigation funding. Discussions encourage more focus on local priorities and high-quality project proposals. A better understanding of project adaptation component is needed by investors, and diversified finance instruments can de-risk projects. Innovation, including in management and entrepreneurship, were identifying as crucial and can engage youth. Looking at the whole supply chain was discussed to find opportunities for further efficiencies rather than additional investments. The need for strategies to enhance human and institutional capacity, building from the existing ones and taking into account local realities and needs, was seen as a crucial element to implement actions. Initiatives like Tadamont Program and Takaful Insurance, which build on local practices, were showcased. For collaborative projects, coordination across sectors was made by countries as regards integrating climate change into education, which focus on economies, societies, livelihoods, and health. During this track, a comprehensive overview of achievements in the MENA region highlighted substantial progress being made. Achievements
remarks. But first, let me invite Kishan Kode, Regional Team Leader for Environment at UNDP Regional Hub for the Arab States, to speak.
Thanks, James. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. I want to take the opportunity to thank all of you, all of the esteemed speakers and participants who joined this year's MENA Climate Week. In particular, all the great young volunteers that made this event a success day in and day out. The MENA Climate Week has provided significant opportunities for many actors to discuss the important issues that we're facing across the region and around the world. From water and food security and the energy transition to adaptation and long-term climate resilient development pathways. We heard that adaptation and building climate resilience is a key issue for all countries across the MENA region. Discussions are emphasizing the regional and transboundary approaches that are necessary to adapt to the impacts of climate change. This is a positive step, and we know all too well that climate change risks and vulnerabilities don't respect national boundaries. In order to address climate risks and vulnerabilities comprehensively, it is clear that multiple actions are required to de-risk climate action. We need to avoid silos, build holistic and comprehensive approaches to understanding and managing risks. For example, we heard that disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation efforts need to be synchronized to provide effective short and long-term solutions. We also heard the importance of strengthening robust data and information systems for the formulation of evidence-based policies and plans, attracting climate adaptation investments, and tracking and reporting on the progress of adaptation actions. Strengthening the science policy interface and capacity building to target policy interventions to ensure that they reach those most in need and make plans actionable and investable was highlighted in many of the sessions. Climate of energy efficiency and renewable energy measures, with the Kingdom making rapid transitions on energy efficiency in recent years in particular. We saw, for example, also in more vulnerable countries, in fragile states such as Palestine and Yemen, women are leading the way to ensure access to clean energy by installing solar solutions in vulnerable countries, in fragile states such as Palestine and Yemen. Women are leading the way to ensure access to clean energy by installing solar solutions in communities to build resilience, energy security, and strengthening and rebuilding livelihoods and lives. Finally, it remains clear that meaningful and diverse participation of all actors involved and affected by climate change is key, and those most vulnerable and marginalized must be in the driver's seat. As you would have heard this week, young people constitute more than half of the population across the MENA region, and they are continuing to call for more diverse representation at all levels needed to shape policies and make effective change. Capacity building of youth, empowering them to speak the same language as policymakers, is an important step. So this is a little glimpse of the beauty of regional climate weeks, as they provide a critical opportunity for countries and non-state actors to amplify their voice, priorities, and solutions. Critical insights such as the ones I highlighted just now that must be included in the global stocktake process, which will be concluded at the COP28. To close, the United Nations Development Program extends its thanks to our gracious hosts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for their hospitality, as well as the UNFCCC and other global and regional partners. We look forward to keeping up the momentum on the road to Dubai in a couple of months, and UNDP stands ready to continue supporting countries in their efforts to transition to a just, climate-resilient world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kishan, for your insights. Next, we'll turn to Ayman El-Talouni, Senior UNEP Program Manager, heading UNEP engagement in Saudi Arabia. Mr. El-Talouni, you have the floor.
Thank you all. Thanks, James. I know it's been a long week. I'll try to be as brief as possible. But I must say a statement at the beginning. I am just echoing my colleague Kishan by thanking the government of Saudi Arabia for the excellent organization of this event at all levels, the technical, the logistics, the hospitality, of course, and as well as thanks to the... I must also mention the high political attention. I've seen it from day one, His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, attention to this event and all the high-level officials from the government and from the countries in the region. It shows the high-level importance of such an event. And with this as well, I would like to commend the UNFCCC Secretariat for the excellent work, and for this year in particular, bringing the MENA Climate Weeks in a close proximity to the COP event. So we hope that the messages resulting from the MENA Climate Weeks will be louder and clear for the policy and negotiator at the next COP28. Another important message We talked about youth, and I have seen this in the last few days, the role model example offered by Saudi Arabia of empowering youth, not only in the organization and voluntary work, but also in leading the program and the technical portfolios. The Ministry of Energy have set a very good example. So thank you for doing so and for showing that this is possible and doable. Thanks for everyone. Now, let's go back to the topic and subject matter about the take-home messages. I don't think I can compete with Alejandro and Lindita from the excellent briefing that they have done. So, and I don't want to reinstate the obvious and all the messages, but let me capture some of the messages and take it to a next level. Methane and carbon dioxide mitigation should be working hand in hand if we are hoping to maintain the 1.5 degree reduction. So we need to make sure that we foster and capitalize on existing pledges and initiatives in that regard, like the methane pledge, which most of the oil industries are contributing to it now, to reduce 30% by 2030. The energy transition should be anchored not only around the applications, but should be anchored also around justice, inclusiveness, as well as sustainability of the solution. So this is another topic that we need to make sure that it is already captured well at the next COP in terms of actions and initiatives. We've heard the critical minerals was mentioned today, and I think there is a need to start moving from the scattered approach and fragmented approach in the infrastructure of the supply chain to the integrated approach across the supply chain and the infrastructure as well as the technology transfer requirement. The climate and resilient cities needs and necessitate a different type of actions. The climate finance, the nature finance report of UNEP shows that out of the 150 billion portfolio, global US dollar portfolio for nature investment, only contribute out of it 0.3% for the nature-based solution to the infrastructure and building and sector. So we need to maximize this type of, through a particular different type of approach and initiatives. The energy efficiency programs are advancing very well in the region, and it is very noticeable, especially here in Saudi Arabia over the last few years. However, there are still unflipped stones for some sectors and some applications that need to be taken into consideration. Energy efficiency needs to be handled from the direction of leaving no one behind, individuals, sectors, and different aspects. Last but not least, we heard also about the localization of solutions. And I would like to couple the localization of solution with what Kishan mentioned, the policy-science interface. We need to make sure that we are living in a region where we are facing a lot of struggles and conflicts in many countries, extreme climatic conditions, specific natural disasters. We have seen this recently. And the typical solutions for stable countries may not fit in these type of conditions for displaced refugees and immigrants situations. So we need to find out different type of solution and approaches to handle this in order not displaced refugees and immigrants situations. So we need to find out different type of solution and approaches to handle this in order not to leave no one behind. Last but not least, I would like to take from the opening statement of His Excellency Minister Sultan Al Jaber at the beginning of the opening, when he mentioned the cooling pledge. We couldn't be working here across the week without the air conditioning. Some of the low-hanging fruits opportunities is there around the corner, and we have seen that it is possible. Some kind of a binding global commitment in one of the sectors like the cooling, for example, can create a big difference. For your information, something like the Montreal Protocol for the Protection of Ozone Layer and its Kigali Amendment predict to contribute 0.4 degree reduction out of the 1.5 target only by committing to the Kigali Amendment over the next 50 years. So there is an opportunities that we can tap in, and it's easily, mechanisms are there. We just need to take it to the next level, and hopefully this will be clearly taken into consideration by the negotiator at the next COP. Thank you so much, Jens, for the opportunity.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. Our final global partner is the World Bank, and I welcome to the podium Ms. Sonia Samson, Regional Climate Liaison for MENA at the World Bank. You have the floor.
It's a genuine privilege to be here on behalf of the World Bank to close MENA Climate Week 2023. Whilst it's no longer sounding at all original, I would like to express gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for being such exceptional hosts. Thank you also to the co-host organisations led by the UNFCCC in collaboration with UNDP, UNEP and the World Bank. This week has truly been astounding on many levels. The energy, the venue, the presentation and rich discussions this week honestly have given me a glimmer of hope. And I say that after years of pessimism working on climate change. There are clear messages from this week that I'm definitely not going to be the first to say, although I may get to be the last. The first is that the world is still not moving fast enough to avert the climate crisis. We all know the urgency, enormity and complexity of the challenge that we face. We know that additional concessional finance is needed to create the enabling environment for the private sector to play their part in scaled-up transformation. We know that MENA is one of the most climate-vulnerable regions and that unchecked climate change will push 132 million people into poverty by 2030. We know that extreme temperature highs well above 50 degrees Celsius could become the norm in MENA, with existing water scarcity exacerbated to devastating effect. What is clear from this week is that we are taking steps in concrete terms to sow seeds that will grow through our collective actions into real change to ensure a livable planet for future generations. This is real climate action. It's still in its infancy, but demonstrably we're at the start of bending the curve. We're seeing that traction in green hydrogen, methane reduction and carbon markets. We know that the clean energy transition is well underway. The conversations that we are having today are markedly progressed from even those of 3 years ago at the start of the pandemic. The calls for real action are being answered, including by many who have been part of this week. And that is where I see the room for hope and inspiration. It's not that where we are is enough. We know that the scale of effort needed is an order of magnitude greater than where we are today. For all of us, whether global, national, local, public, private, or community actors, we all need to do more. This week, I've had the honour to be part of the joint World Bank, IFC and Climate Investment Fund delegation, a team of over 30 people who have contributed across the programme, in person, virtually, and in support. All of this has been in collaboration with some amazing government representatives, our partner organisations, the private sector, community groups, and many more. Our contributions have ranged from critically important topics such as climate finance and carbon markets, to the energy transition, green jobs, green procurement, the circular economy, vibrant cities, sustainable transport, whole of society approaches to investing in human capital. We've also been involved in discussions on green hydrogen, fragility, cooling, gender, reducing methane emissions, increasing resilience and protecting our common resources, forests, oceans, land and water. The World Bank is ready to continue working together with countries and partners in MENA and globally in their effort to step up climate action in support of the sustainable development and poverty eradication agendas. We can contribute to this through our analytical work, financing and technical assistance. We have all learnt from the richness and diversity of events and perspectives and joined the many discussions on how to bring forward actions from this week into COP28 and beyond on this very important agenda. The results of this week are particularly important as they feed into the global stocktake process. The global stocktake will further raise awareness that the world is way off course to stay below 1.5 degrees of warming. But importantly, it will also encapsulate regionally relevant priorities that are needed to get back on track and achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement. The leadership, engagement, technical skill and dedication that has been demonstrated this week, the audience, the people on stage, and all of the supporters shows that momentum is building. The task that we have is to take that momentum and snowball it into the societal transformation at the scale and the pace that is needed. I will end by thanking you for the many interactions we've had with you all over the course of the week, and by asking you to continue to find every opportunity to do your part to protect the only livable planet that we have. We need every one of you to work together to magnify the momentum that has been so palpable this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sampson, for your remarks. And thank you to all our partners, including our regional partners, for the ongoing collaboration we have. Before I hand over to the host, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our host personally and everyone who has made this year's MENA Climate Week possible. What a week it has been. I would like first to reiterate our deep appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for co-organizing MENA Climate Week. The venue is incredible. The service has been exceptional, and the support staff has been outstanding. You put all the pieces in place to facilitate productive discussions. Thank you. I must extend a warm thank you to His Royal Highness Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and thank him for his opening this meeting on Sunday and joining us throughout the week. Social Commission for Western Asia and the League of Arab States. We appreciate greatly the ongoing cooperation with these organizations to make events like this possible. I also must recognize all the participants, stakeholders, and youth who joined us here in Riyadh. In every session I attended, the perspectives were insightful and discussions were focused on building the future for the MENA region and the world. Finally, I must acknowledge that the efforts of all the teams that have worked so hard to make this Climate Week happen, from our Saudi partners and the UN climate change team who worked well together in preparing since the beginning, to the teams from our global and regional partners who contributed to the thematic tracks and other sessions, to the many organizations who organize side events and Action Hub sessions, who showcase the solutions, and to the staff on hand here with us this week to direct the participants to the right rooms and ensure we were all quite well fed. The success of MENA Climate Week 2023 is all of our successes. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what needs to be done to meet the climate change challenge, and we know we must work together. This Climate Week has shown that this is possible, with regional collaboration emerging as a powerful driver of global progress. MENA Climate Week has laid down a solid foundation that we all can build on. The potential of regional collaboration to accelerate climate action has been underscored in conversations I have had throughout the week with business leaders, with academics, NGOs, UN agencies, and again, with the youth. So many people and organizations want to work together on climate change. This week has opened the opportunities for collaboration. It is now up to all of us to continue these discussions going forward and to continue to collaborate, because we know that climate action can only move forward as a whole of society approach. MENA Climate Week is also more than just a place for discussion. It is a platform to forge partnerships and advance initiatives that shape the path forward. The Saudi Green Initiative launched this week is an excellent example of innovation and leadership that can turn commitment into concrete action. Leadership is especially important right now. At this year's COP28 in the UAE, we will conclude the first global stocktake. We know we need to get on track to achieve goals of the Paris Agreement and keep the 1.5-degree trajectory in reach. Minna Climate Week has shown what is possible with collaboration, with innovation, and with leadership like we have here in Saudi Arabia. We can get on track to deliver the goals of the Paris Agreement. We must work together to make it happen, and from what I have seen here in Minna Climate Week, I believe we will. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Mr. Khalid Al Mukhaid, Senior Sustainability Advisor to His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy and Chief Climate Change Negotiator of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to officially close the Minna Climate Week 2023.
Thank you, James. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and colleagues and friends. On behalf of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, who is not able to be with us today, allow me to thank you all for joining us in this event in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to engage and discuss this year's pivotal MENA Climate Week. We have had the pleasure of hosting this week as we progress from one region COP to another regional COP, which is COP27 in Sharm. The UNFCCC, as well as our global and regional partners and the stakeholders who have helped us in organizing this event. Our gratitude extends to everyone who contributed their thoughts, ideas, as moderators, panelists, or guests, sharing their views and even just asking questions. Over the past week, we have seen all types of stakeholders, not just for the MENA region, but from all over the world, discuss and engage on the region's challenge, as well as opportunities and initiatives. This region is a pivotal player in advancing climate action in a balanced, just, and equitable manner. We are, as a region, already undertaking a multidimensional transformation to address this global challenge. Small example, to address this global challenge. Small example of this is the story that we have shared with you, the story of Saudi Arabia and its Vision 2030. A shared vision that outlined a blueprint to achieving a more sustainable future, charting our path to net zero by 2060, or even nearer than that if the technology are available and ready to take us to that point. We have told you about our efforts to advance at-scale emission reduction, abatement as well as removal, and channel innovation and investment across all technologies and solutions needed by pioneering the circular carbon economy, launching the Saudi Green Initiative, and extending beyond the Middle East Green Initiative. We are also part of various other multilateral initiatives supporting actions and implementation in our beloved MENA region. We hope that you have kept an open mind and engaged in the transformative discussions to better understand the region, its countries, and their different perspectives and circumstances. We trust that you have not only seen, but also felt our ambition, our tremendous efforts to implementation, and our continued commitment to hold ourselves accountable. If you take nothing else from this week, allow me to kindly request and passionately hope that you will at least take forward these 5 messages. Number 1, the science is clear as we read it from the perspective of this region. We need accelerated emission reduction, abatement and removal starting in this critical decade and beyond. The science clearly illustrated that hydrocarbons will remain in the energy mix for decades to come in all pathways consistent with the Paris Agreement temperature goals. And this is what has been said in the IPCC latest report. So while at-scale emission reductions remain as a strategic and overarching priority, if we are serious about pursuing efforts to limit warming to 1.5 in reality and not as an empty promise, we need to also prioritize scale-up abatement and removal technologies. Number two, inclusion must serve the mission that we can say to confront the challenges of climate change by addressing emissions head-on for sustainable development and for to make a resounding impact at COP28, we must course correct towards inclusion. Which leads me to my third point in the same spirit of inclusion. A transition must be just and equitable. The current energy transition narrative is not taking into account the priorities of the MENA region, let alone the global south. We must acknowledge that one-size-fits-all approach will not work, and that the transitions, plural transitions with an S, will have to be multidimensional, multi-speed, and adequately taking into account the differing circumstances of each region and country. This needs to extend to our work on the global stocktake at COP28. The outcome of the GST shall preserve the principle of equity and CBDR-RC, ensuring that transition support sustainable development and poverty eradication for all. And that's the major point of the Paris Agreement. Number four, mitigation and adaptation go hand in hand with each other. It's important to note that the existing link between adaptation and mitigation action, both in an inclusive and dynamic manner and in a well-balanced track towards achieving global climate goals. We cannot progress mitigation without seriously progressing adaptation. But we know that efforts to mitigate are done in the pursuit of the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. While there is no clear global goal in place when it comes to adaptation efforts, in nature, adaptation must happen before there is a change in environment. There is no such thing as adapting after the fact. Similarly, we must set a global goal on adaptation that protects against worst-case scenario to ensure the survival of those who are vulnerable. Therefore, as we accelerate our mitigation efforts to hold the global temperature to well below 2 and limit it increasingly to 1.5, we must also enhance adaptation action in the face of its impacts and beyond. Loss and damage starts whereafter adaptation ends. Nothing that the current adaptation level are way below what is needed to apart to a 1.5 degree world, let alone 2 degrees world. The fifth point that I would like us to take out of this, finance and investment. Finance is the key enabler for Paris Agreement to successfully achieve its goals. As the region is on the front lines of climate change and lies at the center of the global energy sector, more investments are needed to ensure low greenhouse gas and climate resilient development. Our current finance systems are burdensome to developing countries, and their ability to access the finance that would allow them to achieve their NDCs and their national adaptation and mitigation action plans as very limited. Despite the region's commitment to addressing emissions from all sources, some private sector approaches utilized by actors in the wider financial system adopt a restrictive approach to climate finance. The regimes are too narrow, they must adjust. Dear colleagues and friends, we entrust you to carry these 5 messages to COP28 to ensure the voice of this region is heard loud and clear, sending us a strong signal to the world, a signal of unity, true ambition, and inclusion as we aspire to leave no one behind. With that, dear friends, let me call this meeting of the Climate Week in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh to be adjourned. And thank you very much for being with us.